Good evening. Good morning. I'll be sharing this session, and thank you, Dr. Medhat, for your introduction. I really don't deserve all what you have said, but thank you very much. I'll be sharing this session. There will be 3 speakers, and I will introduce the first speaker, which is my professor, Dr. Mumtaz Abdul Wahab. Dr. Mumtaz Abdul Wahab is an emeritus professor in Cairo University, and he is the president of Egyptian Psychiatric Association since 2017 until now. Also, he is the president of Arab Federation of Psychiatrists since 2019 until now. President of Regional Committee of Mental Health and chief editor of the Egyptian Journal of Psychiatry. Also, he is the vice president of Scientific Committee, Egyptian Psychiatric Board. Dr. Mumtaz was my supervisor in my PhD thesis, and he was the first one who told me about my results in the MED exam. Dr. Mumtaz will talk today about the mental health in COVID time. Dr. Mumtaz Abdul Wahab.
Good morning, everybody. Today, my talk will be about the mental health and the effect of COVID-19 on the mental health and the well-being of the human being. Our aim of the work is to give background information on the mental health, on the also to mentors talk about the mental health and the COVID-19, supporting return of the worker and the employee to his work after an attack or after being a victim for the COVID, and then I will happy to receive your questions. The mental health means it is a state of well-being. It is the individual can cope with stress, he can realize his abilities, he can cope with the stresses of the life, he can work productively, and he is able to make contribution to his or her community. Mental health will include our emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It affects how we think, how we feel, how we act, and it also helps to determine how we handle stress, relate to others, and make choice. That's mean our mental health is the dynamo, and it is the core of all our behavior and our relations with the world and with the people. Work can have a huge impact on mental health, of course. If the work is stressing, if the work is, it can trigger problems and psychological problems. If the work is a good environment, it can promote our well-being sensation. The mental health continuum means that it can be healthy without it needs no interference or no care support from anyone. If the healthy, it is normal function. There will be normal mood fluctuations, taking things in stride, consistent performance, normal sleep pattern, physically and socially active, usually self-confidence. He is confident in himself and comfortable in his relations with other people. Also, from the normal health, mental health is to be reacting to other people and to stresses. If he feels that he is irritable, impatient, nervousness, sadness, increased worrying, forgetfulness, trouble sleeping, if he has simple symptoms and slight symptoms, he can need some social support from the family, from the friends, from the surrounding people. He will need professional care if there is a significant functional impairment. for example, anger and anxiety, sadness, tearfulness, hopelessness, worthlessness. This is the symptoms of depression. So he will need to be need in professional care. And he can be really an ill man, and he need clinical, it will be clinical disorder if there is severe persistent functional impairment. If the functional, whether social or occupational impairment, and it is severe, it will need, we can consider him as a patient, and he will need usually interference with treatment. Coping means that the way we respond to or manage stress or uncomfortable emotions. If we are anxiety or sad, or we have some bad emotions, we can control it. It is usually the healthy to be positive and adaptive. We can manage our stresses to be adaptive coping, as we see, or it can be maladaptive. It is maladaptive, we shall suffer and we shall be patient. The consequence of not coping effectively is we shall start to avoid the underlying concern. Also, we can prolong stress. The stress will be prolonged, and also there will be short-term gain and long-term pain. Yeah, it will be help us to get just improvement and get rid of the painful emotions for a short time, but on the long time we will suffer pain, and there will be worsening of the initial symptoms. If we didn't adapt and cope with the stresses effectively, we shall suffer from symptoms, too much symptoms, and we shall be in bad sensation, bad feelings. Usually, no one size doesn't fit all. Not all of us have the same way of coping. It is everyone has his methods of coping and his way to control the stresses. Because this coping is under the control of biopsychosocial model. It considers biological, psychological, and social factors and their complex interactions in understanding health and our experience as a human being. All of these elements influence our well-being. It is under the effect of biological and psychological and social factors. All will interact together to our mental health. The biological will be in the form of physical health, the neurochemistry and the neurotransmitters, the metabolic disorders, the genetic vulnerability, the immune stress response, comorbidity with medical or psychological diseases, drug effect, diet, lifestyle, and response to reward and emotions. The social and environment, the peer group, the work, the school, the socio-economic status, the culture, the family circumstances, and the psychological factors like self-esteem, attitudes, beliefs, perception, coping skills, temperament, and social skills. The interpersonal relationship, the trauma, and the grief will also affect our mental health. How COVID-19 will affect our mental health? We don't know yet know exactly what the impact will be. There are many factors to consider, including lockdown and ongoing restrictions, such as social distance, such as staying in the home, such as disturbing the relation and the individual relations, not going to work. All these factors are stressing to the individual, causing him stress. Fear of contracting the virus, or feel anxious about the family or friends, or fear of losing their job. Many will have suffered bereavements from losing a friend or losing one of the family members. The psychosocial stresses and COVID-19, it is common and normal for individuals to feel stressed and worried in response to any disease outbreak. Any disease outbreak, of course, will cause the individual to feel stressed and worried. there are specific stressors related to COVID-19. The rumors and misinformation, it is not known very good about the nature of the virus. And every day we hear about new generation of the virus, and we don't know the effect and even the effect of how to avoid the infection. The closure of schools and children's activity space in the last year, because the schools are closed, we always hear from the mothers the problems of their children staying in the home, not going to school, not performing any social or any activities. Travel restrictions, possibility or actual physical isolation and quarantine, deterioration of trust in government agency and social networks, avoidance of health facilities, risk of relapse in pre-existing health conditions, including mental health. Common symptoms of other health problems can lead to fear of infection. Anyone who have common cold, who have influenza, usually he fear that it may be corona or COVID-19. And so all these are stresses. The individual or the human being are under the effect of these stresses because of the COVID-19. This figure will show us which of the following emotions have you are more common due to the COVID-19. This is the total population, and where are they are usually anxious and worried for about 50%. If they have mental health conditions, the patients with mental health condition, of course, the anxious and worried will increase with COVID-19. The patients who are panic, they have 12%. If they have some mental illness, it will be 23%, and even the hopelessness, it is in the normal, in the total population, it is 19. In the people with mental illness, it is 31. This means that people with mental illness are more affected by the COVID-19, and their condition are psychological condition are worsened by the COVID-19 infection. With mental health and COVID-19, more people impacted by anxiety and depression. This shows that in the period of COVID, from August last year to January this year, about 500% higher with infection, with depression, and with anxiety also are more severe. 79% will have moderate to severe anxiety screen, and over 85% will have moderate to severe depression. In August 2020, many depression screeners reported thinking of suicide or self-harm on more than half of days or nearly every day. This means that the suicidal thoughts will increase, and the thoughts of self-harm will increase at the epidemic level. So special populations are also experiencing high anxiety and depression, including the caregiver, the students, the veterans, active duty, and trauma survivors. A recent study showed that mental health challenges show themselves in several ways. More than half say they are more emotionally exhausted, feel increased sadness, or are more irritable. Employees report these symptoms have increased since COVID-19 outbreak began. These are the symptoms that the individuals will feel from under the effect of COVID-19 fear or anxiety. Early research into health impact include fatigue, musculoskeletal conditions, poor work-life balance, reduced exercise, increased substance misuse. The employee will have been reporting reduced motivation to work and loss of purpose, anxiety and isolation. Evidence from previous quarantine situations suggests that there is long-term effect on the mental health. Of course, there is social stigma for corona. There is discrimination towards the person who have been infected and their family members. At the start of the epidemic, of course, the people who are infected with corona are isolated from the other individuals. Everyone fears to contact them or to meet them, and even in some accidents, the people are refusing that this individual will live with them, and he have to leave his home and go away. Social stigma toward those treating and caring for the patient. Even the doctors and the nurses who are treating the individuals, the patients, are the victims of this stigma. Social stigma towards specific ethnic groups, populations, groups, or nationalities. Like now, because the Omicron, which appeared in South Africa, there is usually social stigma toward people there. COVID distress might look like increased anxiety and uncertainty, feeling of loneliness and sadness, feeling of helplessness and frustration, changes in eating and sleeping pattern, change in substance use, information and update burnout, exacerbation of existing mental health concern. Employee in self isolation. If the employee are in self isolation, of course he will be suffer from missing routine, sleeping in later days, emerging into one need to get back to normal, feeling lonely, can wait to get back to work. Child care and homeschool very stressful, feel safer at home, confused about whether they can leave 12-week isolation or not. They may lose their work, completely forgetting about their employers, and only point of contact was the welfare pool. Rather work at home because of as effective, if not better use of time, has been a time to catch up, relax, enjoy the weather, and spend time with the family. Due to COVID crisis, work arrangements and conditions are changing considerably, bringing new psychosocial challenges for health and well-being of the workers. Of course, many workers are now working from their home. They are not going to work every day. Some people are going for 3 days. Some people are going for 1 day per week. So there is change in the lifestyle and in the work style. Psychosocial risk emerged during the period of the rapid spread of the virus and strict isolation measures, and still persist or increase over time as business open their door. Which, with respect to longer-term concern of COVID, 39% of the occupational health practitioners put mental health at the top of their list of concern. The occupational health practitioners are caring about the mental health, and especially with the COVID-19. 10% said it would have a negative effect on well-being programs. 8% said it would impact on workplace morale. The psychosocial risk and work-related stress in the world, on the world of work, there will be psychological responses. There will be low mood, low motivation, exhaustion, anxiety, depression, burnout, and suicidal thoughts for the employee. Also, there will be physical reactions. There are digestive problems, dermatological reactions, cardiovascular disease, musculoskeletal disorders, headache, or other unexplained aches and pains, increased risk of work injuries and accidents due to reduced occupancy, impact on workplace productivity. There will be increased absenteeism and presenteeism. Presenteeism means that the worker are in his work, but he is out of achievement and out of productivity. He is not working, not productive. Lower job engagement and reduced job performance. All these are the problem in the work due to the COVID-19. So the areas which we act on it is the environment and the equipment, workload, workplace and work schedule, violence and harassment, work-life balance, job security, management leadership, communication, information, training, health promotion and prevention of negative coping behaviors, social support and psychological support. There are few tips which we should take care of it, and we have to take to stress on it for the employee and the worker. He have to take care of his physical health, maintain his social connections. He has to take a break. He has to keep a routine, spend time outside, reach out for help. Supporting a return to work. The challenges, the complex nature of mental health and well-being means there is no single solution for supporting return of the work. These are the challenges we are facing to support the employee to go to his work. There is complex in the nature of mental health and well-being means that there is no single solution for supporting return to work. It is now clear that the return will be gradual and faced with degree of continued homework. Employee may also be working a range of shift patterns and hours to allow for effective social distances. To plan for going back to work, the employers should consult with staff about returning work. This includes trade union representative, employee representative, health safety representatives should sit together and put the plan to help the employee to go back to his work. The employer should also check any arrangements that they have with a trade union and employee representative, see if they must formally consult. Employees should be ready to return to work at a short notice, but employers should be flexible where possible. If I should be ready, anyone should be ready to go back to his work just on receiving any notice. We have to make the workplace safe. We have to encourage the staff to work from home wherever possible. That's to make the social distance and to keep people, to save people and to prevent a spread of infection. Do a risk assessment to identify what might cause harm and take reasonable steps to prevent it. Follow government guidelines on working safely during the coronavirus. We have usually the government give guidelines every now and then for the keeping safe from the coronavirus. We have to follow these guidelines. Keep close to health and safety executed. Discuss the plans with the staff. When the staff might return to his workplace, we have to discuss all these items with our staff, how staff will travel and to work and from work, because sometimes the transfer methods can be crowded and can cause a spread of infection, how health and safety is being reviewed and managed, any planned adjustment to the workplace, phased return to work, working from home arrangements. This is a better way to help people and to keep them safe is to work from the home. If someone doesn't want to return to his work, some employee may feel they don't want to go back to his work or feel unable to return his work. He don't like to go back to his work or unable to go. He is worried because of catching a virus or be infected. There will be a high risk of getting severe illness if they catch coronavirus, caring for children, living with someone who is children. An employer should listen to any concern staff may have and take steps to protect everyone. The potential interventions to consider, we have to communication plan, We have to connect with colleagues. We have to make training to the manager and to the employee, and we have also employee assistant programs. Potential intervention to consider, we have to consider employee phased return, even where any employee will work from will be working from home, conduct a return to work meeting, discuss supporting the support required, ongoing dialogue, regular contact will assist after return, review workload, adjust this when necessary, regular contact, keep contact with the employee on a regular basis. We can call them every now and then and to follow their work from the home. Discuss a pace for return. Make it clear that employees should not rush back. They have to stay in their home, work from home as since it is possible. Refer to occupational health. Advice for the manager, regular check-up in the meeting, looking for signs, role modeling, connecting with people, review workloads for remote learning. Occupational health should measures occupational measures to prevent and control psychosocial stresses. We have to adapt to hazards and risks encountered by the enterprise, reviewed and modified if necessary on a regular basis, comply with national laws and regulation and reflect good practice, consider current state of knowledge, including information or reports from organization adopted in consultation with workers and their representatives. We have to keep economic security. We have to address poverty and debt and reduce risk of infection and support employment, reduce support employment, social connectedness, recent mental health action plan, new 10 years mental health strategy being developed, societal disclosure about mental health and what is important, policy and service, innovation and development, role of social care and how it is funded. Message to the general public. This is message for all of us and for the general public. People who are affected with corona have not done anything wrong. We should not stigmatize them. We have to support them and we have to treat them with kindness. We have to reduce the stigma. The sudden and near constant stream of news report about an outbreak can cause anyone to feel worried. So we have to reduce this information too much to decrease the fear, and it should be to decrease the rumor, and we should give only the real facts. They have to protect you. You have to protect yourself and to adapt to the measures of and the guidelines given by the government to keep you healthy and safe. COVID-19 has affected, it is and is likely to affect people from many countries and in many geographical locations. Don't attach a label of COVID to any ethnicity or nationality. To the carer of children, children feel relieved if they can express and communicate their feelings in a safe and supportive environment. Because children will not go to school, they can be affected by the worry and the anxiety of their families. So we have to keep children close to their parents and family, and we have to maintain familiar routine in daily life as much as we can. For the health workers, we have to manage you have to manage your mental health and psychosocial well-being. You have to try to use helpful coping strategies, such as ensuring sufficient rest and respite during work and between shifts. Turn to your colleagues and use understandable ways to share message with the patients and with the intellectual, cognitive, and psychosocial abilities. Message to older adults and their carers: provide practical and emotional support through informal networks, because we don't know that the older adults are more affected by the virus. Share simple facts about what is going on and give clear information about how to reduce the risk of infection. Be prepared and know in advance where and how to get practical help if needed. You have to know the near hospital. We have to know how the doctor's the telephone number, and you can call him anytime you feel that the individual is at risk. Keep regular contact with a loved one. Message to the team leader, keeping all staff protected from chronic stress, ensure that good quality communication and accurate information updated are provided to all staff, facilitate access and ensure that staff are aware of where they can access mental health and psychosocial support services. Message to people in isolation, try as much as possible to keep or to your personal daily routine. If health authorities have recommended limiting your physical contact to contain the outbreak, you can still stay socially connected via email, social media, and video. If you are quarantined, you are isolated, you can connect with the people you like, with your friends, with your family through the telephone or the social media. Thank you very much and waiting for your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mumtaz. I don't think he's online or he's... Okay, then we will move to the second presentation, which is mine. Can you put the slides, please? My presentation will be slightly different from what you are hearing every day. And it is not surprising that when Dr. Samer was giving lecture on esketamine, there was too many people in the hall. And this is all what's happening, and all drug representative were there. And now this is the current psychiatry. Unfortunately, we are interested what to give to patient, how to treat patient, but we don't understand what is beyond this. We treat people with esketamine, with SSRIs, with SNRIs, and we know that there is some dysregulation in this transmitter or that transmitter, but we don't know why. Why this? Why we don't go slightly to depth to see what is happening? Many schools of psychiatrists try to explain to us what's happening in the human being, what people have mental disorders, some people are normal and they can cope with stress, and other people cannot cope with the stress. The psychoanalytic approach tries to find that we have unconscious material inside, and there is a struggle between unconsciousness and the consciousness, and this struggle will show of mental disorders. Behavioral approach also have other approach that we are learned what is the mental disorder, are learned behavior, and what we see in the early childhood and what we experience in the childhood is the cause of our abnormal behavior or normal behavior. And many schools try to explain. Today, I am going to represent a new approach, new schools. Sometimes they call it the evolutionary school, sometimes they call it Darwinian interpretation of the mental disorders. What is Darwinian interpretation of mental disorder? They call this the evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology is a theoretical approach in social and natural science that examine psychological structure from the modern evolutionary perspective. When Darwin published his book, it was not published in his life, The Origin of a Species, so many debates, so religious people were against him, and so, but he was a very scientific man. And many people revisit the Darwinian theory, and they told that why don't we listen to that man and to see what is going. And nowadays, most of the people, even the church, even the religious people now, they accepted his theorization, and there is no contradiction at all between the evolutionary theory and the face of God. The evolutionary psychiatry, or the evolutionary psychology, seek to identify which human psychological traits are evolved, adaptation, that is the function product of natural selection or sexual. We know that our ancestor or our previous ancestors, I don't want to say animals, but let us say our primitive people, they have, we maintained until now because of either natural selection or sexual selection. People who are fit for progeny, we still, and you have to know, we are only 1 per 1,000 of species who are still existing, and 999 of the species are extended from the world. So what is the principle of principal psychology? Psychopathological signs and symptoms reflect extreme of adaptive traits whose maladaptation is expressed by the limited ability of failure to organism. We inherited some traits which were adapted in our ancestor, but because of the change of our environment, now they become maladapted, and here is the explanation of the mental disorder. Similar to fever and the cough, which are natural defense mechanisms against pathogenic. This is adaptive. Our cough and fever are adaptive because they fight the pathogen. But if they exhausted, and if the pathogen is more than their ability, then it will become a symptom, and it will indicate a disease. This is exactly what the evolutionary psychiatry want to say. Psychological defense can break down if systems are exhausted, as I told you. Before going to, I just to give some introduction about the evolutionary psychiatry, you have to just have an idea about this terminology, because when we go to proceed in the lecture, you will find some of these terminology. The evolutionists, they conceptualize 2 types of society in our ancestors. The agonic society that depend on fight, flight, and the rank, people who are stronger, they will have the upper rank, the people who are weaker, they will submit. And after the agriculture, and after the advance, and the social community started to form, now it evolved some other society which you call the hedonic society. Now the prevalence is not to the powerful, no, for the attractive, for the smarter, for the people who can attract other. And if we see now, if you want to go propose for marriage, for example, you have to be smart, you have to be educated, you have to be well-being, not you have to be powerful and muscular, like in the animal. In the animal, they choose the strong one, but still in the animal there is hedonic societies. They choose the beautiful one, as you see here. Then we have the EEA, Environment of Evolutionary Adaptation. I don't like to bother you with this terminology, but please take care of the agonic and hedonic model. In evolutionary psychiatry, they have 2 main reasons for psychiatric disorder: the proximate reason and the ultimate reason. Ultimate reason, which means that the traits we have inherited from our ancestors, which are inbuilt in our genes, inbuilt in our body. We were built with certain liability to disorder, certain the ability to malfunction. This is, we have in here, this is what we call the ultimate reason. And then we have the proximate. The proximate code is that always we have do, we have learned our, we are learning our student that the early environmental condition, the early childhood, and the early experience of life. And there should be an interaction between the ultimate causes and which we call it sometimes diathesis theory. That means that interaction between the genes we inherit and the environment we experience. Psychopathological signs and symptoms can be analyzed according with the understanding that they constitute dysfunction, extreme variation. This is, yeah, all our symptoms or our symptom, or we have to understand what is the meaning of these symptoms. All our symptoms have a meaning. We now, unfortunately, we are diagnosing, we are collecting symptoms. Oh, okay, if the patient have this and that and this and that, this is an anxiety. If you this and that and this and that, this is depression. But we don't know exactly what are the meaning of these symptoms. Every symptom had a language, have message to convey to others and to the society. So the ultimate causes, what we call the phylogeny, and the proximate causes with the ontogeny, both cooperate together and interact together to form the pathology. So what we are the archetypal needs of the developing individual, this is we have to know. We have to know also the environment, all to, and we have to put in our mind all with the two types of society we were before our ancestor, which is the agonic society and the hedonic society. All major psychiatric syndrome may thus be conceived as inappropriate expression of evolved propensities concerned with adaptive behavior in the domain of group membership. So the evolutionary psychiatrist classified all the psychiatric disorder into two main categories. The first one, disorder of attachment and ranking. When there is loss of attachment or loss of ranking, this is well developed in a depression and anxiety, OCD, and phobias, and all these. And the spacing disorders, after the development of the society and after the society grow up to 100, approximately 100, so there will be splitting to form another tribe, another society. And some leader should be there. And this leader now, whom we are inherited from them, the schizophrenia and the related disorder and psychosis. And you have to know that many families of schizophrenia, the families of schizophrenia, there is also families of creative people. And there is big similarity between schizotypal personality disorder and the creative people. Those people were the leader in the ancestor time, in the ancestor time, who take the lead for the new community. This is the spacing disorder. Then we have the reproductive disorders, like the eating disorders, anorexia nervosa and bulimia nervosa. And today we will, this is that diagram to show the problem and the most of the explanation of evolutionary language, in evolutionary language, about the psychiatric disorder. This is not very strange for the great thinker like Jung, who was the first one who told us about the archetypes, and we consider him one of the pioneer of evolutionary psychiatry. Also, Dr. Eric Peck, who passed away 1 month ago, he distinguished between deprivation depression. In the evolutionary language, it will be lack of attachment. And defeat depression, which we in our evolutionary language would be rank problem, submission problem, or unlovability, unacceptability. Pritchell has distinguished between horizontal depression, which result from dissatisfaction in the interaction involving closeness, and separatedness and vertical depression, which result from dissatisfaction in the upper or lower rank. I don't know if they were aware of the evolutional language or not, but this is what they have seen currently in their patient, and all of them could be explained by the hedonic and agonic interaction. Here I will summarize some of the depressive theories of the series related to depression in evolutional way. Please tolerate me. I know that this is a strange language. We're now used to talk about the symptomatology, about the treatment, and that is all. But here it's quite different. Bryce and Stephen, they have developed, they published a very, very important book, which is Evolutional Psychiatry. They see depression evolved as an unconscious, involuntary strategy to allow loser in social competition to accept the reduced sources available in their demoted position. So if they fail to have the rank in this society, so they will develop this symptom, depressive symptom. So depression arises when voluntary yielding strategies are blocked or not available, and is a ritualized form of losing behavior that protect the loser from aggression. So if I see that I will lose the battle, I will not take the rank, so I will withdraw, I will sit at home, I will not interact, and all these are the symptoms of one of the symptoms of depression, withdrawal. And also, NIS have a similar explanation or a similar theory. Low mood increase an organism's ability to cope with unpropitious situation in which effort to pursue a major goal is likely to lead to a danger, loss, body damage, or worse. So if I fight and I have no ability, if I fight I have no capability of that, so I will expose myself to danger. So please keep away, and this might explain some symptoms of depression. Keller and Nates also, they have different negative situational perception, give rise to different symptoms, the pattern that evolved and were returned in the human genome because they were adaptive in dealing with specific participants, but now they are not adaptive because the environment changed. So if we understand the symptoms of mental disorder in this way, we will understand why they evolved. They were adaptive in the previous. For schizophrenia, for example, they were adaptive. We have to be somebody who is paranoid. We have to know somebody who is suspicious. We have to know somebody who cannot cope with the society's estrangement to take the leadership for new society. But now we don't have this problem. So they are not adaptive. Also, this is the case in depression. Depression, for Allen and Biddock, they have the social risk hypothesis. Depression is adaptive in the face of perceived threat of exclusion from important social relationship by inducing behavior cognitive better like to maintain this relationship. They need petition from other people. They need attention from other people, and they need to be cared for. This is one theory. The last theory of Watson and Rosset said that focus on the potential adaptive benefit provided by depressive symptoms for solving complex social problem in general and social problem that, and sometimes strange, a little bit strange. They say that if I am depressed, I will sit alone and I will think and I will reflect and I will solve my problem. And this might explain why most of the innovators, most of the creators, most of the novelists, most of the writers and the people, they develop depression once or twice in their life. And we never forget Ernest Hemingway. We never forget Salah Jahin. We never forget many, many of people who develop depression. And they say that without depression, they cannot be creative. I remember Dr. Okasha told us one day that when our big poet, Salah Abdul Sabur, he got depression, and Dr. Okasha prescribed to him antidepressant. He refused to take it. Why? Because he told that this is the fuel of my creation. Why you want to deprive me from my creation? Let me depressed for some time for death. Can this will help us in psychotherapy? Yes. Now, if you go to the Jungian psychotherapy, they depend mainly on this approach. Aaron Beck also, the unlovability, uncapability, and the core beliefs which depend on the inherited themes from our ancestor. And we have also to have new understanding, to develop new ways to deal with this. Now we will move to the most recent evolutionary theory of the depression, which associate between having depression and having inflammatory markers. All of us know that there are rise of inflammatory markers in depression, and now this division associate between having depression, and depression is maybe a protective way, protective against death or against mortality from the pathogen. This is the Dr. Medhar. I think the next speaker will not present. Will he present? Huh? If he will not present, I will take longer, or he will? Okay. So, طبعا this 20 minutes is not enough to present all my ideas. Sorry for that. But the pathogen D theory asserts that depression genetic alleles are common, not because depression is adaptive in managing social negotiation like the other theories, but because these alleles promote symptoms and behavior that decrease mortality from infectious causes across mammalian. Huh? So, pathogen host defense theory of depression foundation hypothesis, required depression should be associated with increased inflammation and inflammatory activation. Allelic variant that increase the risk for major depressive disorder should enhance host defense mechanism in general and innate immune inflammatory problem. Environmental risk factors for major depression should be associated with increased risk of infection and attendant inflammatory activation. On the whole, pattern of increased immune activity associated with MDD. I will go quickly. So we have to understand that if we want to validate this pathogen D or pathos D theory, we have three requirements to be there. That the gene, the allele risk variant should meet the three criteria. Number one, to be located in gene with known immune effect. Number two, to increase signaling in inflammatory and host defense pathway, and to increase survival in the context of infection. This is not strange. This was confirmed by many research. Studies that 20 to 70% of patients undergoing chronic immune activation as a result of with cytokine interferon A means symptom. All of us know that interferon, which was given for viral infection, caused depression. I know many of my friends who are on interferon, and they came to me for their depressive symptoms. More interferon-induced depression shares symptoms homology with idiopathic depression. Peripheral inflammatory activation induced many, if not all of that, most. This is was the early indication or the early notice that there is a link between the immune system and depression. Meta-analysis reporting the most consistent finding for increased plasma concentration of tumor necrosis factor, which is a pro-inflammatory, interleukin 1-6, which is pro-inflammatory, C-creative protein, haptoglobulin. Recent longitudinal studies extend these cross-sections. Not only they are associated with depression, but they found that people who have these inflammatory markers will later on will develop depression, even if they do not having depression. Currently, only 2 candidate single nucleotide polymorphism SNP, they found two genes, dendritic cell nuclear protein and NPY protein, اللي هو neuropeptide Y. Neuropeptide Y is an anti-inflammatory and it is not abundant in depression, reduced in depression. And the other one, which is DCNPA, اللي هو dendritic life, is pro-inflammatory and in depression, increased in depression. This is to indicate that how also this gene, which is CAC in the AC1C vaccine, the one vaccine which enhance the neurotransmission through the calcium channels, and it also promote the production of many pro-inflammatories like CD4, CD8, T cells, mast cells, macrophages, and also it was found that it increased in depression. So Dr. Midhat is saying that they have short, they have to finish. I don't think 20 minutes are enough to explain, but I want to tell you that this hypothesis, I want you to go to read about the evolutionary psychiatry and to read the association. And all of us as doctors know that there is association between inflammatory markers and depression, but we don't know why. This is very good explanation for why these inflammatory markers are increased in depression. So they found that also if this is, for example, Ghana studied the river drinker, مثلا, for example, and the board drinker, they were expecting that the people who drink from the river will die earlier than the people who take from the poor, but it was the reverse. So the inflammatory markers will protect against mortality. Also, the infection, all of us, when we have viral infection, we develop very similar symptoms to depression. And sometimes we don't know if we are depressed or if we are infected. I will stop because my presentation are longer than, but I hope all of you revise your thinking about depression and revise why depression is associated with inflammatory activation. But before finishing, I want to refer to the very recent study, which was done on 56,000 population, reported that CRP was more strongly associated with sleep abnormality, fatigue, loss of appetite, and one cognitive symptom at least, and these are the symptoms of depression. Also, they found that interleukin 6, interleukin 6 has 4 symptoms, bothered by things, hopelessness, fear. So there is not only there is association between inflammatory marker and depression. No, there is association between inflammatory markers and symptoms and different symptoms of depression. Stress perception by the brain may serve as an early warning signal to activate the immune system in preparation for markedly increased likelihood of subsequent infection. And I will just mention this. Inflammatory impact several neurotransmitter systems in the brain, including serotonin, dopamine, glutamine pathway, as well as the kynurenine pathway, which generate the neurotoxic metabolic acid. Neuroimaging studies have demonstrated that disruption of neurotransmitter pathway is associated with inflammation-induced alteration in brain that mediate motivation and motor activity, as well as an anxiety, arousal, alarm. Activation of effector T cells during stress can prevent development of depression in animal. If we give anti-activation, anti-inflammatory to animal, then we will induce depression factor to them. They will not take the depression. And this is the future thinking of how this will help us to consider depression as inflammatory disease, and we treat people with anti-inflammatory agent rather than anti-anxiety. The activation of effector T cell during stress can prevent the development of depressive and anxiety-like behavior in mice. This effect may be mediated by trafficking the effector T cells to the meningeal space where they produce interleukin-4, which support anti-inflammatory response while also stimulating the production of growth factor in the brain that support plasticity. This is my conclusion. Evolutionary significance of depression can open new ways for psychotherapy and biological and genetic engineering in the future. And instead of just thinking of neurotransmitter dysregulation, we have to think more in the allelic, in the genetic factors behind that. And if we target the genes, target the molecular psychiatry in the future, I think it will be more effective. Studies in depression suggest that inflammatory biomarkers such as CBR can be used to enrich sample for anti-inflammatory clinical trials for depression that target inflammation-related symptoms such as anhedonia and anxiety, thereby supporting intelligent trial design. Though still in development, imaging of neuroinflammation will help establish a target in the brain to further facilitate the testing of anti-inflammatory therapies for depression. I think I will stop here because of the crowded agenda, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Talat. I'm sorry because this is a really crowded program, and there are people who are joining us virtually. So the next speaker is waiting for now more than 20 minutes. So I'm very sorry, Dr. Talat, but I know, and you know, no workshop will be enough to share your knowledge. You need more time, and I'll have a promise from you that we can have a workshop about the evolutionary psychiatry, inshallah. There is some announcement regarding we plan to have a bus for the Goma prayer, but they told us now it's not, there is some problem in it, so we will not be able to have a bus for Goma prayer. But we have a nearby masjid near here. It's less than 5 minutes. So it's near to DOH, so we can go together. Each group of us will take colleagues to go for Jama prayer. We plan that we'll have it at 12, but unfortunately there is some problem. فمعلش يا جماعه هو حصل ان الباص احنا حاجزينه حصل فيه عطل وما فيش باصات عشان الفورمولا 1. فالجمعه صلاه الجمعه ورا هيئه الصحه في مسجد قريب من هنا حوالي 5 دقائق. فكل مجموعه مننا هتاخد المجموعه اللي رايحين يصلوا ونروح مع بعض. بس الصلاه الساعه 12 وربع، فعايزين الساعه 12 نتحرك، 12 و10 نتحرك. شكرا جزيلا. Thank you very much.
Our next keynote speaker is Ms. Guadalupe Morales Cano. She's the director of Fundación Mundo Bipolar, a non-profit national NGO of people with lived experience. It fights against stigma and discrimination based on the UN Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and is vice president of ENUSP, European Network of Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry. Mrs. Morales had held teaching positions at universities in Spain and the USA. She is currently a professor teaching stigma in mental health and the media at Masters Universidad Jaume in Valencia, Spain, human rights in mental health for the Universidade Nova Lisbon International Learning Program. Partner in the project, Recover E, has trained professionals and peer workers to be part of community mental health teams in 5 Eastern countries. Mrs. Morales represents service users at the World Association for Psychosocial Rehabilitation, member of Women's Committee European Disability Forum. She is honorary member of the World Psychiatric Association, WPA, member of the Task Force for Alternatives to Coercion, and the Advisory Board of Users and Carers, as well as part of the Stigma section. Guadalupe's national organization represents persons with lived experience at the Spanish mental health strategy. She is Commissioner of Lancet Commission on Stigma and Discrimination in Mental Health, and her fields of expertise are human rights, peer-to-peer trainings, and trainings to professionals. Please welcome, delivering her keynote presentation on Nothing About Us Without Us, the voice of protagonists. Please welcome Ms. Guadalupe Morales Cano.
Good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation. I'm going to talk about Nothing About Us Without Us, the voice of the protagonist. I have a mental health problem since I was 16, and I've been an activist for 20 years now. I've come to the conclusion that my priorities are to improve and humanize the conditions of people with psychiatric facilities, human rights approach to mental health, meaningful participations of users, and peer-to-peer trainings. I would like to share with you a few aspects of my own biography, the trauma and experiences I went through because of my mental health problems, and go on to propose what I think could have been done better at each stage where relevant. I will also share with you Fundación Mundo Bipolar's views, statements, and positions. I was born in Mexico. It could have happened in any other country in the world, as my father worked for the United Nations and was transferred regularly. My first years were spent in a great garden in the company of my sisters and other children. They were perfectly magic years, filled with nothing but playing, a real challenge for psychoanalytics. Suddenly, I was moved to another country, another school, another garden, this one smaller and no longer with children. Santiago de Chile was also enjoyable. The school was fun. I was a good student. I realized that the environment at home was not good at all. I began to play tennis at the age of 7. It was part of my life until I was 19. The more time I devoted to it, the more success I had. I was on the Chilean national team. Again, suddenly, banishment, exile. At 14, I had to leave it all. It just broke my heart. We went to Bogota. The family split up. Some siblings stayed on in Chile, others went to other countries. But Colombia for me became a beloved place. The school was excellent. I was happy. At 15, I fell in love for the first time. Always foreign, always well adapted. A year and a half, and then yes, the definite change. Madrid. 16 years old, my first crisis. There had been no signs. Nobody, not even I, could have imagined the horrifying events that were going to take place in my life. I felt as if a steam shovel was pulling me from the earth taking with it the small roots that were growing. In Spain, there were the last of Franco's years, the dictator. It was a backward and great society. I didn't fit in with my genes and my culture or were with Thoreau or Eric Fromm. I was unlucky with the school, which was forever so boring, and 8 hours away from home. After some time, everything was too hard for me. I felt lonely. I began to suffer from anxiety. I couldn't concentrate or learn anything. And for the first time, I said I didn't want to fight anymore. I stopped going to school. My sadness was deep. I gave in. I don't know how I made it to the psychiatrist all by myself. He prescribed me some pills. I bought them, put them in the palm of my heart, and said to myself that it couldn't be possible that these pills would alleviate the pain in my soul. I couldn't see any connection between them and myself. That was the first of many depressions. I was 16 years old. It disappeared a few months later. I never did take those pills. I went back to school, but this time to a simple little one near my home. I rose up. This is part of the last program in the European Union of the Joint Action in Mental Health in Schools. It says, the analysis of different countries reveals that teachers and school staff are not always full equipped to cope with this responsibility, particularly when it comes to the detection of early signs of mental and behavioral disorders, for prompt referral to purpose, as well as lacking training in effective programs to prevent mental disorders and to promote mental health. If the school had been trained to manage this kind of problems, I would have been much better. My first hospital admission. I continued playing tennis, but it became less and less pleasurable. I was selected to be on the Spanish team and was based in Barcelona for the whole summer. The rejection I felt for that work was gradual and constant. In October, I played in the National Junior Championship in a city in the north of Spain. I was very sick. My mind wasn't working well. I went into a world where nobody could enter. My memories of it all are bad. I can see myself on the center court with people watching me playing a match and me wanting to shout. Pressure was unbearable. When I finally disqualified, I entered the ethereal, vertiginous, and ineffable world of madness. I had deliriums. What existed was only in my head. Nothing from outside could reach my world. After, I didn't eat for days, and my screams of pain were constant. My parents decided with all their sorrow, that I had to go to a psychiatric hospital. I was 18. Some men came and took me. After that, I don't remember anything else. 2 months later, my parents appeared as if from a dream. At that point, I didn't know if they existed or even where I was. Later on, I realized I was in a psychiatric hospital. It was a sad, gloomy, and very ugly environment. Only the doctor's visit was the long-awaited moment. It seems to have an element of magic. The rest of the staff was sullen and automatic with no sensitivity for patients. For me, there's nothing poetic about madness. For me, it's nauseating. It is true that there has been memorable moments in which time was in my hands and connections with the others and with everything was sublime, but I couldn't control it, and it always ended very bad. The morning I was supposed to leave the hospital, one of the guardians, upon the orders of a psychiatrist on duty who was annoyed by my moving about in the corridors before daylight, chased me, tracked me, and locked me up in a tiny, dirty room without light for 3 days, listening to non-stop screaming. There, in that place, I said to myself, if you manage not to go crazy now, you won't ever be crazy. Which are our concrete proposals on protection of rights? We think the users members of the evaluation teams in hospitals and community facilities to promote users' information about their rights, to learn from countries where peer active receive public funds, to accompany people to mental health care centers, to train staff in mental health services. The CRPD, the Convention of the Rights of Persons with Disability, suggested proposals as to make training awareness for medical and social service devices. We should need a group of legal experts to defend people with psychosocial disabilities that should be funded by the structural funds of the European Union. Like IGRA stated during the recommendations to the European Union by the CRPD committee at the end of 2015, in which my organization was very much involved. We also think that quality indicators of human rights quality should be elaborated. There's a need for quality control. If we consider the reform of the system not medical beliefs or considerations, but a human rights approach to be in the first reason for change. Attention to human rights and quality indicators developed in close collaborations with users' organizations would be helpful to resolve such important problems, taking into consideration, again, the recommendations to the European Union by the CRPD committee in September of 2015. This should lead to services being better tailored to people's needs and better use. After 8 hospital admissions, I have been able to handle my health problems and became a journalist, get married, had friends, traveled, had a life. Most of my jobs have been very stressful, but fascinating during 22 years. But I had to face another huge problem, discrimination. I was a journalist at the news section of an important TV channel, was very successful. However, they fired me when they learned of my diagnosis. Years later, the same story. I was fired from the university where I was a teacher, not because of the symptoms, I didn't have any, but because of the word, the label, the diagnosis. Without job, desperately, my husband and I created a website with a forum online, which had a very intense activity in 2002 to 2008. In 2004, we founded Fundación Mundo Bipolar. In that online forum, only people with mental health problems share their lives and help each other via their own personal experience. We learned by experience. It was a peer-to-peer self-help group without us knowing that there was a name for that. And it helped us very, very much. For me, there's a kind of knowledge that only comes from one's own experience. It is the true experiential empirical knowledge, the fruit of suffering and the joy of overcoming it. When combined with the honest and loyal exchange with others, like us, who have gone through the same, the results are prodigious. Only a person that has been there can fully understand and help us heal. This goes beyond empathy. These facts are the root of peer-to-peer knowledge, which we would apply in our trainings and in our activism. Immediately, I became an activist, and this flower has followed me since then. We think that having a mental health problem is not just a medical problem or even a psychosocial rehabilitation problem. We have a lot of aspects in our life that have to be fulfilled, and we need help for that. We need, for example, to solve our housing problem or our economic problems, or just develop and enrich leisure activities, and of course, knowing our rights. Here I am in the European Parliament. Here's the last session of the joint action I had mentioned previously. And here's the last World Congress of the WAPR in Madrid. So what have we noticed? That our participation has to be meaningful. And this is that which is developed in terms of equality, respect, responsibility, and transparency. Implies having a voice with its own identity to debate, dialogue, and reach points of consensus, or taking democratic decisions. As I said yesterday before, we were very much involved in the review of the European Union implementation of the convention. And it says, among many other recommendations, that the European Union has to ensure to actively involve representative organizations of persons with disability. Here's my European organization, INUS, the European Network of Users and Ex-Users and Survivors of Psychiatry. We are the only grassroots organization. We are all users or ex-users. And here comes the United Nations, which has helped us very much to be a tool in order to claim our rights. Everybody seems to know what human rights are, but when it comes to mental health, it seems not so clear. The approach must be done in the first place by the point of view of human rights that we are entitled, like holders of rights, and not needed of care. But what do we mean when we refer to human rights? Of course, non-discrimination, social and human rights approach to mental health after the convention, meaningful participation, independent living, adequate standard of living and social protection, and the right to health. First, we have the milestone of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which we have all heard about, and our constitutions, most of them reflect them. For example, Article 2, everyone is entitled to all rights set in this declaration, even without distinction of their sex, language, religion, social origin, or other status. I wonder whether we, as people with mental health problems, could be under this item or other statutes. For example, this article on the fundamental human rights, no one should be subjected to torture or or cruel or inhuman, degrading treatment or punish is also in the Convention of the Rights of People with Disability. Most of the articles on the Declaration of Human Rights are also in the convention. So the convention was came into force in the 3rd of May of 2008. 182 of the total of 194 countries recognize it. Of course, it's about non-discrimination and full and effective participation and inclusion in society, which means for us, nothing about us without us, meaningful participation. But the convention is a paradigm shift, marks a paradigm shift in attitudes and approaches to persons with disability. The concept of disability has changed. Now, disability results from an interaction between a non-inclusive society and individuals. The concept of reasonable accommodation is also very interesting. Means the necessary and appropriate modification and adjustment, not imposing disproportionate or undue burden. It is very easy to see this, for example, with a person with a wheelchair. He cannot go to stairs. But in our case, it's much more complicated. It has to be settled down that if we are suffering a crisis, we won't be able to have exam at the university or at school, or we won't be able to go to work. So it is a very complex situation, but this is why training is important, and this is why we have to have the mechanism to denounce these situations. And one of the most important aspects of the UN Convention is that it is legally binding. The Universal Declaration is not legally binding. I think this is the only convention related to disabilities that is legally binding, which means that all those countries, 182, that had signed and ratified in the convention are obliged to implement it. Of course, this is a long process, the implementation. Finally, all activities must include the participations of persons with disabilities. Again, nothing about us without us. WAPR accomplished this statement. Here I am. But you can see that human rights are not applied. We see that every day. For example, please watch Coco Kojo Didier at the Champ of Prayer in Togo. He's changed, and he has been there like that for years. A nurse ties Raul Martinez, sick with paranoid schizophrenia, to bed. This happens in Venezuela. Mario Sinagote has been 10 years in chains in a room. His elderly parents had no way of providing treatment, and the only solution was to find him. This is in the Philippines. But this happens all over, to a certain extent also. Mechanical restraints are all over. See how the facilities in the main hospital in Georgia are. But this doesn't happen only in low level and those called low level income. No, not at all. In Spain, there was a young lady that was restrained, mechanical restraint, just because his father had a depression and her mother had a diagnosis of schizophrenia. She had gone to the emergency services many times because she had a very strong headache. And when the doctors saw the report of their parents, they just tied her, and a couple of days later, she died. So my organization denounces to the UN Convention, to the committee. And finally, in the concluding observations, it was reflected. The committee's concern about reported deaths of persons with psychosocial disabilities in psychiatric hospitals. So when a recommendation comes to a government, the government has to reply and say, what is the government going to do in relation to this problem? But recently in France, in the concluding observations of September, it states that inhuman and degrading conditions of custody measures and at residential and mental health facilities. So this is a general problem. There has been a very important campaign of Human Rights Watch, Break the Change. It was delivered last year during the pandemic, during the World Mental Health Day. So, in our view, monitoring is very important. We think that that's one of the most important tools that we could have to change things. And here you have some monitoring mechanism. The quality rights, of course, the National Ombudsman, monitoring under the Article 33 of the CRPD, and the independent monitoring by civil society, like it had happened in Georgia. So coercion is a very hard question right now, at least in Europe, and I feel that maybe around the world. There are a number of initiatives and activities. WPA has a supporting and implementing alternatives to coercion mental health care task force. I am member of it. They have developed a position paper. There also a compendium of good practice developed by the Council of Europe. There are good practices by WHO, and there are researching projects in the European Union. But I wonder why this Dr. John Connolly in 1856 said, "It is now 16 years since the use of any mechanical restraint was abolished. No fallacy can be greater than that of imagining what is called a moderate use of mechanical restraints to be consistent with the general treatment." So why aren't we able to do the same that he did in the middle of 19th century? What's going wrong? I don't believe we can rely on lack of funding. So, well, let's go back. Let's go back to the peer-to-peer support. And I will talk about a training we developed together with some people of that forum, of that website we have created. meaningful involvement of peers in mental health trainings. It is called, the training is called Education, a Key Tool for Recovery and Fight Against Stigma and Discrimination. I added discrimination in the last training in 2018 because we firmly believe that stigma is not the same as discrimination. Stigma is the mother of discrimination, and discrimination is against the law. So the project objective was to develop a teaching program with by users under the CRPD principles with the characteristics of empowerment and recovery process to promote a strong users movement and train to trainers in order to be able to have chats at schools, be teachers, impart seminars and research. During that first training, I was the only trainer. The rest were psychiatrists, psychologists, nurses, social workers, journalists, lawyers, etc. Some of the contents were self-management, rights, CRPD, psychotherapy, coaching, lifestyle, and nursing in mental health. The conference talks that took place in schools were really exciting. Students were not used to being face-to-face with a person with mental health problems. This happened in 2009. Other aspect is to train professionals. We have been doing since 2015, 34 courses till now, to the emergency services of Madrid, SUMA 112. We have reached out to 1,500 health professionals. The evaluations are excellent. The regional government pays peer experts, the same as the other 3 teachers, a doctor, and 2 psychologists. Some students of those trainings I had just related became teachers at our trainings and emergency services. Here you can see one of our trainees, Miriam. So as I said, students join as teachers for the following editions. And so it has been until today. It has grown like an spiral and dropped in a pond, and that is becoming bigger and bigger. Knowledge is expanding. Here you can see my friend and colleague, Sarah, my friend and colleague, Silvia, who has been a student of one of our trainings. She's a patient, a person with psychosocial disability, and in the middle, the oldest one and the fastest is me. We have disseminated and presented our results in a very huge number of congresses, seminars, reviews, etc. After these trainings, we were selected as a good practice by the European Union, by the Commission. And then we became partners of a Horizon 2020 research program. The consortium is formed by 16 partners of 11 countries. Our role, among others, is the meaningful involvement of organizations and persons with psychosocial disability. We train professionals to be part of the community mental health teams. These are teams that are mobile teams that go to homes. And also peer workers. They are part of this community mental health. Our constant teaching or rights, we have we focus on Article 19, living independently, Article 27, work and employment, and Article 28, adequate standard of living and social protection. This was also in the Declaration of Human Rights. Here I'm teaching in Zagreb. This is in Montenegro. These are my peers there, and my peers in Macedonia and Bulgaria. Of course, because of the COVID, we had to continue online. And these are some of my mentoring sessions with the COVID. Now we have started a new project on peer-to-peer trainings under the program of Erasmus Plus in the European Union. Just to finalize, I'm going to go a little fast here because we are a little late. As a member of the Women's Committee of the European Disability Forum, which is one of the hugest organizations in Europe, we denounced that 8 out of 10 women with mental illness suffer abuse from their partner. 26% of women with a serious mental health have suffered sexual violence in childhood compared to 3.5% of the rest. And this is a very terrible situation. There's a lack of credibility that they have when they say they have been victims of violence. Doctors don't believe them. Psychologists don't believe them. Nurses don't believe me. And this is clearly in my view because of stigma. There's a lack of research in this sense. This is one of the few research studies that we have from the north of Spain, from País Vasco. Of course, we all might agree that there's a gender and power in mental health, because the socio-economic determinants of mental health apply. And there's a susceptibility and exposure to specific mental health risks. Still, in almost all countries in the world, forced sterilization is not prohibited. Persons with psychosocial disabilities don't have the rights. Unemployment of women with psychosocial disabilities have the highest rates. But there's hope. A week ago, we were first last year. The Spanish government, the Spanish Parliament, approved the ending of forced sterilization. Last Friday, we went to the Ministry of Health and Social Affairs, where the government asked for pardon to all those women that had been forced sterilized. So activism, training, peer-to-peer, users movement, meaningful participation gives its fruits. So thank you for your attention. Nothing about us without us.
Welcome to the afternoon session. Our next speaker is Dr. H. Chandrasekhar, Professor and Head of Department of Psychiatry, East Point College of Medical Sciences and Research Center, and an ex-secretary for KSMHA in Bangalore, India. He will present the topic on Challenges in Implementing Mental Health Care Act 2017 and Rehabilitation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. At the outside, I congratulate Dr. Medha, Zandy, and team for wonderful arrangements like this. I also thank the President, Dr. T. Murli, for the opportunity given to me. So, I've been working in implementation of this act for the following 4 years. So during my presentation, I'm going to talk about Mental Health Care Act 2017, the provisions. I briefly describe the provisions and what are the general challenges we faced as per the act. That also I'm going to present. And another important thing is financial requirements in rupees in our country, how much we require, that's also I'm going to, and probable solutions which proposed also I will be trying to discuss during my presentation. So Mental Health Care Act was passed in the year 2017, April 7th, and it was passed by the Parliament and even regulated. So to briefly talk about the statement of objects and reasons. First, UNCRPD, United Nations Conventions on Rights of Persons with Disability, was ratified by Government of India in 2007, and it became obligation on our part to align the policies and laws with respect to UNCRPD. And hence, our country passed 2 laws, most importantly, Rights of Persons with Disability in 2016 and Mental Health Care Act in 2017. So these are the points which were in the statement of object and reason, like, recognizing that mentally ill or vulnerable families bear the burden and their rights are violated. And it also says that person with mental illness to be treated and environment to be made as conducive as possible. And protect and promote rights of person with mental illness and integrate mental health into primary care. So as per the act, following were the objectives. It's an act to provide for mental health care and services for persons with mental illness, and to protect and promote and fulfill the rights of such persons during delivery of mental health care and services, and for matters connected therewith and incident. That means here what we see in this objective is the services. The services means it gives a major role on the government to provide mental health services. And it's the role of the government to protect their rights during delivery of mental health care and services. So I'm just highlighting the various chapters of the Act. So there are 126 sections and 16 chapters. So as we can see, Chapter 2 is about mental illness and capacity to make mental health care and treatment decisions. Chapter 3 is about how to form an advance directive for treatment-related issues. And Chapter 4, nominated representative. Chapter 5 being the most important chapter of this Act, talks about 10 rights of persons with mental illness. And Chapter 6, duties of appropriate government, and 6, 7 and 8 about central and state mental authority, and 10 about mental health establishment, 11 mental health review board. So most important thing I want to highlight about the draft of this act is there are 6 chapters which are mainly concerned with treatment and well-being of the persons with mental illness only. So to conclude, we can say this act mainly concerned about the rights of persons with mental illness. And accordingly, Government of India also made some publications, currently about 5 publications I have shown in this slide, that Central Mental Health Authority Rules 2018, State Mental Health Authority Rules 2018, Rights of Persons with Mental Illness Rules 2018, and Capacity Assessment Guidance Document. It was in 2019, the guideline regarding how to assess the capacity before admission, after admission. And recently in 2020, the Central Mental Authority Regulations 2020 were published by Government of India to implement the various provisions of this Act. So by and large, I want to conclude after going through the Act is very progressive, right-based and patient-centric. And it basically works with person with mental illness as the center of the Act, around which all the provisions revolve. So to comment about positive aspect of the Act, it's a very progressive Act, as I told. It gives a lot of rights to the person with mental illness, right to access mental health care. So it's his right, like, if the government is not able to provide through government services, government has to reimburse whatever mental health services he gets from private. So right to community living, that means he cannot be kept in rehabilitation centers for long. Right to confidentiality, and almost 10 rights are there. This Act is also known to make some prohibited procedures. So it has prohibited, most importantly, unmodified ECTs in our country, seclusion, chaining, and also psychosurgery without the patient consent. So they are all prohibited procedures according to the Act. And decriminalization of attempted suicide, another important aspect of the Act. That means previously that attempted suicide continued to be a punishable act in our country. And as per this Act, now, our section 115 of the Act says a person with attempted suicide is having a stress, it required to be treated, not punished. That's what the Act, that provision says. And one more important positive aspect of it is specifies in section 100 duties of police officers, especially in the cases of homeless, mentally ill, and any patient who is behaving abnormally, violently. So these are all the positive aspects of the Act. And of course, as we are looking at, there are various negative aspects of the Act. So we have a national mental health program ongoing since 1982. It has its own way of functioning. It's it treats patients in the primary health care, primary health center, and in the community. So the whole Act does not mention about how this NMHP is to be coordinated with the Mental Health Act. And mental health specifies mental health care to be provided by mental health professions, namely psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, psychiatric social workers, and psychiatric nurses. But the reality is the resources, the manpower is very, very low in our country, especially in many of the northern states. And it talks about integrating mental health with primary care. It is again difficult because any hospital, private or government, which is providing primary care, if it has to admit a patient with mental illness, it has to register with mental health. So again, it is a stumble. And lot of, we are having already shortage of judicial workforce. It becomes very difficult for the implementation. So the Mental Health Act also has some of the concepts like advanced directive, nominated representative. They appear very attractive, idealistic, and aspirational. But in our country or all over the world, we don't have many publications which is not evidence-based in the Indian context, considering their resources. And of course, again, I would say manpower and finance resources are very meager in our country. And this Act does not clearly mention about the role of family. And in fact, in our country, the joint family system, nuclear, in whatever way, 95% of the wherever families are the main caregivers rather than the hospitals. And registration, admission, and discharge procedures also very difficult to understand for the many of the establishments and the patients and the families. And communication with district mental health review boards also is going to be very challenging. And right to information to the NRC is also something, very difficulty, especially in our country where we are always used to give all the information to family members, then nominated representatives. So I just want to highlight regarding individual chapters about difficulties in implementing that. So this is the chapter 5, talks about rights of person with mental illness. So I just want to talk about the section 18 of the Act, which articulates that every person shall have right to access mental health care and treatment decisions from a health services run or funded by appropriate government, and government shall run or funded by the appropriate government. Government shall make sufficient provisions as may be necessary for range of services required by permission. That means it has to provide the services by various professional and good facilities. So this table, I'm just trying to highlight the magnitude of mental illness and available resources in India. So currently population of India is 130 crores. And people suffering from diagnosable mental illness, approximately 10% of the population, or much more, it is 13 crores of our population suffer from mental illness. The number of people suffering from severe mental disorders is 0.8% or 1 crore approximately. So as per some of our surveys, number of beds for patients with psychiatric required is 6.5 lakh. But whatever we have currently is only 60,000 beds in our country. Then number of psychiatrists required is 1.3 lakhs. That is approximately about one person for 10,000 population. But we have only 9,000 psychiatrists available. So forth. As far as the number of psychiatric nurses, we have 2,000. What we require 1.3 lakhs. Number of clinical psychologists, number of psychiatric social workers, that is also approximately our country has only 1,000 each, which we will not be able to reach as per the Mental Health Care Act. So financially also our budget, health budget is 2021 is 1.3% of the GDP, and it's about 2.23 lakh crores, 2 lakh crores. So mental health budget is 600 crores, along with 40 crores goes in for DMA, district mental health programs. This is also very less funding is devoted to mental health. And implementation of Mental Health Act is mainly made by state mental authorities and central mental authority. So when we look at this is as per the chapter 7 and 8 of the Mental Health Care Act. When we look at the number of units and the amount required, we for example, Central Mental Health Authority, one has to be established at our national capital, and it requires, we were looking at cost of building, office furniture, staff, salary, transport, etc. It requires at least 1 crore or 10 million rupees to start one central mental authority. At the same time, every state have to have state mental health authorities to implement the provisions of that. Again, it requires 1 crore each, totally 30 crore is required. So to add up, mental health review boards also required to be established. So mental health review board, totally we have 241 districts, and again we require to 1 crore or 10 million per mental health review board. Totally 241 crores or 24 million rupees are required. Totally we required 27 million rupees for just setting up statutory bodies for implementing provisions of this act. So as per a district mental health program, which is again meagerly funded, it has no infrastructure. Most of the DMHP offices doesn't have a building, private building. It shares with something national malaria program, blindness program, and leprosy program offices, and officers are sharing this responsibility also. And inadequate skills and poor support and training undermine its successful implementation. And even though it is trying to use the existing health infrastructure, again it's very challenging, and health workers are already burdened with enormous workloads and inadequate struggle. Each district hospitals also struggled because they don't have proper infrastructure as far as psychiatric unit is concerned at district hospitals. So I just want to say what has been happening in our country. So only way we can go ahead, my suggestion would be mental hospitals or mental health establishment, bigger one at each state, as I think as per the directions of Honorable Supreme Court of India in a writ petition, each state should establish one mental health establishment in a big in the capital city or some other city, to work as a collaborative and research center to implement various district programs, and also providing some beds for rehabilitation and off-way homes like that. And general hospital psychiatrics are going to be the backbone, which has to increase at all the government medical colleges and all district hospital. General hospital psychiatry should be established with good manpower and separate funding. And also there are talukas. Talukas also require, bigger talukas require separate psychiatric units. So that's another thing. And district mental health program, budget is very meager and infrastructure is not there. Government, that is the best way when we look at it, the burden of the mental illness that require more funding. Residential rehabilitation centers, daycare centers. We have, our country has to estimate number, amount required to be established. And one more innovative way which has been happening in our country is a traditional healing center. So we have almost every state. In Karnataka, for example, we have around 8 traditional healing centers, especially the various religious centers, keeping the mentally ill, providing them counseling, and providing some shelter, food, all those things. That can be upgraded, and that would be cost effective to provide mental health services, say like the popular Dawa and Diva program, which was formulated following Irwadi tragedy in Tamil Nadu or in Gujarat, that can be replicated. These are all the shortcuts how we can improve mental health services in our country. So to conclusion, I would say country still lacks mental health services in the community. Our mental health survey 2016 showed that almost 80 to 90% of our mentally ill are not able to get treatment. Treatment gap is very high. Political will, available funds, infrastructure, human resources are very much required. And we require to move from institutionalization to community, because we have no way of treating patients in the hospital, admission in the hospitals. And psychosocial and community-based rehabilitation approaches are very much required rather than institutionalized approaches. And government is not in a position to provide whatever services mandated by this law. And private and NGOs should join hands to implement the provisions of this act. And to say, conclude again, this Mental Health Care Act 2017 focus on human rights of persons with mental illness, and meager resources, and the culture of our country, which is family-oriented shelter and treatment, makes it very difficult for implementation to meet the unmet needs of the person with mental illness. And I personally feel Mental Health Act requires some modification to make it aspiration law to a law of action, and we all require to move with the emotions, and there can be no transforming of darkness into light and of apathy into movement without emotions. So thank you very much for the attention and the opportunity provided.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chandrasekhar. We're moving on to the next part of our program by welcoming our session moderator, Professor Dr. Gholam Rabbani, Professor of Psychiatry, National Institute of Mental Health, Dhaka, Bangladesh. Professor Gholam Rabbani is a professor of psychiatry, National Institute of Mental Health, Dhaka, Bangladesh. He obtained MBBS in 1980, FCPS Psych in 1988. He is a life member of Bangladesh Medical Association, Bangladesh Association of Psychiatrists, Bangladesh College of Physicians and Surgeons, and he attended many seminars, symposiums, and conferences on psychiatry at national and international level like USA, Sri Lanka, Italy, Switzerland, Hong Kong, UK, Germany, India, Czech Republic, Spain, Japan, Netherlands, Austria, France, etc. Please welcome Professor Dr. Gholam Rabbani.
This is Professor Rabbani. I'd like to welcome you all in my presentation. This is the current scenario of Bangladesh, mental health in Bangladesh. If we go for Bangladesh scenario, Bangladesh is one of the emerging countries from Southeast Asia region in the context of the services, health services management throughout the country. We have only 270 psychiatrists are serving the 160 million people, where the prevalence of mental health in case of adult population is 18 among the, and the 13 among the child and adolescent population. There are 2 super specialized mental health care facilities or institutions in Bangladesh. In 2001, the National Institute of Mental Health was established for teaching service hospital, established with the 7 separate specialties in psychiatry to serve the persons with mental health conditions, and also to create skilled human resources in mental health. Before another mental hospital, which is situated in the northern part of the country with a capacity of 500 beds, named the Pabna Mental Hospital, or servicing hospital only. The total number of beds for the mental health illness of the government of the country, including the 200-bedded National Institute of Mental Health and Dhaka, and the 500-bed Pabna Mental Hospital in the northern part of the country. In total, 700 beds available for the mental health conditions of the country. Expansion. So the resources you see, and we have done a prevalence study of different types of mental health disorders in Bangladesh. We call it the National Survey among adult population in 2018 to 2019, and you can see the scenario of the mental health conditions And this study was done by the National Institute of Mental Health, Non-Communicable Disease Control Program, and World Health Organization. And there is a huge treatment gap, which we assessed in 2018 to 2019. The mental health policy documents available in Bangladesh are Mental Health Act, enacted in 2018, Mental Health Policy finalized, and National Mental Health Strategic Plan already finalized, and the National Strategic Plan of Neurodevelopmental Disorders 2016 to 2030, and World Health Special Initiative for the Mental Health for Bangladesh. Regarding the Mental Health Act of Bangladesh 2018, you know, we had in our hand the very ancient Lunacy Act of 1912. And considering its old nature and the present scenario and the demand of the country and the demand of the population, considering the rights and privileges and the human rights condition, we have changed the Lunacy Act, repealed the Lunacy Act by the national, that is the our Parliament, National Parliament of Bangladesh in 2018. And the new name of the act is National Mental Health Act of Bangladesh, which we have considered, considering the UNCRPD, United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Persons of the Disability. Its judgment, equity, and the National Mental Health Policy was finalized considering the value and principles of mental health policy, equity and justice, integrity, integrated care, and evidence-based and quality assurance, right-based approach, a holistic approach, the community care of the people, and the intersectoral collaboration, and the life course approach, starting from the inception of the human being till its last breath. So, and universal health coverage, considering the universal health coverage. And the policy to action was our main motto, and the National Mental Health Strategic Plan was planned by considering the National Mental Health Strategic Plan 2020 to 2030. There is an advisory group, and its chair was the Director General Health Services, and the member of the secretary was the Director, National Institute of Mental Health, and the members of the stakeholder group was 50, and these are the working group chaired by Professor me, that is Professor Dr. Ghulam Rabbani, and other members were there, including our member secretary, Professor Dr. Hilaluddin Ahmed, and the other stakeholders were around 15. So it was and our lead consultant was Mrs. Saima Wajid Hussain. She is the chairperson of the National Advisory Committee and the lead consultant of this mental health action plan formulation. And the National Mental Health Strategic Plan was mentioned, there was a meeting in 2019 where there was the lead mental health specialist and the specialists from other sectors of the government. The key objectives of the National Mental Health Strategy to 2030, that was a draft, and objective was to strengthen effective leadership and governance for mental health, to provide comprehensive, integrated, and responsive mental health and social care services in community-based setting, and to implement the strategy for promotion and prevention in mental health, and to strengthen the information system, evidence, and uh, research for mental health. And the key components of the mental health strategy plan 2020 to 2030 was with the SDGs, that is the SDG of 70, we have obtained the main goals to strengthen our mental health strategic plan of Bangladesh, and integration of the mental health in primary health care, and multi-sectorally collaborative approach, and the other director and other aspect was considered, and the human resources were considered, and the separate operational plan, that is now our country is going through 8 5-year plan for the development of the country. And we have a very big movement to establish the undergraduate curriculum. It's because there was a lacking of teaching the mental health in undergraduate level. So we have established a very big amount of teaching in undergraduate curriculum, and there is a separate medical board of the final MBBS, that is the graduate examination for the medical fraternity. And then we have the special group and situations, and a regular regulation body, that is, we have the Mental Health Act. Person from the health and justice system, and the human resources, they are established to go through a service through e-mental health by taking all consideration, as because there is considering the scarcity of skilled human manpower and the technology. We have started the e-mental health policy, that is the telepsychiatry and other mental health approaches. National Strategic Plan of Neurodevelopmental Disorders was earlier adopted in 2016 to 2030. It was done by the Institute of Community Inclusion of the University of Massachusetts, Boston, Susana Foundation, a civil society organization under the leadership of Ms. Saima Wajid Hussain, and the NCDC program of the Director General Health Services, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. And there was a document named by National Strategy Plan for Neurodevelopmental Disorders 2016 to 2021, and now it has been extended up to 2030. And that was a consideration of considering our CRPD, the Convention on the Rights of the Persons with Disability, Sustainable Development Goal, 2030 Agenda, and the World Health Organization with us, and they were doing the technical help and technical management of these issues. And the National Strategic Plan for Neurodevelopmental Disorders 2016 to 2030, and the main objectives was improve service quality, ensuring equity, and work in some pace and some direction, and sustainable service model, and inclusive and life course approach, and the multi-sectoral approaches, and public-private partnership was the main approach of our service and research and documentation policy. Kick-off meeting for the special initiative for mental health by World Health Organization and our national strategic policy persons. The goal of the meeting were to present and discuss our preliminary results from the country assessment and explore, prioritize for a special initiative activities in each country. And there was Bangladesh. Bangladesh has joined the meeting in January 2020 before the pandemic of COVID pandemic started, and led by Ms. Saima Wazir Hussain, WR of Bangladesh, WHO, BAN, and All Health Organization, CRO advisor of mental health, Director General Health Services of Bangladesh, and the mental experts of Bangladesh and abroad. Work in progress for mental health. There are various components, for example, assessment sheet, situation analysis. Already it has done to 5 priorities as per Geneva meeting, which was envisaged there for agreement and mental health strategic plan of action commitment. The country's national level coordination committee led by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, National Mental Health Champion as per Geneva meeting, Saima Wazir Hussain. Regarding the policy documents, the cross-cutting with mental health issues are Disability Protection Trust Act 2013, Neurodevelopmental Disability Protection Trust Act 2013, and the Narcotics Control Act of 2018 and Rehabilitation Council Act of Bangladesh 2018. These are the documents, a few snapshots of our documents. So the way forward for the Bangladesh mental health policy, strategic plan, and legislation, within 2030, National Mental Health Strategic Plan of Bangladesh will be going to throw many fold activities for Bangladesh to achieve our health for all by involving people participation for Bangladesh to establish the Sustainable Development Goal 2030 agenda, and it will be the well-being issue of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. And the mental health works, the social communication and development, and the inclusion of the mental health for equity and total service development and delivery for the common people to achieve our Sustainable Development Goal 2030 agenda. And the mental health needs, it has been felt by the government and it has been prioritized top. And the human resource and budgets are costed accordingly, and policy implementation is going to be successful with the hard-earned special initiative of the World Health Organization and the mental health, and the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare of the government, People's Republic of Bangladesh. And the Prime Minister of Bangladesh is very much committed to get a success by involving all the stakeholders, by putting their efforts for the cause of mental health and see a better and beautiful mental health life side by side, as because there is no health without mental health. This is the commitment and slogan of our common people as well as our government. And the Prime Minister of Bangladesh, Sheikh Hasina, is very committed for this cause, and we are going to see its action very soon. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. On behalf of Lundbeck, I would like to welcome you to our symposium this afternoon. And we are going to talk about the role of vortioxetine in the patients with MDD in the road of recovery, especially dealing with emotional blunting, with anhedonia, and with low energy. We have the honor to have Professor Andrea Fagiolini as our speaker today. Professor Fagiolini is a full professor of psychiatry and chairman, chief of medical services and residency training director of the Department of Mental Health and Sensory Organs, University of Siena Medical Center in Siena, Italy. Professor Fagiolini received his medical training at the University of Pisa School of Medicine in Italy, and after completing his psychiatric residency at the University of Modena, Italy, he spent more than 10 years at the University of Pittsburgh Medical School, Pennsylvania, USA, where he served as Associate Professor of Psychiatry and Medical Director of the Bipolar Disorder Center and the Depression and Manic Depression Prevention Program. His research interests focus on the pharmacological treatment of mood and psychotic disorders. Professor Fagiolini also serves on the editorial board or as a reviewer for several psychiatry journals. He is the author and co-author of over 400 books and peer-reviewed articles. Please join me in welcoming Professor Fagiolini, who is joining from Italy. Professor Fagiolini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. It is an honor and a pleasure for me to be here today to talk about achieving functional recovery in major depressive disorder and to talk about the role of anhedonia, emotional blunting, and low motivation. These are my conflicts of interest. So let's quickly review what anhedonia, emotional blunting, and low motivation are and what they mean in patients with major depressive disorder. As we know, major depressive disorder is not just depression. There are many symptoms that are as important and in some phases of the disorder even more important than depression itself. And among these symptoms, especially emotional symptoms, emotional blunting, anhedonia, lack of motivation are the symptoms that are most likely to impact the ability to function of our patients, the quality of life, not only during the acute phase, but also during the remission period. Emotional blunting is very prevalent, can be present between 46 and 60% of patients, even during the remission period. So emotional blunting is present during the acute phase, but very frequently is also present during the remission period. Anhedonia during the acute phase is very, very prevalent. Up to 75% of patients with an acute depressive episode experience anhedonia. Low motivation is present in the acute phase of depression, which basically interests up to 100% of patients, but even during maintenance treatment, low motivation, avolition, can be present in up to 30% of our patients. They're similar, but they're not identical. Emotional blunting, anhedonia, and avolition. Emotional blunting is the inability to have feelings, to experience reactions to external stimuli. So something good happens outside and I don't react. Something bad happens outside and I don't react. So people do not have emotions. And this is related to reduction in dopaminergic and noradrenergic activity. Anhedonia is similar but not identical. Anhedonia is not the inability to have emotions, to respond to external stimuli. Anhedonia is the inability to experience pleasure, inability to have interest. And it is related to disturbances in central dopaminergic, mesolimbic, and mesocortical reward circuit pathways. Anhedonia is a core feature of major depressive episode. You know that we cannot have a diagnosis of a major depressive episode unless a patient has either depressed mood or anhedonia. It's correlated with poor prognosis, with suboptimal treatment response in patients with major depressive disorder. Also correlated to several features highly impacting functioning, and it has correlation with childhood trauma. People with childhood trauma are more likely to experience anhedonia once they develop depression in their adulthood. The difference between anhedonia, emotional blunting, evolution is not huge, but they're not identical. So for instance, anhedonia again is the inability to experience pleasure. People don't do things because they're not able to experience any pleasure, so they don't even try. Emotional blunting instead is the inability to react to an external stimulation. So it's like anhedonia comes from the inside. People don't have any ability to experience pleasure and therefore they don't do anything. Emotional blunting comes from the outside. Something good or bad happens and people do not react. So they just don't care. They feel as if they were anesthetized. Evolution, again, is very similar. Evolution is the lack of motivation, the lack of will, which is very prevalent in patients with depression. And again, it can overlap with several symptoms of depression. Let's quickly review their impact on functional recovery, because there's certainly a problem during the acute phase, but they often remain even during maintenance long-term treatment of depression. So the present as residual symptoms. When people have emotional blunting, they just don't care about anything. They don't care about their day-to-day life. They don't care about their family, their relationships, their sociability. And they may run into work and financial problems because they just don't care. They don't go to work because who cares? They don't care about their career. They don't care about their commitment because they're blunted to positive emotions, meaning that they don't get excited when something good happens, but they're also blunted to negative emotions. If something bad happens and we have bad feelings, that helps us out to fix what is not working. That helps us out to kind of prevent what is happening from happening again. Whereas anhedonia, again, is the inability to have interest, to experience pleasure, and hands up, of course, impacting on the ability to function. We also know that emotional blunting, anhedonia, but particularly emotional blunting, can be a symptom of depression in the acute phase, can be a symptom of depression in maintenance treatment, but very often can be a side effect of some medications such as SSRI, SNRIs. In fact, for instance, here you can see a study where they demonstrated that 35% of patients, so more than 1 out of 3, discontinued their treatment because of emotional blunting. So emotional blunting is also a reason for dropping out of treatment. Here you can see the results of another study involving almost 1,000 subjects, 700 patients, more than 300 healthcare providers, and they asked to these patients, they identified people with emotional blunting and anhedonia, and then they asked what the impact was of emotional blunting and anhedonia on their ability to work, on their family life, on their social life, on their quality of life. And as you can see here in dark, the number of patients that reported a very significant impact was very high. 42% reported impact in work and ability to study for younger people. About 50% reported an impact in social life. Same thing for anhedonia. And it was interesting to see that the healthcare providers were cognizant of the impact of emotional blunting and anhedonia on the ability to work, on quality of life, on social life, but they were not as cognizant as patients were. So sometimes we may neglect a part of the impact of these issues on the life, on the functioning of our patients. Same exact thing for low motivation. Again, we're talking about emotional blunting, anhedonia, low motivation, very similar issues, but not quite identical. What are the main challenges in treating anhedonia, emotional blunting, and low motivation? Here you can see what the percentage is of patients that experience, in this case, feeling not themselves, reduction in positive feelings, caring less about others. So these are all symptoms somewhat related to these three constructs of emotional blunting, anhedonia, and avolition, low motivation. And these patients were attributing to the medication they were taking a negative impact on this feature. And as you can see, patients taking paroxetine, up to 57% were complaining, feeling not like themselves. Even higher percentage of patients on venlafaxine, 59%. Similar percentage, even if somewhat lower, for other medications such as citalopram, fluoxetine, and tricyclic. And this was actually true for also other symptoms like reduction in positive feelings, like caring less about others, and so on and so forth. And here you can see that tricyclics, paroxetine, venlafaxine, citalopram, and fluoxetine were associated to a negative impact on these features, which is particularly bothersome during maintenance treatment. Because, for instance, emotional blunting include inability to react to positive stimuli, so inability to have positive emotions, and inability to react to negative stimuli, inability to have negative emotion. In the acute phase, the kind of balance, because the inability to have negative emotions in the acute phase can be helpful because patients tend to overestimate negative emotions, negative feelings, negative stimuli. But in maintenance treatment, being unable to have negative emotion becomes a problem as much as being unable to have positive emotions. Because in our life, we need the negative emotions. We have saying, you know, I'm having problems because the tax service is after me and I don't care. I'm not producing all the documents that I need to produce. I'm having problems because I went to a funeral. I couldn't cry. I couldn't care. It's important that we have negative emotions because they help us to react to adverse circumstances. Here again, you see the impact of antidepressants either in not treating these symptoms, but even more so in contributing to these symptoms, especially during maintenance treatment. Look at this survey in about 160 patients treated with an SSRI. 46% reported narrowing of emotions, 21% inability to cry, 19% apathy. Apathy means inability to have feelings. Here you can see another online patient survey involving almost 2,000 patients treated with SSRI, SNRIs, and in this case, 2 patients out of 3 reported emotional blunting described as a side effect of their treatment. Also, it's interesting that the antidepressant-induced emotional blunting is correlated with the severity of major depressive disorder. So there is basically a overlapping between symptoms that are due to depression and symptoms that are due to the antidepressants. the antidepressant can trigger emotional blunting, and of course, if the patient is having also depression, that increases the level, the severity, the intensity of emotional blunting. Same exact thing happens in terms of negative impact on general well-being of patients for what pertains apathy, low motivation. Here you can see this is another cross-sectional study conducted in US and Italian patients treated for MDD for more than 3 months, and they found that 1 out of 3 patients reported apathy, 40% reported loss of motivation. So these are not just symptoms that are happening in a very small percentage of patients. In the majority of cases, they happen in very high percentage of patients. And in many cases, not only aren't SSRIs, SNRIs able to treat these symptoms, but they may strongly contribute to causing these symptoms. For instance, it has seen that higher doses of SSRI increase the likelihood of having emotional blunting and low motivation. This happens primarily for SSRIs, SNRIs, antidepressant. It doesn't happen for some medications, and basically we have studies only about vortioxetine, that is the one medication that has been tested the most in terms of ability to treat emotional blunting as opposed to causing emotional blunting, ability to treat anhedonia, and there are also some studies, even if not as many and as extensive as for vortioxetine, for another antidepressant, agomelatine. Why is it that vortioxetine isn't likely to give emotional blunting and, as a matter of fact, can treat emotional blunting? This has to deal with the pharmacodynamic profile of these medication, because vortioxetine is like a serotonin reuptake inhibitor because it blocks the reuptake of serotonin. So for this part on the left, the medication is an SSRI, but it also has activity on other receptors, such as 5-HT1A, that is a receptor that is linked to empowerment of antidepressant, anti-anxiety properties, but also its antagonist at 5-HT3 receptor. This is very important because, as a matter of fact, new studies have evaluated the possibility that this is agonist at the beginning, then desensitizes the receptor and becomes functional antagonist. But in any case, it blocks 5-HT3. Blocking 5-HT3 receptor in the GABAergic interneurons translates into an increase of dopamine, norepinephrine, histamine, acetylcholine. Whereas with an SSRI, when these receptors is free and available, when it is stimulated by serotonin, it translates into a decrease of dopamine, norepinephrine, and this is the reason why SSRIs and SNRIs are giving emotional blunting. With vortioxetine, this doesn't happen because blocking 5-HT3 not only doesn't decrease, but it increases dopaminergic and norepinephrine transmission. This is also explained by the fact that the affinity of vortioxetine for the serotonin transporter is not as high as the affinity of other antidepressants, because vortioxetine improves depression by increasing serotonin, but also by blocking 5-HT3, by blocking 5-HT7, by going straight to the 5-HT1A receptor and stimulating the receptor directly. So the involvement of serotonin that could stimulate 5-HT3, that does stimulate 5-HT3 in patients taking SSRI, is not as strong as it happens in SSRI. This is what led us to developing a study that was recently completed in Europe. This study was born because we saw in clinical practice that patients on vortioxetine, once they were improving, once they had improved from their depression, they were not likely to have emotional blunting. We had clearly seen, for instance, here in our university service at the University of Siena for students, we were seeing students coming to treat their depression, and then once they were no longer depressed, many of them didn't have the ability to react to negative emotion. We had some students, for instance, in the medical school that decided to withdraw from medical school. They were not depressed, but they just didn't have the interest. They didn't care about getting a degree, about becoming doctors. They were not depressed, but they were anesthetized in their feelings. They had lost their motivation. They had lost their creativity. And so it was kind of strange because they were exactly saying, I feel like I don't care. I feel like I'm anesthetized. Who cares about studying entire days for a test that I have to take 3 months from now? And this happened primarily to people treated with SSRIs and SNRIs. We had seen that once we treated their depression with a medication like vortioxetine, that didn't happen. And that's why we went and reviewed the pharmacodynamic profile of this medication to understand if there was a mechanism of action that could explain the efficacy of vortioxetine in treating emotional blunting as opposed to causing it. And also we designed this study along with people at Lundbeck. It was an international multi-center study, controlled study, to recruit patients with emotional blunting. We recruited a group of patients that had not responded or had partially responded to an SSRI, SNRI, and they were experiencing emotional blunting. So they were all patients with emotional blunting, 150 patients with emotional blunting. We switched them from their antidepressant to vortioxetine, and we went and looked at the ability of vortioxetine to treat their depression and to treat their emotional blunting. Our results were quite striking because after just 1 week, we saw a significant improvement in emotional blunting. Now, this first result could be due to a direct activity of vortioxetine in treating emotional blunting, or could be due to the discontinuation of the previous antidepressant that was giving emotional blunting. But we had the answer on whether was it a direct effect of vortioxetine or was it just the discontinuation of the other medication at week 4, because at this point the other medication was way out of the system, and nevertheless continuing vortioxetine, the improvement in emotional blunting was even stronger, and at week 8 it was way stronger. So this clearly tells us that there was a direct efficacy of vortioxetine in treating emotional blunting and not just in not causing emotional blunting. And we saw at week 1 here in dark, at week 4 in orange, at week 8 in light blue, green, that there was a clear and significant decrease in the score of the Oxford Depression Questionnaire, that is a questionnaire specifically measuring emotional blunting, and also significant decrease after 1 week, after 4, and after 8 weeks in all the components of the emotional blunting questionnaire. Not caring, reduction in positive emotion, emotional detachment, general reduction of emotions, and also identifying the antidepressant as a cause for emotional blunting. It was very interesting because in this study we also measured motivation and energy, and we found that vortioxetine not only was improving emotional blunting, but it was also clearly and strongly and significantly improving motivation and energy. See at week 4 in orange, at week 8 in green, light blue, clear significant improvement in the total score of the motivation and energy inventory, in the score of physical energy, mental cognitive energy scores, social motivation scores. So it improves the motivation. Here it is what I mean when I say people go back to school, go back to study, go back to their work, go back to their life once you treat well their depression and once you don't cause emotional blunting. Very interesting that vortioxetine also confirmed its ability to improve cognitive performance, clear improvement in cognitive performance. And very important, with the Sheehan Disability Scale, we measured the ability to function, and we saw a strong improvement in the ability to function. It was very interesting that it was the improvement in emotional blunting that was a major driver for the improvement in overall functioning, in motivation, and in energy. So emotional blunting is not so secondary because it's driving, once you improve emotional blunting, the improvement in functioning, motivation, and energy. And as a matter of fact, 63.4% of the change in the scale that we used to measure ability to function, the Sheehan Disability Scale, 63.4% of the improvement in the Sheehan Disability Scale, in the functioning scale, was directly explained by the change in the emotional blunting measure. So it's emotional blunting, once you treat it, once you recover it, that improves the ability to function. So it's directly correlated to the ability to function. There have been also other studies of vortioxetine, not only in emotional blunting, but also in the ability to treat specific symptoms of depression, like anhedonia. As we move towards personalized treatment, towards precision medicine, we need to consider that antidepressants as a class are very effective, but they're different in terms of which symptoms of depression they're best at treating. So for vortioxetine, we've seen that it's a good medication for treating emotional blunting, for not causing emotional blunting. Other studies have shown its ability to improve cognitive function. We have seen its ability to improve motivation, energy, ability to function. In this study conducted from a group in Canada, they looked for the ability to improve anhedonia. And here you can see improvement in this scale. The SHAPS scale is a scale, Snaith-Hamilton anhedonia pleasure scale. It measures the ability to experience pleasure, and see strong improvement at week 8, beginning week 2. At week 2, it was already significant in the score in this anhedonia scale. Same exact thing in the anhedonia factor score of the Montgomery-Åsberg depression rating scale. Again, very interesting that the improvement of anhedonia positively correlated with the improvement in general function and in health-related quality of life with vortioxetine. And again, it's interesting that it's the improvement in anhedonia that mediates the improvement in social functioning. So these issues like emotional blunting, anhedonia are very important because they're very bothersome and directly impact on quality of life, but they're very important because once you appropriately treat them with vortioxetine in these cases, you see that they drive an improvement in the ability to function and therefore in quality of life. In this study, again, involving vortioxetine and efficacy on cognitive performance, we can see again that once you use a medication that treats some symptoms of depression, and in this case, they looked at the ability to treat cognitive performance of vortioxetine, it drives again an improvement in reward and motivation. So when it comes to treating depression, we certainly need to treat depressed mood. We certainly need to treat anxiety when anxiety is present, but there are other important symptoms that in the past have not been considered as much as depressed mood, which is important. And among these symptoms, emotional blunting, anhedonia, low motivation, cognitive deficits are important by themselves, but they're also important because they do strongly affect the ability to function. There has been a study in patients that were non-responders to other medications. They did a head-to-head trial of vortioxetine versus agomelatine. Vortioxetine was significantly better than agomelatine in treating depression in these patients, but it's very interesting that it was also significantly better, not only in treating the overall syndrome of depression, but also in treating symptoms of anhedonia and in improving functioning. See the difference in MADRS total score, significant difference between vortioxetine and anhedonia. This MADRS total score is total score of depression. Significant difference in the anhedonia factor score, in the anhedonia subscale score of Montgomery-Åsberg depression rating scale. Significant difference in the Sheehan disability scale, and therefore in the scale measuring ability to function. and in the part of the scale that is measuring social functioning. So in conclusion, major depressive disorder is complex, multidimensional, involves different symptoms, different clusters of symptoms. There are several important symptoms, but among these important symptoms, anhedonia, low motivations, emotional blunting are very important by themselves, but are also important because they have a huge impact on functioning and on quality of life. There are medications that are not very strong in controlling these symptoms, but there are also medications that can treat these symptoms. So the important thing about vortioxetine is that not only it doesn't give symptoms like emotional blunting as a side effect, but it can treat symptoms of emotional blunting. And that's very important. We've seen in our studies, like other studies have shown, the ability of the medication to treat symptoms like anhedonia. I thank you very much for your attention.
Professor Fagiolini, for this interesting lecture about a clinical profile which we usually see in our clinical practice, patients having anhedonia and having emotional blunting. So we still have maybe 3 minutes for questions. So if anybody has a question to Professor Fagiolini. So if can somebody pass the mic to Dr. Hamid, please?
Thank you very much. It's a great presentation. I want to know if there is any data around the use of vortioxetine in older adults, particularly if it's difficult to treat depression.
Yes, this is a very interesting topic. Vortioxetine has been studied specifically. There have been studies in elderly patients and it has proven very effective and very well tolerated. One of the advantages of this medication is that it doesn't have anticholinergic side effects, so it doesn't give constipation, doesn't give urinary retention, also doesn't have the interactions with other medications that the majority of SSRIs have, because vortioxetine is neither an inducer nor an inhibitor of cytochrome P450. So in late life patients, it's very easy to use because it doesn't have pharmacokinetic interactions with other medication. It has been studied in its ability to treat cognitive dysfunction in patients with depression in late life patients, and usually it works pretty well. And as far as emotional blunting and anhedonia are concerned, these again are symptoms that are very prevalent in elderly patients. So medication like vortioxetine is helpful because it treats depression, it treats anxiety in patients with depression, it treats, as opposed to causing emotional blunting, it treats anhedonia, and for elderly patients it's very well tolerated, doesn't have interactions, doesn't cause important side effects such as constipation or urinary retention.
Thank you very much, Professor Fagiolini. Any other questions?
Thank you. Just I have one question about related to anhedonia and emotional blunting. And we are talking about cognitive dullness, which we are experiencing with many of SSRIs. And there is definitely some drugs which will not affect all of these things, which is, they will improve mood symptom, but they will continue with emotional blunting and cognitive dullness, I can say. Thank you.
Yes, you are completely right. SSRIs are pretty good in mood and anxiety, but unfortunately, they are not able to treat well cognitive dullness. They're not able at all to treat emotional blunting. As a matter of fact, not only they don't treat, but they may be a cause. They may make it worse, emotional blunting and low motivations. So on one hand, they're important medications in terms of treating mood and anxiety, but on the other hand, they're not so good in treating cognitive symptoms, in treating motivation, in treating emotional blunting, and may cause emotional blunting. Thank you for your question.
Thanks again, Professor Fagiolini. I think we have to stop here. This is the time of the symposium. So finally, we thank you very much, Professor Fagiolini. Looking forward to inviting you next time here in Abu Dhabi. And we finally thank the organizing committee, Dr. Midhat Al-Sabahi, for giving us this opportunity to be with you today. And thank you very much for your attendance and attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that symposium sponsored by Lonbec. Our next keynote speaker is Ms. Eleni Misganau. She's a mental health advocate with lived experience, particularly focusing on amplifying the voice of mental health care users in Ethiopia and beyond. She co-founded the Mental Health Service Users Association, established as an Ethiopian society in 2018, and has served as its president since its establishment. She is also an honorary member and mentor at the Global Mental Health Peer Network, providing support to a newly appointed executive committee members. Ms. Eleni has been providing lived experience perspective to national and international mental health related reports, documents, and research related works, either in drafting, reviewing, or both. She has lived with bipolar disorder since early adolescence, which gives her first-hand experience on the mental health care service in Ethiopia. She has a Master's of Arts in Sociology and a background in economics. She's married to a caring husband. She will deliver her keynote presentation on user involvement in service development and mental health research. Please welcome Ms. Eleni Misganau.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining this session. I will be presenting some of the issues related with service user involvement in service development and mental health research. I will be basing most of my reflections on the Mental Health Service Users Association in Ethiopia, which is a user-led organization focusing mainly on advocacy and service user empowerment. Some of the objectives of my reflections are to identify the key involvement of service users, what are the main issues involved in this topic, and also I will be basing my experience of Service Users Association to identify the major barriers and what are the enabling factors to enhance service user involvement. And I will be forwarding some key recommendations. What makes service users involvement so special is that they play a unique function in the mental health system, in the mental health sector. They bring in an in-depth experience on the impact of living with a mental health condition. They have a first-hand experience of what it means to live with a mental health condition. So this makes them expertise by experience. And they bring in special tools to catalyze for changes and transformation of societal systems. They bring in unique stories, personal experiences that enable to be catalyst for change and bring in some societal systems to reduce stigma and discrimination. And they usually focus on individuals' abilities rather than the disability. In general, they can be effective. Service user involvement can be effective in ensuring compliance with national and international human rights instruments, involvement in research, reducing stigma and discrimination, providing peer support, and they can generally contribute to better quality mental health care and services if they are meaningfully involved in development, design, review, implementation, and monitoring and evaluation stage of service delivery. This is general terms. I will be focusing with more details. What is the rationale to involve service users? The major one is that involving service users is a human rights issue. People with lived experience of mental health conditions have the right to be heard. They have the right to be consulted on matters that concern them personally. This is a human rights issue. And when they are well empowered to recognize their human rights, and when they are facilitated enough to exercise these rights, they can contribute to increase protection of human rights itself. And they can also bring in a better understanding and support for service users because they inform service providers, researchers on issues that are working well, on issues to improve. So their opinion is very much valuable for improving service quality. They can also be involved and be effective in ensuring appropriateness of care and improving quality and accessibility of mental health services, mental health service expansions. They can also be best advocate for better allocation of budgets and efficient utilization of resources. And they are also important engagers in service user service inclusiveness. In countries, especially in low-income countries, people do not come to medical services, to modern services at the first outset. They normally come in after exhausting traditional religious healing and traditional treatment options. So involving service users in service delivery can ensure uptake and engagement in care. They can play a role in providing peer support that would enable better treatment adherence, etc. And they also bring in their own personal stories and personal experiences that can be powerful in reducing stigma and discrimination. In many countries, more than research outputs, more than academic researchers, people are more touched, and attitude change is more likely to come in with a story, a personal touch. So they can play an important role in that. And another reason to involve service users is that their collective voice is powerful to influence and lobby for policy and legislative reforms. And this involvement of service users is also a key recommendation of WHO Comprehensive Mental Health Action Plan. So there is a global direction to involve service users in service delivery as well as in research. Mental health research is not something to be done for service users, about service users, to service users, but something to be done with them. Because the more they are engaged in co-creation and engagement at all stages of the research, the more they can be useful, the more they can be ensuring the research outputs as well. They can bridge the gap between academic researchers and other policy-relevant researchers. And they should not be limited to using them as research participants, but they should be involved in the research project from the inception to the implementation and monitoring activities. Fortunately, the value of engaging people with mental health conditions in research is being recognized by a growing number of researchers. If meaningfully engaged, people with mental health condition bring on board an expertise that is based upon experience. This expertise is instrumental in setting research priorities as well as in the design, actual conduct, implementation, and dissemination of research. In cases where this engagement is done in a genuine and non-tokenistic way, experts by experience are empowered through greater self-awareness and can also help researchers contextualize sensitive methodologies that are feasible and acceptable to individuals. To give an example of a research that was conducted in Ethiopia to explore how to achieve involvement of experts by experience in mental health system strengthening. In this research, experts by experience or service users were meaningfully engaged at all stages of the research process. A theory of change model was produced with a range of stakeholders, including service users and caregivers. Then a participatory action research approach was applied, and stakeholders, including service users, identified top local priorities that need to be addressed to achieve involvement. A smaller research participant group comprising experts by experience, service users, caregivers, and health professionals was then established and worked together to explore in more depth the priorities identified by the stakeholders. An action plan was then developed, which the research participant group is implementing with assistance from academic researchers. Service users were also actively involved in disseminating the major outcomes of the research as engaged owners of the process. So this example shows that the more we engage, first of all, engaging service users in research is something possible, and when this is done in a meaningful way, the result can be very much rewarding. Some of the ways to involve service users in research is, first of all, they can be involved in identifying research priorities. What should be researched? They have to have a say in what is to be researched as a research priority. And they can also be joint grant holders or co-applicants on research projects. They can also be members of project advisory group or steering group, and they can also be commenting and reviewing final reports, research protocols, etc. And they can also be engaged in the data collection process as well. And they can also advocate policymakers for owning and uptaking the research outputs as well. And they can also be involved in disseminating information and knowledge about research as engaged owners of the process. They can use their networks, their print media, social media, debates and discussion on research to highlight the major findings of the research as well. So I will be basing some of the experiences of the Mental Health Service Users Association, which is established in December 2018 by 5 founding members with mental health conditions. The registration process took us like 9 months because the stigma is also institutional. The founding members were initially gathered by psychiatrists from an indigenous non-profit, which is called the Mental Health Society Ethiopia. This establishment came at a time where service user involvement was a new phenomenon in the country. The culture of service user involvement is inexistent, and service users were invisible, voiceless, and their movement was very much fragmented. However, the service user, the Mental Health Service User Association has been recognized as a stakeholder in the mental health sector by the government and other partners. Some of the examples of involvement that we had so far are the following. We were involved in the National Mental Health Strategic Plan in the drafting stage and in the reviewing stage, as well as in the launching of this strategic plan, which puts a roadmap for the mental health sector in the country. In this strategic plan, the establishment of the Mental Health Service Users Association was recognized as a strength in the SWOT analysis of the strategic plan, and peer support was recognized as part of the optimal mix of mental health care. And the Mental Health Service Users Association was also involved in commenting and reviewing the Health Service Act, which is still in the draft stage. And we were also involved in reviewing the health education materials for health professionals, the community, and service users. And we are also part of the National Mental Health Technical Working Group, which is assigned to revitalize the strategic plan implementation and working with the Ministry of Health. However, despite these engagements, the participation of service users is sometimes nominal and tokenistic, and the service users are not really engaged in major decision-making processes like budgeting and service delivery. The barriers to involvement based on the Mental Health Service User Association experience is the low level of awareness on user involvement at all levels by policymakers, the public, health professionals, and service users themselves. There is a low level of awareness of the rationale behind user involvement. And there is also a stigma at all levels, institutional, structural, at macro and micro level, and at individual level as well. There is a poor empowerment of service users and lower self-esteem as well. There is no database and national prevalence data to base awareness and to base advocacy. There is also no legal framework to base advocacy as well. And we do not have an evidence-based contextualized model that we can follow for user involvement as well. However, there were also enabling factors for involvement. There is a political will, which is global and national, to involve service users in general, no matter no matter the extent. And there is also a commitment to improve access to mental health care through integration into primary care, which involves service users as well. And the revised National Mental Health Strategic Plan recognizes service users' involvement as a key stakeholder. And also there is a global focus on mental health with enabling international policy and legal documents. And there is also an opportunity to draw learning from experiences in other aspects of healthcare, because some, like the Cancer Society in Ethiopia, the HIV/AIDS user involvement can be taken as an example to follow, to base service user involvement in the healthcare system. There is also some level of open discussion on the media about mental health, especially related with the COVID-19 pandemic. There is more and more focus, more and more open discussion on the media on this, so it can be an opportunity to engage service users as well. And this has given some empowerment to service users as well. So some of the key issues to take forward based on this discussion would be to believe in experts by experience, to believe in service users, to believe genuinely in their contribution would be something to take on, and also to encourage users associations as not as a collective voice, because their collective voice is what matters them, what matter most, and to link them to global networks would bring a very high impact. And capacitating peer network members is also important, because the more service users are empowered, the more service users are recognizing their rights, the more they can be exercising their right as well. And linking service user networks with research centers can be very important in their engagement with on research activities. And this is, especially in Ethiopia, a national database to compile comprehensive data on mental health service and user profile is very important. And we also need to include user involvement in research as a core competency in our academic curriculum. And also there needs to be an engagement from researchers to present their findings in lay-friendly research manner, so that service users can comprehend and work together with the researchers on the dissemination and policy advocacy. There needs to be also flexibility in funding. Funders should come in to promote user involvement in research and in applications. There needs to be a very focused request in involving service users and to show how researchers would involve service users meaningfully. And also service users should be capacitated through training and coaching to be their own advocate. And there needs to be also prioritize collaborating with primary health workers to improve quality of task shared mental health care, because this involves service users more meaningfully. Include advocacy for legislation promoting the rights of service users in every engagement would be very much recommended. And also establishment of a database system to compile comprehensive data on mental health provision and user profile. And also action researches should be conducted to enhance service user involvement. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope better days will come that would involve service users in more meaningful way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ganao. It's a bit difficult to pronounce the name. Ms. Eleni, thank you very much for your representation. Now it's my honor and privilege to introduce the guest of honor of our conference and the past immediate medical director of BSV, now currently in private sector. Dr. Mohammed Al-Jarhi was the medical director in Al-Amal Hospital in Dammam. He went after that to UK, where he practiced his practice there, and he joined Abu Dhabi almost 12 years ago, and we are honored to introduce him today for the next presentation, and it's my pleasure to have Dr. Al-Jarhi. Dr. Al-Jarhi, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Medhat. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. My name is Mohammed Al-Garhi, as Dr. Medhat mentioned. I'm currently a consultant psychiatrist in the British Center for Neurology and Psychiatry in Abu Dhabi. It's an honor to present and to moderate the second session, which will have a very interesting topic. It's about long-acting injections for patients with schizophrenia. The presenter will be Dr. Charles Yaqub, who is a consultant psychiatrist at the American Center for Psychiatry and Neurology in Abu Dhabi. Dr. Yaqub completed his higher training in adult psychiatry in 2008 in France. He also specialized in addiction medicine, and he has a diploma in cognitive behavioral therapy. His experience spans over a decade of specialized care in psychiatry in Lebanon, Saudi Arabia, and currently in UAE. He also held posts as a lecturer in universities, including Lebanese University since 2008. He shared his clinical expertise at non-governmental organizations such as Doctors Without Borders, and he has a long experience in both inpatient and outpatient settings. So please share with me, welcoming Dr. Yaqub for the presentation.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me around. I know it's been 6 months I arrived to the AE, and already I feel very comfortable around so many faces. So today we're going to talk about long-acting injectables in schizophrenia. This topic has been used, studied, and talked about a lot over the last 10, 15 years. But the issue is that the concern and the target changes every time. So practically, why offer long-acting antipsychotics for patients with schizophrenia? There is an evolution in the perspective on the why, on the target of this use. Practically, we have a golden slide that we all use since several years, which shows the premorbid phase, prodromal phase, and then the evolution at a certain point with the acute onset schizophrenia and then a progressive deterioration. In this slide, the most important thing used to be chronic evolution. So we are dealing with a chronic disease that has chronic implications and deterioration on the psychosocial functioning. Practically, all the studies throughout several years focused on three parties: the psychosocial aspect, the community, the patient, and the doctors. On the psychosocial aspect, we remember a lot of studies talking about how long-acting injectables would help decrease problems in the family, in the functionality, how it decreases the public cost due to rehospitalizations and relapses, how it facilitates and makes it easier for the family, for the parents to deal with the treatment of their siblings with schizophrenia, and how also it helps the psychiatrist deal with a huge number of patients, since we know it's 1% of the population. For the patient, he needs to know that he's not mad. He can be functional again, and this is something very important. And since it's a chronic disease, so we're talking about the chronic functioning or the future of the patient or a family practically, not to be considered the cause of their disorder. And here we had a lot of studies also talking about the compliance, the adherence, and everything shows very well that whenever you have long-acting injectable antipsychotic, compliance and adherence is something a lot more simple than running after the patient to take his oral pills. Reduction and avoiding rehospitalization, also a lot of studies showed that the more the long-acting is, the less we have a risk of relapse and mainly rehospitalization. For the doctors, it is important to remember that for us, we need a response whenever we treat a patient. For us, we need to attain a certain remission whenever we treat a patient. And this is very important, and the long-acting injectables helps us a lot in achieving this target. We need sustainability, safety of the molecule by itself, and a reduction in the impact of the chronicity of the disease. So for years at first, this was our target, the chronicity of the disease. And practically, one study showed the chronicity of the disease, the chronicity of the treatment, but then also the chronicity of the effect. Why? Because if we look at this study, for those patients, at this point, they were treated by orals, they were treated by monthly injectables and quarterly injectables, 3 months. And everything was stopped here. After stopping all those treatments and having them on placebo, those who are on orals relapsed mainly after 2 months. Those who are on monthly injectables relapsed practically after 6 months. And those who are on quarterly medication, long-acting medication, relapsed after 1 year. So practically the concept started to shift between chronic disease, chronic medication, but also chronic effect, to have a sustained effect even after the medication is stopped, willingly or unwillingly. And both we face them in our practice, willingly and unwillingly. But this is the first phase. And then we move to the second phase. And we started remembering that after all, we are psychiatrists, we are doctors. And whenever we go back to this primary slide where we see that schizophrenia is a progressive disease, we start remembering that progressive, not in the symptoms, not in the functioning. It is a neurodegenerative disorder. The progression relies in the nervous system. Whenever we see a decline here, it is correlated to a certain decline in the brain, a loss of brain cells, mainly in the white matter. And whenever we have every time on a temporal level, we have deterioration, we have a neurological deterioration that maybe studies since the 90s show us that we have a loss of matter in the brain. So practically, till when we will continue considering schizophrenia as just a social disorder? Even whenever we look at our Bible, which is the DSM-5, it's all about symptoms, social interactions. But for us, it is a biological disease. It's a neurological disease. And practically, what is the difference between psychosis due to encephalitis, for example, whenever we have an MDA receptor antibodies, Wilson disease, sometimes of epilepsy, Parkinson with Lewy body, Huntington, or dementia? They all lead to psychotic symptoms. And practically, schizophrenia leads to psychotic symptoms. So after all schizophrenia is an idiopathic psychosis in this bulk of neurological disorders. Until when we will consider schizophrenia only as an imbalance between dopamine and serotonin. Also, we get lost in this track by always explaining and talking about this imbalance. We have hyperdopaminergic activity, lower serotonergic activity. Yes, but this is not all. This is the least in it. Practically, schizophrenia is as functional as epilepsy, true, but it is as biological as multiple sclerosis, and there are a lot of similarities in the pathophysiology between the evolution of schizophrenia and the evolution of other neurological disorders like multiple sclerosis. Schizophrenia is a progressive inflammatory disease of the brain affecting the white matter. It affects neural connectivity, and also it affects hemispheric connectivity. And psychotic episodes have a destructive molecular mechanism that acts on the microglial cells. We have free radicals, neuroinflammation, and it's well noted that we will have this brain damage whenever we have a psychotic episode or a psychotic evolution, with decrease in the number of glial cells in the brain. We have a decrease in number and size of the dendrites, a contraction of the neural extension, decrease in neurotropin 3, nerve growth factor, and brain-derived growth factor. All this, we see it during the evolution of schizophrenia. And all this, if we go back to the study that Dr. Nasrallah did, if we look at a functional MRI volume of the ventricular volume after a first episode, after 3 episodes, and after 8 episodes, we see that starting the second or third episode, we have an enlarged ventricular volume, which directly, we all know, which directly means we have a loss of white matter in the periventricular region. So practically, the evolution that starts here, maybe not at the first episode, the evolution that starts after the second or third relapses becomes biologically very prominent and non-reversible. And this is the issue of the evolution of the disease. This is why my first slide was mainly treating the disorder but stabilizing the disease. It's a disease that is progressive and mainly non-reversible. Even if we have histologic look, we can see between control patient and schizophrenic patients, we have even loss of dendrites and spines on pyramidal neurons in the prefrontal cortex, in the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex. Even the interconnectivity between the two hemispheres, some zones are affected, and this interconnectivity becomes lower. This is why we have less processing speed for schizophrenic patients. We might see also other symptoms like we see in neurological soft signs, the loss of laterality, the schizotaxia. We have a lot of things that are very clear, very neurological in the evolution of psychosis or schizophrenia. So practically, whenever we say it's a progressive disease, it's gonna evolve, and it is not reversible. The role would be to know that there is a critical phase. And this critical phase is very important here. Because when we look at this, most of the studies, most of the treatments, and even some conferences that were held yesterday talked about rehospitalization and the role of treatment in schizophrenia, and it showed that the long-acting prevented a lot the relapses and the rehospitalization. Most of the time, we focus our interest in this phase. We try a lot with the long-acting, or we used to try a lot with the long-acting to flatten the curve afterwards, to decrease this part of evolution. But we always forget that the most important is to avoid the abyss, to avoid this slope. And this is why we have to always consider in schizophrenia and remember that the percentage of time usually, that the time spent experiencing psychotic symptoms in the first 2 years is the strongest predictor of long-term symptoms and disability. So we have the first phase that is crucial, that is important. Subsequent exacerbations, the patient will have a decrease in the treatment response, not because they will have a resistance on the molecule, not because they will have a resistance on the treatment, but because what is lost in the brain is lost. So this is why we cannot get back there. It's not a resistance on the pills, not on the treatment, it's a loss. Neuropathological changes often progress with every clinical episode, and we have a higher down. Long-acting antipsychotic, what is their role? Their role is that whenever they are used in the first phase, they allow for swift identification of overt non-adherence. So if a patient in the first phase, in the critical phase, is not taking his medication, we will be able to know. And this is very important because if we will notice this very late in the follow-up of the patient, we will lose the most important phase in saving his life, practically in saving his brain. The primary clinical and psychological deterioration associated with schizophrenia occurs within the 5 years following the onset of illness, called the critical period. Whenever I was a resident in France, we used to be asked, whenever we have a first episode psychosis, what would you tell the patient? How long does the patient needs to take the treatment at least? We used to say, and we all know, at least 5 years. At least 5 years of treatment, and then we see, then we decide. Why? Because those 5 years are mainly this critical period where we need to act. If we miss those 5 years, maybe we will miss everything afterwards. So definitely, we know if we stabilize the patient during these 5 years, the primary goal of treatment during the critical period is to prevent the relapses and to restore socio-occupational functioning to pre-morbid level while we can. Afterwards, we will not be able to do so. But practically, also, if we go back to the golden slide, we know that it is a progressive disease. Chronic, okay. Progressive. But we tend to skip the last and most important word in the evolution of schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is a cyclical disease characterized by multiple psychotic relapses. Cyclical disease, it just means like we are like other conditions in the brain. We might have relapses even if the doctor is good, even if the patient is good, even if the medication is good, we will have relapses. We have to admit our limitation in that. And what does this mean whenever we have a cyclical evolution of schizophrenia? This chart or this drawing, we need to see it in a way that whatever we do, we will have those indentations. So practically, what to do, how to deal with this? If we go back to the multiple sclerosis model in understanding how to deal with schizophrenia, we need to know that it's a cyclical disease. At least we need to help the patient relapse on a solid maintenance treatment. A patient that is treated in the critical phase with a long-acting, no lack of adherence, no lack of compliance, is stabilized, is protected, and has a relapse, at least he will relapse on a solid maintenance treatment. The chicken and the egg theory. Practically, we are never wrong. If the patient relapses, definitely he stopped his medication. It's due to non-compliance, non-adherence, non-compliance. As if it's always the patient's fault, as if the disease is the fault of the patient, if we go back to first slides. But no. Some patients, they will relapse while taking their treatment, and it's not their fault. The only problem in a disease like schizophrenia is the first thing the patient does when he relapses is that he will stop his medication. And this leads to a big impact on the evolution of the disease because we are in a relapse and we're removing the safety net. Long-acting injectables at least will keep our safety net, will keep for the patient his safety net so that when he relapses, he's not stopping his medication directly on the spot. And this will prevent going down to the abyss. This will prevent this quick deterioration at all levels. So whenever he is on a long-acting, stable treatment, we are not rebuilding from scratch after every episode. We're just readjusting treatment course. Like for other disorders, we give corticosteroids whenever we have a flare-up. So for schizophrenia, even if a stable patient can have a relapse or a flare-up, and we will have to deal with the flare-up, but we're not losing everything. We're not starting everything from scratch. So this is why, if we take back all the studies that we read or they show us about the long-acting treatment, practically, the old mentality used to say, usually we give few months of oral, we try several oral. If the patient would not respond, then we put him on long-acting injectable, as if آخر الدواء الكي, as if it is the last resort. Whenever nothing works, we put the patient on the injectable. And what we used to do is try one oral, another oral, give it like 6 months. If it doesn't work, and then in the best case scenarios, after 6 months or a little bit more, we would switch to a molecule that is present in long-acting injectable. The new mentality is completely the opposite. Why lose the most important time in the critical phase? Why not try long-acting regimen in the first year of treatment? We know that most antipsychotics have a similar effect. So maybe we should use those who have a backup as a long-acting injectable and work with this for a 6 months of treatment. If it works, that's it. If it doesn't work, we did not lose 6 months, because whatever we do, we would need 6 months to be able to assess the efficacy of any treatment. And changing from long-acting to oral is not the end of the world. But maybe losing the time and then changing from oral to long-acting might cause a lot of loss of problems. We think that the patient would not agree taking injectables or long-acting injectables. Practically, several studies show that even patients in the first episode psychosis do not mind to take long-acting injectables. It is not a problem. Mainly in our head and the patient's head, injection means psychiatry ward, meaning seclusion in the psychiatry ward. But we're not talking about the same injectable. It's a completely different perspective of long-acting regimens. Maybe we should avoid putting LAI injectables, long-acting treatment, long-acting regimens. Maybe afterwards we might have pills who have long-acting effect. In the motivational interviewing, whenever we talk to the patient, it is very important to initiate the discussion about the possibility of using those long-acting medication from the start. We're not obliging them, we're just saying it, stating that it is a treatment option. And the most important is to show the patient that those who improve on treatment would go into long-acting, which is completely different than the old version. Those who do not improve on treatment, we put them on long-acting because they didn't improve, because they are non-compliant to the treatment, non-adherent, they do not take their medication well. So practically no. Those who improve on their treatment are rewarded by being put on long-acting injectable. I would not put somebody on long-acting injectable if he's not responding to a certain treatment. It's the opposite that goes. We have to evoke the possibility to start a long-acting injectable. If we will not start it, maybe at a second time, at a second phase with another doctor, he will. But we should prepare this perspective for the patient. And the planning. The most important thing in the planning is the first question that we are asked by the parents and by the patients. He has an acute episode of psychosis, of schizophrenia, or a recent episode of schizophrenia. He comes to us and they ask us, till when should I take my medication? Most of the people want a clear exit strategy, oral or injectable medication. They all want an exit direction when this is over. So practically, for long-acting treatment, it is a lot simpler to explain to the patient at a certain point. And at least this is what I used to do in my practice, and still now. But whenever the patient asks, till when? Tell them, we start with this oral molecule. Whenever stabilized, or whenever we feel that it will help, we switch to long-acting. The protocol says we have 2 Ws, 6M, 6Q. And then the patient asks, what's this 2 Ws, 6M, 6Q? Usually, we tell them, few weeks of oral, and then you take an injection after it. 1 injection, and then 6 monthly injection, and 6 quarterly injections. And then we are at the exit point, and then we decide. This protocol is the 2 years treatment. So instead of telling the patient, you will take the medication either 2 years or for the rest of your life, you will take only 6 + 6 + 2 doses of something, and then we decide. Most probably after the 2 years, we will extend, but at least those 2 years, we will be helping the patient in the most critical phase of the evolution of their disorder. And definitely, we will tell them that this gives us some safety, that we are sure you're taking your medication. Especially that we know that whenever we start any treatment, the patient calms down on treatment after 2 to 4 weeks. The parents will see some difference in a couple of months. But the real efficacy in all studies, usually we see they do the whole studies at 24 weeks. Why 24 weeks? Because to have a real effect of any treatment, we need those 6 months. It's much more difficult to wait those 6 months on oral pills than on long-acting injectables. So practically, especially when we talk about recent onset schizophrenia or recently diagnosed schizophrenia, the question that we should ask ourselves is not when to use long-acting injectable. The only question would be is when not to use long-acting injectable, especially that we have a lot of our patients who have other psychiatric comorbidities too that would affect the evolution of the disease and the treatment like substance abuse or other things. So the whole question is when not to use it, not when to use it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yaqub, for the very informative presentation. Actually, it covers a very important area and is becoming more and more important, which is early intervention psychosis, the early management of schizophrenia and other psychoses, especially schizophrenia in the first 2 years, which eventually affects the outcome and is becoming now an essential part of every modern psychiatric service. Is there any comment or question? I have a comment, and maybe Dr. Yaqub can add to this. And it's not about the patients who are already diagnosed to have schizophrenia, but before that, the first psychotic episode, which is not yet clear to be of schizophrenic nature, or especially at this time where there is an increase in the stimulants misuse. So what's the implication of this on the considerations we take while we are deciding to start the patient on a long-acting antipsychotic?
Usually if we talk about toxic psychosis on amphetamine, on cocaine, or other substances, most of the time, toxic psychosis, the pathophysiology or the span is 6 months. Up to 6 months, the patient can remain psychotic after a toxic psychosis. So whenever we're going to say we're going to treat this patient for several weeks up to 6 months, I guess we can also go to injectable for 6 months. Why? We can give orals, definitely. But for those patients, who would say they will take it? How can we be sure? Especially that they have another comorbidity as substance abuse. So whenever we're going to say for a toxic psychosis that we need to cover the patient with antipsychotics for 6 months, it is a treatment. Practically, let's consider that we have a pill that has an effect for 1 month. Would we give it or not? Yeah, why not? The injectable is just a formulation. I've never saw a patient complain from injection for Botox fillers. We've never seen patients, for example, women, either they take daily oral contraceptives or they put Mirena. So practically there is no difference in the perspective. Whatever is safer, we can use it. Long-acting injectables are not made only for the patient who lost all their chances. We have to use it for the patient who need all their chances.
Thank you very much. I do absolutely agree with you, because this is usually sometimes, it becomes a question. Shall I start this patient on long-acting antipsychotics, or I'm not 100% sure that he has schizophrenia? But I would go with the safe solution, as you mentioned, to start him on a long-acting antipsychotic when there is a probability that he might evolve into schizophrenia in the future. Dr. Medhat, yes? Is there any question?
Dr. Yaqub, thank you very much for your talk. I agree with you a lot for presenting the long-acting as a potential treatment for first episode patient. And we demonstrate that in Canada, for instance, when we gave that at the first episode patient in our clinic, and there was a decrease of the hospitalization in the 2 years compared to the 2 years previously at the index of the long-acting medication, and that decrease for 3 times or 4 times hospitalization, duration, and cost of treatment. So this is an argument to present this protocol earlier as possible. And we conducted another study with young schizophrenia patient and early psychosis with drug abuse. And even for this population, there was a decrease for the hospitalization and for the duration of each hospitalization, and for the losing their job or their study. So it was very well demonstrated in some countries, and that will be interesting to differentiate long-acting with short interval and with long interval, because sometimes the profile of patient with, for instance, Consta or 2 weeks injection is not the same profile the patient will benefit for 6 months interval treatment. So this is a very nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Charles, for a very comprehensive presentation and very unique presentation style that attracts my attention all the time. Actually, I'm a strong advocate of long-acting medications, and I believe it helps in all psychotic disorders, regardless of being first episode psychosis or bipolar disorder or schizophrenia. And I believe there are many things that support this. Basically, all of us, we have different difficulties in adherence to any medication. Even if you're taking tablets for aspirin tablet, for example, or taking anti-diabetic medication or whatever, so we tend to forget. So whenever you have any long-acting form, as you mentioned, it's even if it's a tablet that works for a year, I am happy to have it. It will be better for adherence of your patients, and less conflicts between the patient and his family, to remind them every day that you need to have your tablets, and you start to be in the loop of paranoid ideation or whatever. And also, all of us, we know how toxic is the psychotic disorders that we have to the brain. So whenever you are avoiding this as early as possible, and you maintain your patients properly in medications that will prevent all those things, and will help you to maintain your patient for long period without any side effects. So why not to think about this? So I'm totally advocate for long-acting, and I'm really appreciating your presentation.
Early initiation of long-acting.
Yeah. This is what actually what we said always, and kept saying this, and all my time in BSB, I was asking for more and more early to start your long-acting. As far as the discussions that was there, I'm not quite sure what type of psychosis this will be. Even if it's first episode psychosis, not schizophrenia. So definitely you're going to put your patients for at least, let's say, 1 to 2 years. So why you are putting yourself in this headache, and you're putting your patients at risk, and they still you don't know exactly what is the diagnosis that you're talking about, but you are sure that this is a psychotic disorder, and if I wait 6 months later to decide this is schizophrenia or whatever, you're losing too much time, and maybe your patient you dropped out and you cannot follow him up. So I think this is a very important thing to bear in mind when we are initiating our patients on antipsychotic generally. Putting long-acting in your mind early as possible will be a very good thing. And you'll imagine how much your patients will be cooperative when you start initiating a discussion with them about long-acting. All of us, we are not still strong enough believing that this is important to have. But when we believe that, it will be much easier to convince your patients to get that, not for the sake of the pharmaceutical companies, but for the sake of the patient outcome. Because this is our main concern. So thank you very much for this presentation.
Thank you, Dr.
Right. Now, is there any other
time.
short comment for the time?
Very short comment. I mean, thank you, Dr. Charlie. This brilliant presentation, I have to say. I really enjoyed it. I think the very interesting slide you presented earlier about even people who would stop medication willingly or unwillingly, if they are on oral medication, they are likely to relapse after a short period of time. They are on a monthly injection, they relapse in a few months, 6 months, and the yearly, they say kind of 3 months injection, they relapse maybe up to a year. And to be honest, from the practical point of view, when we had the pandemic, and I was actually working in the inpatient unit in Sheikh Khalifa Medical City, and I managed to make good use of that reality. Even patients with first episode psychosis, they were trapped in the country here, there are no flights, and there was no way they may may not come back. So I used this principle with my colleagues to try to start the injectable antipsychotic medication, the one then the kind of after 1 week, the other injection and discharge, and thinking that he may or may not come back because of logistic factors, but at least I give him kind of a chance to delay his relapse. So I think this was quite kind of good concept to use. Thank you again.
All right, thank you very much. Now at the end of this session, because we'll have now a coffee break, and on behalf of all the audience, I would like to thank Dr. Yaqub very much for this interesting and stimulating presentation. All right, thank you very much, Dr. Yaqub. Thanks a lot.
Welcome to the third session of this event. I'm honored to introduce our session chair this afternoon, Professor Ricardo Guini. Professor Ricardo Guini is a general practitioner in medicine 1982, trained in psychiatry and psychotherapy, working in psychiatric therapeutic communities since 1984 and in day hospital for adolescents since 1988, as a psychotherapist and a general manager and medical director 2018. Founder of Spanish Federation for Psychosocial Rehabilitation and member of WAPR since 2000, member of board, Secretary General and President 2015 to 2018, and President WAPR World Congress 2018. Coordinator of book Model of Attention for People with Severe Mental Illness for the Spanish Ministry of Social Affairs 2000, and author of specialized articles and chapters and books on psychosocial rehabilitation and psychotherapy, Director Section of Psychosocial Rehabilitation in Sematica Editorial. Please welcome Professor Ricardo Guini.
Okay, good afternoon, dear colleagues in the conference. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for having invited me to this very important conference. And second, express my apologies because I'm not been able to be there with you as was my intention due to very complex situations that I think everybody can understand in these difficult days. Okay, I will go straight to the point. I was invited to present about the implementation of a psychosocial rehabilitation model in Spain, in the mental health attention in Spain. So the title you see in the screen is not exactly the same, but it will be the same in my speech. I mean, because the implementation of a psychosocial rehabilitation model was a very important part of the implementation of the psychiatric reform in Spain. So I will go. History explains a lot of things, and I think, we were aware in my country, as in many others, that the people with social and health disadvantage it was important to do something for them. We were aware a lot of time ago, but the first approach was charity, usually charity. Then in my country, as in other countries, we were in contact with things happening in other places. So this is a very important moment in the history of psychiatry, not the most important probably, but here is where a psychiatrist in Paris took the decision to free the people with mental illness from chains, and it represents a very important moment in the history of psychiatry. Certainly things started before that in different places. I mean, the moral treatment was in practice before in Anglo-Saxon world by other people, but anyway, this is kind of symbolic. In our history, there were different attempts to make a psychiatric reform. I will go straight to the last one, because the last one, it started in 1986 with the coming in force of a law about how should be the translation, the general law for health in Spain, but it contained a special chapter with the mandatory principles of what should be after the psychiatric reform. There were some factors helping in this attempt, because we were in a moment of economic development. So there were resources, fresh resources to do new things. Spain was in a moment that was beginning to have international connections after a long time of social disconnection due political issues that are not important here. It was a moment of political will. The government created a special interministry commission just to study the psychiatric reform. And it was a moment that there was a quite general agreement where policymakers and scientific people and agreed in the most important issues that should be done. In this picture, you can see what should seem like a mental hospital before the psychiatric reform in Spain. It should be more or less like this. Remember, we are about 1986. You know, very old buildings, very old practices, and not many fresh ideas at that moment. I will explain better than in all the country, which should be very complex, the evolution in particular in the situation of Madrid, which is the region, which is the capital of Spain. So it will be easy, because in Spain there are 17 different regions, and each region has more or less its own philosophy, and the responsibility is decentralized. So it should be very long to explain the nuances between these and other regions. So we will concentrate in Madrid, that we could be quite representative of other places. So at the beginning there were four major hospitals with long-term psychiatric beds, with not a lot of rotation between patients. You know, the opportunities then should be, if you can find a bed, you could go an old-style psychiatric hospital, and on the other hand, you could go to a neurologist trained in psychiatry. This was at this moment, this was the situation. The Health Code Law 1986 had a number of mandatory rules. For instance, mental health should be integrated as another specialty in general health care. The crisis units, differently from before, should be created and integrated inside general hospitals with other specialties. So no more special hospitals should be created. That was the general mandatory rule. The mandatory rule was also to work in a community-based system. So the hospital was no more the center of the attention. So we should try to put the center of the attention in other places in the community. The system was reorganized so we could have catching areas and the decentralized model. And certainly the aim of this endeavor was to work for the institutionalization. So people that had been long years inside the psychiatric hospital, we should try to de-institutionalize them and then send back to home with the family, to other places. It is in this aspect we followed other countries, for instance, Italy, where these reforms were implemented before. And clearly, it was the need to scale up resources because if you want to make transformation, you need resources and money. You need staff, you need training, and that, at the end of the day, that is money what you need. So the political will was to slowly allocate more resources for this. There were discussions, and it was necessary to find some agreements about the model. So these two documents were made in the two ministries that were with relevancy in this issue. One is the health issue, the health ministry that has the mental health strategy. It's a document that has a revision of the current situation and also states on the targets for the next period, and also the incorporation of the social affairs ministry, because when we are working with people with mental illness, some of the problems are clearly health problems, but many other problems are also problems that have to do with social issues. For instance, if you are thinking about where these people could live and if they should receive some money, or they should receive some help for training, and some assistance to find a job, then not only the Ministry of Health has a responsibility on this. One of the effects of the reform, as you see, is that slowly, the number of people attended in long-term bed in mental hospitals began to reduce. You see, this reduce was slow but steady. So this was one of the first indicators that this reform was working properly. Another important element of the strategy is that the center of the decisions came from hospitals. Where you have a hospital in the upper side of the slide, to the small community centers that were allocated in the neighborhoods, each one attending the people in a district for about 150,000, 150,000 people or more. But it is the responsibility of a mental health district service, attended by psychiatrists and psychologists. This is the general scheme of the attention. So you see, in this, if we if we could try to understand what the opportunities for a person with mental illness or for in general could have, we have first the mental health side in the left of the when you can have a different array of services, you know, the crisis units, early intervention units, sometimes the hospitals, rehabilitation units, that is part of the health, allocated in the part of the health system. But also some services were implemented by the social affairs agencies, maybe at the state level or at the community. I mean, as I said before, in our country, the responsibility for health and for social issues is divided and delegated in the region. So each region has the possibility to organize this in a different way. But generally speaking, we also find these two sides, the health system and the social system. So, and of course, these interventions should be coordinated. So, very quickly, what kind of services you can find and have been implemented along the reform with crisis units and emergency rooms in general hospitals, not anymore in special hospitals. This is not completely true because this affects the public services. In Spain, it is possible that you can have a private services, a private psychiatric unit. But if we are talking about public services, the rule is this: crisis units are in general hospitals. So you can have psychiatry in the 18th level of the hospital before, I mean, under lung assistance and before pediatrics. So it is in the general hospital, as well as the emergency. The emergencies are usually attended in general hospitals when you can have attention for, I mean, any kind of health issue. You can find a traumatologist or a psychiatrist. You always go to the same place. This is part of the philosophy. Mental health centers are the community centers. They are one in each district, more or less one for 70,000. I mean, well, it depends on the region. It depends on the demographic organization of every place. But generally speaking, this is more or less the ratio. And you have staff with psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, social workers, and nurses and psychiatric nurses. The hospitals sometimes in different in areas. I mean, we should try to have the hospital in each area. Not always accomplished, but this is the idea. And there is usually a coordination and a following up committee where staff from different units meet and elaborate and discuss about the situation of the patients that go from one service to another. This reform, interestingly, has been made with investment on health that has been consistently below the mean of the European Union. So it is not really because in Spain we had an extraordinary amount of resources. Resources scale up from very poor level of resources to a, let us say, decent level of resources, but never up the mean of the European Union. So Spain is a country in the south, and countries in the south in history are poorer usually than from the economical point of view, not culturally, but from the economical point of view. We usually have less economical power than the countries in the north. So this is obviously a problem, because if you want to implement a good system, you need you need resources, you need money. That's clear. Well, very quickly, this is more or less the image of a mental health community services. You know, it's a place in the community, in any street. You see there, and it is a normal place where you go. And this is the staff. Probably this is staff of a psychiatrist, a psychiatric nurse, a social worker, a clinical psychologist. Attention in crisis in mental hospitals. Well, this should be more or less the image. So we try to have a more friendly environment, quite different from the environment you see in the previous picture I showed before the psychiatric reform. Day hospitals. Well, we need day hospitals, of course. Day hospital is a place where people need more support than the support that can be provided only in ambulatory, I mean, just in consultation from living in home, you know, but don't need to be in a hospital. So typically a person can go to a day hospital every morning or 3 mornings in a week and receive a level of attention that includes therapeutic interventions, of course, medication, of course, psychotherapy, and also social or other ways of support, for instance, counseling or support to go to study or support to receive training for change, for improving in their job and so on and so. So the hospital. This is this is more or less the image that a day hospital could have. Now we go. This is, I have been explaining what concerns to the responsibility of the health system, the mental health system. What I will tell now is how, generally speaking, the social system has incorporated to help and to assist to the health system. So I will elaborate now in the social system. So again, you see there are a number of possibilities in coordination with the health system. And now we come clearly that we succeeded in this, the services provided from the social system, as well as the provided from the health system, but more consistently from the social system, were inspired by the psychosocial rehabilitation consensus statement. So they are a part of a complex strategy to facilitate opportunities to people with disability due to mental illness to reach the optimal level of functioning in community. This is the general philosophy, and that's why I find appropriate that we can say that psychosocial rehabilitation has inspired the psychiatric reform in Spain. For whom? Well, some studies were done. I participated in them, and we found out that how many people should receive this kind of support were more or less 0.3% of population. This number was consistent with the people meeting 3 criteria of diagnostic schizophrenia, bipolar disease, or other kind of severe mental health problems. Disability assessed in some way, and duration of the problem, usually duration plus 2 years. So if you had a diagnostic disability that could be assessed and your problem was long-lasting, you should be in a group that accounted for more or less 0.3 of population. That was the population that should need that kind of assistance, and well, so the system was designed to try to cope with this. Our last assessment is that, of course, it was not possible to reach every people in meeting these 3 criteria, but at least the ministry reports that probably at least half of the people is in contact with the system in some way, which is much better than the beginning. Of course, it is not optimal. We should like to, everybody could have the same opportunities. That is a mandatory philosophical rule, but in reality, we have to deal with reality. And the reality is that at least half of the people have a good opportunity to be in connection with this this kind of system. Well, what services would you have? Well, of course, quality treatment oriented to recovery for independent living, not for dependent living in some, as before in long-term mental hospital. The philosophy is for independent living, in independent apartments, living with their families or whatever, but trying to remain them in independent living, paying attention to housing. We know many people with difficult mental problems have different to find it. Well, we need to help them to have a house. We need to help them to have employment and vocational rehabilitation, and there are a lot of things that can be done in this way. We need to help in social inclusion so they can have leisure activities, or even we have worked hard to help them to be have the possibility to be included even in political participation through users organizations, for instance, that we started to encourage about 2003 in our first conference in our federation in Spain. We give a full plenary session to mental health users, a plenary session in a congress for professionals, and it was really a very interesting experience, and we learned a lot, of course, professionals, and I think the users also learned quite a lot in that opportunity. And empower us, and try to empower users so that they can feel they are to the maximum possible extent the owners of their life, and they can take decisions, and so and so and so. This is quite an old statement, from 1996, but I think it is still interesting to be considered. Another important issue is how to support carers. Very often the family, and it was very important to support them. So I will be quickly to the next. So this shows the increase of number of psychosocial rehabilitation centers in Madrid area, specific psychosocial community rehabilitation centers. So you see in year 2020 and 00, very few, and there was a scale up of a number of centers until more or less year 2010. 2010, we have the economical crisis before in 2008, and you see this has been more difficult to create more psychosocial rehabilitation centers. So you see, but anyway, the number of psychosocial rehabilitation centers has increased a lot. You see here the amount of money that was allocated from the social issues service in Madrid to this endeavor. So it is a very important increase of number, but beginning to decrease after the economical crisis. This represents the number of users attended. You see more than 7,000 in Madrid, and the number of staff, a steady increase along the years. And well, I will only mention, because we are short of time, the kind of services you can have. You can have psychosocial rehabilitation centers where you receive psychological support and also different kinds of social support. We have another kind of service, could be day center, where it is a place, it is not very ambitious, but it's a place where people with high this level of disability just go to spend the day. They can have a decent meal there with the staff, and this is the way. We have the possibility also to help people to get a job. I will show a few pictures after. We have also what we call social community support teams, that are professionals that can go to the house of the user once a week, once other week, just to keep in contact with this patient that is not interested in go to the center, for instance. That this could happen. We have residential care with increasing quality. Residential care, which is very different with mental hospital, is just residential care. Well, it is just a kind of therapeutic community where every patient has his or her own room and can stay there. It is more likely a home more than like a hospital. And some special teams, for instance, teams that try to help people in homelessness situation. Or sometimes teams that can go help people with mental illness in prison. A lot of people with mental illness go to jail. So some programs have been created to help them in that situation. So this could be the image of psychosocial rehabilitation center. You see, this could be the image of the lunch room in a social support center. It seems like a restaurant. I mean, this is a training you can receive, just a part of the training to get a job. Gardening, different things. This is a very interesting initiative led by Fundación Manantial, Francisco Sardina, who is a member of our board. He was the mentor of this. This is a plant where more than 100 people with severe mental illness work for the drug industry in different kind of situations. And they, of course, they receive money for that. So this is completely different to this first image. Well, I will go to the end of my presentation just mentioning, well, the result that has been empowerment of users, I think, is a reality. I mean, these are users presenting in a university, for instance. There is a lot. For instance, tackling with stigma is quite usual. We are very aware of the stigma issue, and there are a lot of initiatives that try to tackle stigma in different ways. We created a special federation to encourage other professionals and to elaborate in scientific activities just to improve and to enhance all the transformation. These are my colleagues in this federation. Of course, we organize meetings. We have a journal in Spanish. We have interventions in the media. We have interventions in artistic interventions in normal places. This is a pub, we are reading poetry with users in a pub, and so. And now, just a minute to say the lights of this history. Well, the change is possible, and it has improved the life of many people. The challenges, it requires public funding, it requires specific training for staff, and all the transformations are usually at risk in situations of economical crisis. Every time we have economical crisis, the system suffers, and now it is suffering. I have to say that. Now it is suffering. The public health system is suffering. Now professionals are overwhelmed and they are not very happy, and there is no enough money to cope with all the necessities. Obviously, the COVID pandemic has damaged also. It has been interesting because a lot of energy has been put, for instance, in transformation with normal attention with telematic attention. It was a kind of heroic situation, but we are now facing an increase of problems of mental health, especially in adolescents. I work in this field, and when the increase of morbidity is extraordinary right now. And I could elaborate some more things, you know, ideological problems that are arising, but I think I will go to the end of my presentation because my time has finished. So thank you very much for your attention, and again, enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Professor Ricardo Guini, for that very informative lecture. Let's move on to our next speaker, Ms. Natalia Gomez Carlier. Ms. Natalia is ATIC's Clinical Director. She is a psychotherapist and art therapist with over 20 years of experience and has a degree in psychology from Universidad de los Andes, a master's in art therapy from the School of Art Institute of Chicago, and PhD student of transpersonal psychology at the California Institute of Integral Studies. She is also a registered board-certified art therapist with the American Art Therapy Association. As a traveling art psychotherapist, Natalia has had the honor to practice in Bogota, Chicago, New York, Muscat, and Dubai. Natalia was trained in psychodynamics and is passionate about Jungian and depth-oriented work. Currently, she works from an integral perspective using and adapting different techniques and modalities. She incorporates CBT, neuroscience, Gestalt, brief therapy, Jungian therapy, transpersonal, mindfulness, play therapy, among others. The uniqueness of each individual orients their treatment. Natalia is an avid learner, frequently presents at international mental health conferences, and is a published author. She speaks English and Spanish fluently and is a 300-hour Jivamukti yoga teacher. Natalia believes in the healing created by the therapeutic relationship, the power of transformation, and is passionate about helping people find their highest potential and live a full life. To present her topic about art psychotherapy as a neuropsychobiological intervention for trauma, please welcome Ms. Natalia Gomez.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for your interest in art therapy as a neuropsychobiological intervention for trauma. Let me get rid of this meeting controls. My name is Natalia Gomez Carlier. I am a psychologist and an art therapist, and I'm currently working at ATIC Psychological and Counseling in Dubai. So my first notice is that this is a very short presentation for a very deep and complex theme. So even though I don't have any disclosures or conflict of interest, I do want to acknowledge that this is just an overview of a very deep topic, and that sometimes when we talk about trauma, there is a risk for triggering and for people to feel uncomfortable or to have some reactions to the images that are alongside the presentation. The work that you will see is the work that I do alongside my clients, or response art that sometimes helps me process the vicarious trauma of the work that we do. So my objectives is to help you understand art psychotherapy as a professional field. Also, that you can understand how is it that art therapy is neuro, psycho, and biological. I also want to talk a little bit about the cultural connotations of the art materials and explore some of the findings around trauma work. What is trauma? So here I'm going to use a definition from the American Psychological Association. Trauma is an emotional response to a terrible event, like an accident, rape, or natural disaster. Immediately after the event, shock and denial are typical. Longer-term reactions include unpredictable emotions, flashbacks, strained relationships, and even physical symptoms such as headaches or nausea. While these feelings are normal, some people have difficulty moving on with their lives, and psychologists can help in constructive ways in managing emotions. So this is the definition that we're working on. However, recent research shows that we don't need the experience to fulfill this criteria for people to experience trauma. There has been an invitation for a redefinition of trauma as a concept that is much more flexible, that includes experiences such as persistent threat in the sense of safety, serious illnesses, medical procedures, experiences of grief, and on occasion, even rape. Basically, how you experience life is what defines trauma. It is not the event itself, it's not what happened, which will define if you have trauma. It is how you experience it. I often discuss the idea that if we're all in an accident, we're all experiencing the accident in a different way. So we might have some trauma after the accident, or we might not. It depends on our lived experience of this moment. The trauma response comes from a really old survival system. It is something that has kept us alive as human beings in this planet. But it is something that has been triggered now for things that are not really have to do with our physical safety. So trauma can be also triggered by a psychological safety, and it can be triggered by the loss of sense of self and many other things that is not what the system was designed for. I'm not going to go in deep explaining the system because this is something that most of you can, or can have access to. But the idea is this fight, flight, freeze, flop, and fawn response. When we experience trauma, there is this fragmentation. There is this moment when things freeze, and this fragments our memory, fragments our feelings, fragments our sense of self. The intention of this is protection, and it can be really beneficial because the intention is for us to have a really quick reaction to the danger so that we can take ourselves to safety, so that we can use our beautiful nervous system to take us to safety, whether it's by freezing, just being frozen in time, or fighting or running away from the stimulus. However, what happens is that all of these frozen stories and frozen emotions sometimes can cause long-term psychological problems, and it can really result in trauma and not being able to process or resolve the full experience of what happened when this system was triggered. Another idea that is really important to understand about trauma is this idea of the polyvagal theory. The polyvagal theory from Porges and Dana, which I really recommend you guys look into in deeply because it's very interesting, is this idea, and this is a drawing of the vagus nerve. And the vagus nerve is this magnificent nerve that we have in our body that connects many, many organs and many, many of our systems together. And it is the nerve that activates our stress response. So the belief of the polyvagal theory is that when we have the stress response, this vagus nerve really is the one that sends the message throughout our body. And so the message is either freeze or shut down. So the dorsal vagal parasympathetic nervous system takes control, and we're just like frozen in time, like just deer on headlights. The second option is the sympathetic nervous system takes over, and it kind of pumps us up with adrenaline, and we have all of this energy to run, to hide, to do all the things that we need to do to save ourselves. And finally, the other way that the vagus nerve works is it's in rest and relaxation. It is a myelinated vagus nerve, unafraid, enjoying our feeling, our normal feelings. So this nerve will kind of send the system like freeze or fight or connect and digest. So really it's understanding how all of these systems are interconnected, my emotions, my feelings with my biological response. So in terms of what happens for our therapy is that neuroscience has started to confirm this relationship between our psyche and our body, how our body and our physiology is completely interconnected with our psyche, with our how we perceive our life, our experiences, our mind. And the evidence then supports that for trauma work to be in the best way, we need to address the body, we need to invite the body and integrate sensory motor processes where our senses and our actions, our fine and gross motor skills are invited. And this is something that art therapy naturally does. In the art therapy space, all of our senses, all of our systems are included, are invited. In terms of the brain, to go a little bit more deeply into what happens, we have the three main areas. There's more, of course, as I said, this is an overview, but we have the highly reactive amygdala, where it reacts to stress and causes an emotional arousal. So you would have a response that is heightened than what you should have when we are on trauma. We also have the overactive prefrontal cortex, which means that our limbic system makes us feel detached and disoriented. And then we have the hippocampus, which is where we store our memories. And this, what happens is at the stage in trauma, the way we store the memories is different. And there's a disruption in the implicit and the explicit memory. So what we have seen is that we have memories, but the memories are not verbally linked. They are not linked to language or to cognition. They're very sensorial and very in images. All of these changes are temporary and can be reversed. So it's just what happens at that moment in the trauma. Traumatic experiences affect our systems of attachment and meaning, and it really leaves us feeling abandoned and disconnected, this freeze, this fragmentation that we experience. According to Professor Van der Kolk, when a terrifying incident is experienced, a new memory or dissociation is established. This memory cannot be linked linguistically. It remains in a symbolic level, and there are no words to describe it. So we need to retrieve the memory in this symbolic form and then decode it in language. So when the traumatic experience happens, our memory is in feelings, in images, in sensations, in colors, in tastes. And the work of our therapy is to go into that memory as it is, in its symbolic nature, and bring it into the work of the art materials, into the work of our hands with the art materials. And then after the image has been, or the object has been created, we then decode the message, or we decode the memory, so we can then process it through verbal language. So this is the power of art therapy. Because the act of drawing or creating art allows us this externalization. It allows us to put things that are inside, outside. And when we see it, when we see this memory, when we see this thing outside of ourselves, it is easy for us then to connect and to make that narrative, to make that verbal connection. And then we move from this passive internalization into an active experience, which makes us feel more in control and more safe to discuss our trauma. Again, we go back to the brain, and what we see is this heightened activation of the right hemisphere of the brain. And this means the emotional visual experiences. And what art does, it starts to really access the split off areas of the traumatic memory that are inaccessible to the verbal articulation. And art then allows us to create new neural pathways, because in the creation of the art, we're redefining our neural pathways. We're creating new connections. And that starts to heal not only the person, but the person's brain. So when we do art therapy, art psychotherapy is a neuropsychobiological intervention, and we consider this when we're doing our interventions, when we're designing our plans. What we're doing is creating access to early emotional trauma, to parts of our system that are broken in terms of our attachment system. When we invite touch, we also invite the memory of the trauma. It can be sometimes really difficult because sometimes the touch was unwanted, or the touch is what created the trauma. So when we do the clay, or when we do all of this work, we really invite this touch experience, and then the experience of healing the trauma. And also, but this is where it's really important to distinguish just making art from art psychotherapy, because when we are in the presence of the art therapist, it is not only the art that is healing us, but also the presence of this art therapist, this presence of this other, who then is co-regulating our central nervous system through being present in our pain, through being able to hold and contain the experience of trauma, as we share it. So I wanted to bring a quick case study to discuss the trauma. This is a group of children who are in care of the state. This was a project that was completed in Colombia, and we were working with them in creating a safe planet. So they were creating and designing what they needed in order to have a safe planet. And you can see in the images, the creatures that lived in this planet were very scary, as the one that is behind me. And then you can also see what happens is this is like everything is fine, but then there's a ray. So all of these feelings of unsafe and all of these feelings of feeling the fragmentation really came into the art. And then towards the end of the project, they were able to create something that was way more integrated, which is the one that you see with the spaceship over the planets. So it's really kind of this process of going from the deep fragmentation and the retelling of the story into a unifying moment when all the memories come together and when you kind of start to make sense of the experience of trauma. One of the most interesting aspects of this project was that when we asked the children what materials they wanted to work with, they requested really different materials from what we had brought. They wanted food, they wanted shredded coconut and marshmallows, all of these things that were really culturally connected to them and to their experience that we didn't know, that we weren't prepared for. So really, these art therapy interventions improve resiliency, reduce avoidance and anxiety, increase body awareness, assertiveness, and agency. This is what we're going for when we're designing our art therapy interventions. So to conclude, integrating interventions grounded in neurobiology in the therapy room can support and rebalance a dysregulated nervous system. And it's really important that when you do this, when you bring the art, you really have the knowledge of art therapy, because we don't do this carelessly. Every material that we bring is very mindfully selected for that person at that time, for that trauma. So as cross-cultural art therapists, it's really important to know the neurobiological and the cultural competency that is required for our work. I would like to invite you to play with some clay to really kind of process the information that we discussed today. These are my references. And thank you so much for your attention and for your interest in art therapy and trauma.
Thank you very much, Ms. Natalia Gomez-Carlier. We are going to proceed to our next part of the program. I'm honored to introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Patricia E. Deegan, an advocate of the mental health recovery movement and founder of the National Empowerment Center and co-founder of Empower and creator of Common Ground, a web application to support shared decision-making and the psychopharmacology consultation. Please welcome, once again, Dr. Patricia E. Deegan.
Hi folks, my name is Pat Deegan and it's a pleasure to join you today at the World Association for Psychiatric Rehabilitation. The title of my talk today is Medication Empowerment, and I am coming to you from a small town outside of Boston, Massachusetts in the United States. So our topic again today is a new project that I've been working on called Medication Empowerment. I don't have any disclosures to share with you, and the learning objectives for today are to understand the limits of the medication compliance model, to list the challenges on the journey to use meds optimally to support recovery, and to identify key questions that'll help get a conversation started about the journey to use meds optimally to support recovery. Okay, there are two good references, I think, for this work that represents my latest work. Both are published in 2020. One is Prescribing Hope for Recovery, which was featured in the Psychiatric Times, and the second one was a short article called The Journey to Use Medication Optimally to Support Recovery, which was published in Psychiatric Services. Okay, well, I'm concerned about the divide between clinical, hospital, and psychiatric medication services and psychiatric rehabilitation. In many countries that I visit, this divide is rather formal. Clinical, hospital, and medication services are in an entirely separate sector, whereas rehabilitation services are over here in this whole other sector of town. Even in some countries, clinical, hospital, and medication services, the divide is very, very formal, and are located in different parts of town, in different buildings, and very often have completely separate funding streams. In other states and countries, sometimes these services share a common location, but very much operate as separate, distinct domains with very different approaches to treatment planning and goal setting. And often these two sectors of services do not communicate well. And honestly, the individual service user is caught in the middle, kind of falls through the cracks in the gap between these two service domains. And here's what falling through the gap looks like for the individual that we may be working with, right? So we could be working with Kate, who is receiving psychiatric rehabilitation services, and Kate is out in a supported employment job and doing well on the job, except her complaint is that she continues to go off the medication, and she says that meds make me so sleepy, I keep nodding off or napping while I'm supposed to be on the job working. So what we see here is a classic example of where psychiatric medication is interfering with the larger task of recovery in terms of becoming an employed citizen. Very often when psychiatric rehabilitation staff are faced with a situation where the individual is nodding off and over-medicated and somnolent, they say, talk to your doctor. But too often that's an ineffective and frankly unhelpful response. Here's another example. In this example, the individual says, well, meds keep my mood stable, which is great, right? But the meds make my hands shake so much, I can't do my job. Well, this clearly is a challenge, and what exactly can psychiatric rehabilitation practitioners do to support people through this particular challenge? How can staff, how can the whole team be a part of the solution here? Here's another example. Chang says that being a good dad is his goal. That's the number one goal in his life. It's what matters to him. And he says, the meds gave me diabetes, and I don't want to die young. I want to be here for my daughter. And so Chang is deciding whether or not to quit the meds because of the way they had caused him to get diabetes. So once again, the psychiatric medications interfering with the goal of longevity and being a good father for his daughter for many decades to come. This is what happens when people fall through the cracks between services, right? medication, hospital, clinical are over here in this sector, psychiatric rehabilitation are in a whole separate sector, and the individual falls through that crack, and the teams aren't good at being able to effectively communicate and work together to support the individual in making sure that psychiatric medicines are supporting individualized goals, that psychiatric meds are supporting recovery and the life I want to live. Well, let's take a deeper dive. This is Akil, and Akil says, he's in a supported education program, and he says, well, I'm studying design at university, right? But the antipsychotic makes me feel numb and uninspired. I can't create anymore. I'm not taking the meds anymore, right? So once again, a very common experience of medication interfering with an energy level, medication interfering with creativity, spontaneity, and ultimately the antipsychotic meds, although they may be having some positive effect in terms of symptoms of psychosis, for Akil, these meds have changed something that is essential about him so that he can't participate in his true vocation, which is the study of design. He's a very creative person, but the meds prevent him and have changed him in a way that's just not working for him, right? And so then the rehab team noticed that Akil is struggling on his university studies, and the team meets, and they say that even though Akil is out of the hospital now and back at school, but he's gone off the medications because he says the meds make him numb and he can't create. And so what ends up happening in situations like this, I think very often, is what the team, the rehabilitation team, knows about is the compliance or the adherence model, right? So what the team knows about is that we've got to find a way to get Akil to get back on his medication. And frankly, I was surprised when I began looking at the literature just how high the rates of medication non-compliance and non-adherence are. Typically what happens is that the field has a very limited response to people in terms of people who aren't using meds as prescribed. We say things like, and rehab does this all the time, talk to your doctor about that. Talk to your doctor about that. That's rather a weak response to an individual. Of course, there's involuntary outpatient commitment, involuntary hospitalization. There's a strong emphasis on medication education, but I don't think that medication education is going to be terribly helpful for Akil, who's experiencing the fact that meds have changed him and dampened his creativity, right? So these are all the different things that we do in the field, particularly in clinical and in psychiatric med services and hospital services, and yet the truth is they're not terribly effective interventions. Rates of medication continue to be high, not just in psychiatric disability, but across any kind of long-term disorder, whether that be hypertension, diabetes, or schizophrenia spectrum disorders, right? This is in these numbers reflect in the United States, but it's rather stunning to think that up to 75% of people diagnosed with asthma are not using medications as prescribed. So clearly our approach to adherent is not really working very well. And in fact, when we look at the cost to the United States economy of non-adherence, the numbers are staggering. Clinical non-adherence with medical treatment and psychiatric treatment costs the U.S. economy $300 billion a year, and that's a lot of money. And what I conclude from this is, frankly, the adherence framework often fails us. It's just not the case that individuals decide to be non-adherent or we decide to be adherent. It's actually a binary construct. They either are using meds as prescribed or not using meds as prescribed. And my argument is that those of us, myself included, who've been diagnosed with psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia in my case, that what we do is we make decisions about how to get to the life we want and live the life we want. And if medications are interfering with that quest, with that goal, then often it's just not worth taking them. So I think there's a whole other way we can think about Akil and the psych rehab team and how they might work together around these questions. So we need to take adherence, non-adherence, compliance, non-compliance, just put them on a shelf. These binary constructs, frameworks, are unhelpful, I think, in most cases. I think we can have a whole new approach, which is what I call medication empowerment. Medication empowerment emphasizes that learning to use medications is a journey. And on that journey, there are many challenges. Right? So using meds is a journey, and on that journey, there are many challenges, and that rehab staff can learn to shift the focus from trying to get people to take meds so they can be successful at school or on their job. Rather, rehab staff can work on supporting people through these challenges of using meds optimally to reach their individualized goals and get the life that they want. So what are these challenges on the journey? Well, first of all, let's define a little bit what optimal use is. Optimal use is so much more than taking meds as prescribed. Taking meds as prescribed is a very low bar. Okay? Optimal use is much more than simply taking meds as prescribed. It means having found or discovered or passed through the challenge of trying to find a livable balance between the beneficial effects of meds and the unwanted side effects of meds. Optimal use of meds means that I know my personal reason, my personal motivation for using meds. It means I trust my psychiatric care provider, and I know how to speak up and self-advocate when I need to. Optimal use of meds means that I experience medications as being helpful. You know, my mom may think it's helpful, my partner might think it's helpful, my employment specialist might think it's helpful, but optimal use of meds means that I also experience meds as being helpful. And importantly, optimal use of meds means my sense of self, my story of self, aligns with the fact that I am using medication. So on this journey, I encounter many challenges to get to optimal use. And optimal use is a very dynamic construct. What's working for me today may change tomorrow, and so it's always in flux, always in motion. Okay? So what are these challenges? Well, one of the challenges, and these do not happen in any kind of consecutive order, is what I call the passivity challenge. The passivity challenge is moving from passively taking meds, thinking that somehow meds are going to cure me, which is a very passive stance, to becoming activated in using medication as one tool among many tools that I use to support me getting the life I want. Another challenge that's very important here in the United States is the challenge called implicit racial bias. And this means that it's very challenging for Black, Indigenous, and people of color to get individualized, truly individualized evidence-based treatment because of implicit racial bias that can operate within mental health services. So that's a challenge for individuals of color. Certainly, another challenge is self-medicating, where the person is saying, hey, I like to get high, I like to smoke my cannabis, and I don't like your drugs as much, or maybe I like your drugs and my street drugs together, or alcohol. That's certainly a challenge. Another challenge is, are meds actually helping me? Right? You'd be surprised at how many people really don't have a sense that meds are actually helping me. So how do we support people? Because why would I want to take meds if I didn't personally experience them as being helpful? So how can rehab teams support people in making that discovery? There's a challenge that I call redefining self. If meds have changed me, how much change am I willing to tolerate, right? And how do I reconcile my story of self, who I experienced myself to be, with the fact that I'm now using a medication every day? Then there's what I call the trade-off challenge. And the trade-off challenge is really about balancing the unwanted effects and the side effects with the beneficial effects of the medication, or balancing the risks and the benefits of medications. It's about discovering my health concerns and being able to work those through to an acceptable balance when it comes to using meds. Another challenge on the journey to use meds to get the life I want is the challenge of finding personal motivation for using psych meds. Sometimes people experience a challenge of medication fatigue. I'm tired of taking too much or too many meds that really don't seem to help. And finally, a final challenge I want to mention is the exploration challenge, which is all about getting to ask questions. Have I been misdiagnosed? I wonder if yoga would work as well for me, or even better than these medications, right? Or can I go off these medications? What am I like when I no longer use medications? Was that just a phase I went through? Or do I still need medication now in my life? So all of these are very common challenges on the journey to use meds optimally to support recovery. And so if we return with this understanding to Akil and his situation, we would apply, if I was a psych rehab team working with Akil, I would say, okay, we can apply the medication empowerment approach and help Akil. You remember Akil? Akil was the person who was studying design at the university, and he said the antipsychotic medications make him feel numb and uninspired, so he can't be creative anymore. And so he's decided to quit the meds and is starting to struggle again because the meds he can't achieve his goal of being a designer without being creative. So staff, again, usually say to Akil, just go talk to your doctor about that. That's a medical issue. But I'm telling you, I think we can really do better than that in supporting Akil, right? We can do better than that. And so with medication empowerment, it helps people like Akil have a voice and have a choice in finding the treatment that's right for him. And that's a very different approach than trying to get Akil to take his medication, right? And not only does Akil get empowered by medication empowerment, but so don't rehab staff, right? Medication empowerment empowers rehab staff to have something they can do to actively support Akil in using meds so that he can get to his goal of being a designer and graduating from college. So the things that rehab staff can learn is, hey, I can assess the challenge, what's going on with Akil. I can watch a video about the challenge that Akil is experiencing. I can watch it with Akil and understand it better. I can ask key questions and discuss the challenge with Akil. And I can apply key strategies to support Akil in moving through the challenge. So how would a psych rehab staff person who's talking with Akil, who's out on the university and they meet at the cafeteria, how could they do an assessment here and find out what's going on? Well, what can happen is that they can use a simple worksheet that asks people about their concern about meds. So psych rehab would say to Akil, okay, talk to me about the concerns you have about medications, and go through each of these. And Akil says, yes, I am experiencing this idea that meds are changing me in ways I don't like. Yes, that's what is going on for me. Then psych rehab staff can say, okay, let's watch this video about that challenge, and let's watch it together, okay? And these are very short animated videos that present the concern and give some idea of what the individual can do about it. So here's the video. Meds have changed me in ways I don't like. Psychiatric medication can change the way we experience ourselves. Sometimes we appreciate the changes. For instance, if our thoughts were racing too fast, meds might help us think more slowly so we can concentrate on our responsibilities, and that's probably a good thing. If our body felt sad and slow with depression, meds might help our body feel more energized so we can enjoy our friends and family again. Changes like these are positive for most of us. Unfortunately, sometimes meds may change us in ways we don't like. Sometimes the changes are small or annoying, like dry mouth or feeling the need to sleep more at night. A lot of us decide we can live with these sorts of minor changes in how we experience ourselves. But sometimes meds change us in more significant ways. Meds can change our ability to do the things that matter to us and that make us special and unique. Say we enjoy writing and performing rap music, and meds make us feel numb and uninspired. Something important about us has been changed. If playing sports is a big part of our lives and meds make us gain weight so we aren't as fit, then something important about us has been changed by the medication. Are you concerned about how meds have changed you? If so, it's important to speak up about that. This worksheet will help you describe what's unique about you. Then it will help you put together a plan to advocate with the doctor and other team members for a better solution. Isn't that just wonderful? I just think the videos are very powerful and speak to what it is that folks experience and put words on that experience, and that's really validating. And as was presented in the video, there is an interactive worksheet so that Akil and his psych rehab worker can help Akil prepare to participate in having a more empowered conversation with the doctor about ways that psychiatric medications have changed him. What were my hopes about what meds could do for me? And what are my concerns about how meds have changed me or how they might change me, right? And how am I going to present this to my psychiatric care provider? Let's do another example. This is Joaquin. And Joaquin is still in high school and is receiving some psychiatric rehabilitation services to help him be able to get through high school. And he's having his struggles, right? And he's been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and he does plan someday to go to college after he graduates, and psych rehab staff work with him to support his studies at high school. And Joaquin was talking to his psych rehab practitioner and shared that his dad has been taking the car keys away from him whenever he doesn't take his psychiatric meds. And that should be a red flag. Oh, okay. Joaquin is saying essentially that dad is prompting him and, rewarding him, if you will, for taking meds, but Joaquin doesn't seem to be motivated to use them. And so together they perform the assessment. And Joaquin says, yes, what I'm experiencing here is, it asks me, do I feel motivated to use meds? And the answer is no. Excuse me. I don't feel motivated to use meds, right? My dad's motivated, right? But I'm not motivated to use meds. And so things are probably only going to get worse with that when he moves and becomes more independent and gets off to college. Now, instead of saying, well, you have to use your meds as prescribed, or go talk to your doctor about that, psych rehab staff can do more. How do we work with somebody who has a goal to graduate from high school, but how do we work with them to help them discover a personal motivation for using meds? And so just like with Akil, what happens is the psych rehab worker and Joaquin sit down together and maybe on the cell phone, they pull up a medication empowerment video that explains the challenge of finding personal motivation to take meds. And the short animated video emphasizes this idea that having motivation is like having enough energy when we're running to go the full distance, right? And that's really what motivation is like, having enough gas in the tank, if you will, to go the distance, right? And so the challenge is presented through the video. And then, just like in the previous video we saw, there is a worksheet that helps to empower Joaquin to discover personal motivation for using medication. And here's how that works. The worksheet lays out for Joaquin the question, my symptoms are interfering with blank. And then Joaquin has to fill in the blank and decides to say to the psych rehab worker, well, my symptoms are interfering with playing soccer with my team, right? And so then the worksheet prompts him, okay, then if you flip around this idea of symptoms interfering with soccer, soccer can become your personal motivator. So I'm taking the meds so I can play soccer and help my team make it to state finals. Now, this is not the Joaquin's father's motivator. It's Joaquin's personal motivator, that he's making that link, and it says, yeah, the symptoms interfere with being able to concentrate during a soccer match, and I really want to help my team win the championship. So I guess playing soccer is a really good reason, right, a motivator for me to use this medicine. And together with the rehab staff, they talk about that, and then also suggest that, hey, why not put a picture of me playing soccer on my pill bottle? And so that in the morning when I take my medicine, or at night when I take it, I can say, hey, this pill that I'm taking is so that me and my team can make it to the soccer championship and win it. So that's really a technique I know I personally used in my recovery that was very helpful and helped me get through those periods of time when I just felt like I was running out of gas and didn't want to use the meds anymore, right? So my symptoms are interfering with blank, and I'm taking these meds so that I can blank, right? It's a nice little formula for discovering personal motivation, and it completely changes how psychiatric rehab staff can begin to work with individuals to use medications to achieve their goal for employment, to achieve their goals for living in the community, for love and romance and education. I think it's a very, very different approach than saying people talk to your doctor about that and use your medication as prescribed, be compliant. So medication empowerment is about a journey, right, that has many challenges on the journey. And I believe that psychiatric rehabilitation staff can learn to shift the focus from trying to get people to take meds to supporting them through the challenges of using meds optimally to reach their rehabilitation goals and get the life they want. So I hope you find these ideas stimulating, and it'll be interesting to hear your questions and comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. After some technical problem, we are ready to continue. The next talk will be implementation of multifamily group in the routine of mental health service. The author of this talk are Dr. Antonio Maoni, medical doctor, who is the regional vice president for Europe of the World Association of Psychosocial Rehabilitation. And also he worked in Department of Mental Health, Local Health Unit, Roma, Italy. The other author is Barbara De Vanzo. She is member of board of World Association of Psychosocial Rehabilitation Italian branch. She collaborates with several mental health services in quality of service assessment and improvement. She teaches skills in research at the School of Psychotherapy. She is also author and co-author of more than 130 papers of international peer-reviewed journals. Please, Dr. Antonio Maoni, the microphone is yours.
Hello, everyone. This presentation is about the implementation and experience of implementation of multifamily groups in the mental health services in the catchment area of more than 1 million people in Rome. And the data were collected from more than 4 years systematically. The rationale of involving families in the care of persons with severe mental illness have many reasons. In the last decades, family-based services gained particular attention. The importance of involvement in families lies on the one hand in the fact that many mental health users live or are in regular contact with their relatives, often charged with the role of main caregivers, with the related material and emotional burden. On the other hand, characteristics of family atmosphere and communication patterns are associated with clinical course of and outcome of the patient disorder. Family intervention may be based on different approaches and adopt different techniques, still sharing several characteristics and aims, offering information about the disorder, supporting treatment adherence, assuming a non-pathologizing stance, strengthening communication, avoiding blaming, favoring empathy and mutual respect, sustaining personal growth and self-determination in all family members. Meta-analysis confirmed that the effectiveness of family interventions on relapse and readmission rates, treatment adherence, functional and vocational status, perceived stress among patients, level of burden and distress and family relationships. In the last decades, in particular, models including more than one family, so many families, often many families in the same session of treatment, gained particular attention. Compared to other individual or single family approaches, mutual feedbacks among families can be more effective in enhancing support, motivation, and encouragement than the therapist's action. Amongst such models, the psychodynamic multifamily group model originates from the thought and the experience of Garcia Badaraco, an Argentinian psychiatrist and psychoanalyst who worked in the psychiatric hospital of Buenos Aires since the 60s. He observed that the discussion occurring in groups, including families and patients, and coordinated by a therapist, was the most natural and useful format in order to promote changes. From this psychodynamic model was applied in District 1 of the Department of Mental Health of the Health Trust Roma 1 since 1997 to spread out gradually to other 5 districts in the subsequent years. Since 2011, multifamily groups are held weekly in all the 12 community mental health centers of the department that serves a population of more than 1 million people. Participation to the groups is systematically registered in the first 3 districts since 2015. This is an observational study based on the registry of those who attended the weekly multifamily group sessions. The registry was organized in such a way that for each meeting, all the participants were reported. All group participants were identified according to family they belonged to, and all had their sex and date of birth recorded. For patients, also the diagnosis was recorded. The results presented here are relative to the data systematically collected from July 2015 to November 2019 in all 6 community mental health centers of the district 1, 2, and 3. The psychodynamic multifamily groups are based on an open and free dialogue among participants and employ 3 simple rules. First, each participant speaks one at a time about an issue chosen by him herself, and the others listen to without interrupting. Nobody's opinion is considered right, and all participants are requested to listen to and respect other people's point of view, even when it differs from theirs. Participants raise their hand in order to take the floor and take their turn accordingly. Each meeting has 2 to 3 facilitators who ensure the ground rules are followed and help to maintain a climate of openness. They never make any diagnostic evaluation, suggest psychological interpretation, or address issues of possible etiopathogenesis of psychiatric disorders. This is particularly typical of this kind of groups. Sessions are held weekly and last 90 minutes. In all the community mental health centers, the multifamily groups are known to all service users and professionals. There are announcements in the reception of the centers, and professionals usually present the possibility to access the groups to the new users. There are no criteria to select patients for the groups. All users are informed of the multifamily groups and are free to join if they want to, independently of diagnosis, severity of the disorders or age, and even without any specific referral from the treating team. Between July 2015 and November 2019, a total of more than 1,000 meetings were held in the 6 centers, with a mean number of participants ranging between 13 and 31 according to the centers. The total number of family units who participated in multifamily group session was 439, corresponding to a total number of 794 persons. family units were represented only by the patient in 180 cases, 41%, and families represented by the relatives or other close person in 76 cases, and the family group represented from more than one relative, other close person, and the patients in 183 cases. Mean age of participants, the patients participating, either alone or with their families, was 42.8, and the median was 42 years. The most prevalent patient diagnosis was schizophrenia, followed by personality disorders and bipolar and depressive disorders. The mean duration of participation was 68 weeks, and the average rate of presence in the period of participation was 56%. The three groups differed according to sex and age. Patients participating alone tended to be older than those of families participating with or without patients themselves. Family units composition was also associated with the patient's diagnosis. The presence of a diagnosis of schizophrenia and, to a lesser extent, personality disorder in the index patient was associated to participation of families including the patient. Families including the patient also showed the longest duration of participation, whereas there were no statistically significant difference in rate of attendance and degree of active participation during the meetings according to family unit composition. Participation was longer than 122 weeks in 52 families unit, where the patients had a diagnosis of schizophrenia, and about 29% of families where the patient have a diagnosis of personality disorders and so on. Diagnosis was not associated to rate of attendance. As expected, the rate of attendance tended to be higher when the duration was shorter, with very few people being able to maintain a very high rate when their attendance lasted more than 40 weeks. However, 38% of families with the longest duration showed a rate between 55% and 88%. Okay, many data. Sorry, but it's difficult to summarize this amount of results. Let's see the last. Okay, this is okay. Okay, an overview in general of this experience. So psychodynamic multifamily groups have been implemented regularly on a weekly basis starting from 2011. Since then, a considerable number of family units and individuals regularly attended the groups every week in each community mental health center. A good rate of attendance persisting across the years of observation, with new entries and a portion of long-term participants. The majority of participants had an experience of severe and persisting disorders, with a diagnosis of schizophrenia and personality disorders largely represented. These diagnoses were associated to longer duration of participation. So, main findings of this experience. First of all, patients were the most represented among participants, more than parents or other relatives. Mothers participated more frequently than fathers. Fathers seldom showed active participation to the groups, thus confirming a different attitude in mothers and fathers. Heterogeneity in the rate of attendance, duration, type of participants, and composition of the families can be related to the open nature of the setting, where there was no selection or referral procedure and all were free to attend. The high participation over the years may reflect the need for long-lasting support that may not be available elsewhere in the mental health system. A remarkable portion of families with long duration and participation maintained a reasonable rate of attendance, suggesting that even in the long run, families attended rather regularly, likely continuing to perceive a benefit. This is in agreement with the observation that longer duration in itself, more than the actual number of sessions, ensured more improvement in patients. There are many implemented issues in providing a family intervention by the mental health services. In the treatment of severe psychotic disorder, although considered effective major components of care, but this kind of intervention is still extremely limited, possibly because of severe workload of the services, pressure on specialized services, organizational pitfalls, limited staff training and skills, as well as to a pessimistic view of recovery of people with severe mental illness. Our experience seems to prove that a systematic implementation of multifamily groups in a large metropolitan area is possible. Other factors affecting implementation. Implementation of family-based services seems to be affected not only by structural and organizational factors, but also by factors connected to a cultural shift shared by leaders and first-line professionals. Therapeutic alliance may be reframed in two ways in this kind of groups. On one side, by reducing the influence of the paradigm based on biological models of mental disorder, and focusing on the social ground where patients and families live. On the other side, by overcoming the blaming attitude towards the dysfunctional aspects in the families, which contributes to a loss of trust in services and strained relationships between professional and families. The assessment of long-term effectiveness of family intervention is based mainly on the result of 1-2 years follow-ups. And the issue of whether it is sustained after treatment termination is mixed in the many experiences over the world. It has been suggested that, at least in the most complex cases, continuity of such treatment should be assured through ongoing support, even informal, or through an open-ended multifamily group structure for families in need, as the McFarlane experience in the USA. The permanent availability of the multifamily groups may contribute in narrowing the gap between research and practice. There is an important theme about continuity and the relationship between continuity and flexibility. It seems necessary to combine flexibility and continuity in the delivery of services in order to develop truly community-focused, recovery-oriented interventions. This is crucial in the real world of patients and their families, and to provide a treatment that is tailored to the individual needs. It can be envisaged a possible shift in involving families as an influence of the recovery approach from a behavioral family management with the emphasis on negative outcomes rather than building on strengths to a consumer-driven supported approach with attention to increasing communication, cooperation between mental health professionals and families. The characteristic of continuity and flexibility of the multifamily groups in our study, in our experience, are consistent with a paradigm of dialogue among professionals, consumer, and family in a recovery perspective. Notwithstanding, the psychodynamic and multifamily groups share several core strategies with psychoeducation, like building alliance, reduction of adverse family atmosphere, and feelings of guilt, attainment of the desirable change in relative belief system. They also show marked differences. There is no focus on information, education, and problem solving, for example, and drug compliance and clinical stabilization are not directly pursued. Rather, change is promoted more through active participation, highlighting and acceptance of the multiple points of view, enhancement of self-writing and self-determination. Facilitators did not play the role of experts who educate and answer to questions. Rather, they favored an exchange of views involving as many people as possible, where everybody's standpoint is taken into serious consideration. Listening and paying attention to different ideas coming directly from consumers and family members in an unfiltered way allow facilitators and professionals to learn about how service could best answer the people's needs as directly perceived and expressed by them. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And actually, we lost the connection with Dr. Antonio Maun because of internet problem. So what we are going to do is we're going to move the last session to now. Professor Zebulon Tentor will present live. So because the presentation will be at the end of the day and this is too lengthy for all of you, so we switched this live session. Professor Zebulon Tentor is an adjunct professor of psychiatry, New York University School of Medicine. Actually, he has so many hats. He is a past president of WAPR, the president of the American Association for Psychosocial Rehabilitation, the American Association for Social Psychiatry, the American Association for Director of Psychiatry Training Programs, the New York County Medical Society, and first district branch of the Medical Society of the State of New York. He chaired the WPA section on rehabilitation and a very lengthy CV and very long history of giving. Is 37 years with the New York State Office of Professional Supply Issues and Cost Considerations. He's also the New York State Office of Mental Health, included Facility Clinical Directorship and Director of Psychiatry. He chaired and still participates in Health Information Technology and Telemedicine committees in the American Psychiatric Association. So please share me welcoming Professor Tentor.
getting old, but I know you can go through 72 slides in half an hour with me. We're only going to the next slide. So it's a great pleasure to be here, and I have really enjoyed these 2 days. I'm very sorry that I have to miss the third day, but here we go. The bottom line here is we have renewed attention to social determinants, and I am delighted. But on the other hand, I've been through this before, and we have to be cautious. No disclosures, learning objectives. Here's the WHO take on it. And look at some of the things that are set up here. A nice definition. But it says clinical care is less important than many people think. Genetic characteristics are less significant than many people think. You see, what is being set up here is an opposition. We don't need that opposition. We need all the help we can get from the geneticists, from the clinicians, from everybody. And also, the only reason that this is an issue is, what are you going to focus your attention on? Well, you've managed to focus your attention for a while on social determinants, but don't forget about genetics and clinical care because they're very useful. But this is the kind of advocacy that our past president, Benedetto Saraceno, lamented. Yeah, we saw him having, when he was head of mental health for WHO, we saw him having to put up with the anti-psychiatry movement, but he said that actually one of the things that bothered him was the my brand of psychiatry movement. There were the biological psychiatrists competing with the social psychiatrists. They were the outpatient advocates competing with the inpatient advocates, etc. So we don't need that. We can have some unity. So here is one source of social impacts, and I could get into the methodology of these, but I think the important thing is that I have to say it's a bit shaky. And the reason it's a bit shaky is that genetics are not the same as environmental factors, and it's a little hard to compare apples and oranges. But nonetheless, these estimates are useful for talking to policy makers and people who fund programs. Now, the biggest problem with the social determinants thing is that it's everything. It's everything around the person, all the circumstances, the environment, the work, the education, the agriculture and food production, and I'm going to give you lots of lists. You don't have to remember any of them until the last slide of 16. So where's the momentum coming from? Starting with this, as far as WHO is concerned, since these are their slides, in 1991. But you'll see it's much earlier. The question is, how do you get some attention paid? And these are some of the things that have come out. Here is the WHO concept, and as you can see, again, it seems to be everything, and it's really complicated. And then we have the politically correct term of intersectionality, part of the problem of getting into social determinants is the somewhat woke language that accompanies all of this. Yes, intersectionality is a useful term, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything to anybody until they've been educated about it. Now, there's a lot of propaganda. Here's the American Hospital Association addressing social determinants of health. Current environment. I like these slides because they've got good graphics. And it points out in the United States each year we've got 1.5 million people experiencing homelessness, 40 million people facing hunger, 11.8% of households are food insecure. Here is the impact again. And of course, health behaviors like tobacco use, alcohol use, sexual activity, you're actually putting something in your body sometimes with these things. and they are a bit different from education. The impact of social determinants. I have to say, the first time I went through this, I was wondering whether or not the American Hospital Association would acknowledge that a big stress in America is medical bills, and I'm glad to see it's in the slide there over on your far left, second from the bottom. Doesn't go on to say that medical bankruptcy is the #1 cause of bankruptcy in the United States. Another list for you. Now, the American Hospital Association provides you with a map of the United States by county. So each of those little patches within the states talks to you about life expectancy. And you can see that the southeastern United States, except to where you get to that green part of Florida, to which all the New Yorkers have retired, have lower life expectancy. Zip code matters. Here's Chicago, Illinois versus Mississippi, but right there within Chicago, you've got a life expectancy of 69 versus one of 85 just up the road. And in Mississippi, it's a slightly smaller variation, but nonetheless 9 years. Here are communities, homicides by Chicago neighborhood, homicides by Brooklyn neighborhood. In the state of New York, Brooklyn is a single county, so you can get down way below that county level that you saw on the previous map. Illinois food insecurity rates. Well, statewide 11.7% versus 21.5% for Mississippi. So the American Hospital Association wants you to know they want to do something about this. They're going to be screening and connecting patients to community resources, implementing hospital-wide initiatives. That's great. They're going to engage. All of these are good things. Question is, will they do them? I should say that one of our successes is we don't build hospitals anymore. In my state of New York, there's been one new hospital in 30 years, and that was replacing an existing one. And one of the things that I delight in about technology is we are moving diagnosis and therefore treatment closer to the onset of illness, and that's outpatient. It would be great if costs went down commensurately, but they don't quite. Role for hospitals, what they can do with education, nutrition, et cetera. Basically, since they're not in their buildings anymore, they're out and about all around us. My university, New York University, has taken over a swath of Brooklyn. We go way out on Long Island to a little town called Patchogue. And the major medical centers have been doing the same thing all over. And thus you see 91% of hospitals have one or more community partnerships. So what they want you to do is know and engage with the community, gather data, et cetera. And meanwhile, they're sending out their staff to do good things. They have a Value Initiative Institute, nice website there. They show you how they're out to get equity, physical and mental health, and social and spiritual well-being. All of this from your hospital, to say nothing of the other providers who are jostling to provide you with social and spiritual well-being. Makes you wonder how we ended up being such a polarized country, doesn't it? There's the AHA, their institute. Here are their members out fighting insecurity. There they are addressing transportation needs. They're addressing housing. They're addressing violence. They're improving social support. They're supporting youth education. And they are improving employment and housing. Okay, so much for the American Hospital Association. Let's look at the American Psychiatric Association. Here's a report from just last month. And I like Francis Liu and the other members of the task force very much because they are solid clinicians and very careful in what they promote. And what they're promoting here, and this is the clinical work group, is patient assessment. But they go through their list of social determinants of mental health. I hope this list is long enough for you. If not, we can supply longer or shorter lists, and I do have one at the end. Here's their definition of social determinants of mental health, and they talk about 16. I've got the list coming. and they say we need social competency, and they quote Hansel and Metzel's book, which I'll show you in a moment, which I unabashedly are promoting since Helena Hansen is at New York University. But they want to broaden stigma, which we have had some attention paid to today. Look at social connectedness. Look at social media. I just finished my chapter on microprocessors for the comprehensive textbook of psychiatry, and I get a lot into social media. Clinical evaluation using the DSM-5 outline for cultural formulation, which Francis Liu was the major author of, and is extremely useful. And one thing I always have to warn my colleagues in other countries about is the last line on this slide, coding and billing. The particular burden of practicing medicine in America is if you want to get paid by somebody other than the patient who's sitting in front of you, you got to code, and you got to learn to use codes. And for social determinants, there's a potential use here. So I don't want to dismiss it entirely, although I must say electronic health records are the number, until COVID came along. COVID has just recently replaced electronic health records as a cause of physician burnout in the United States. Isn't that remarkable? Nobody gets killed by electronic health records. People get killed by COVID, but it's taken more than a year and a half of the plague for physicians to report that as a cause of burnout over electronic health records. Here are the psychosocial stressors that you should be identifying in your assessment. Social environment, local and district, religion, family, etc. Here are levels of functioning, disability, and resilience to be assessed. And it's all down to these two questions in the assessment: support and stress. And this is, we've had lots of discussions of psychiatric rehabilitation. My favorite definition of psychiatric rehabilitation comes from Bill Anthony, who founded the Boston University Center. He said, rehabilitation is a mixture of skills and support. You provide support while you're fostering skill development. The clinical art is learning how to do that so that eventually you have a highly skilled person who requires very little support. So it's that dichotomy between support and stress, the stress needing those skills so that support can be lessened. However, the first problem with this sort of woke language of struggle and oppression, and it's already overboard in that the American Medical Association and the Association of American Medical Colleges have just come out with language for physicians to use, and our medical society in New York is going to have a resolution suggesting that it be withdrawn because it talks too much about struggle and oppression. In fact, it substituted oppressed for vulnerable, and they're not the same. So when somebody is in a minority, they may go one of four ways, according to the good rabbi that's quoted by David Brooks in this New York Times piece from last month. First, they could choose to be assimilated. They may feel constricted by being in the minority and want to escape it. They want to preserve the authenticity of their own culture and maintain a sort of separatism, which we should respect. Combat and the struggle is only one of the four alternatives, and that's described here. I see life as essentially a struggle between the oppressor and the oppressed groups. Very important in terms of why we didn't do so well with community psychiatry the first time around. And then you have integration without assimilation, and highly recommended. Celebrate pluralistic, hyphenated identities, the fluid mixing of groups that each contribute to an American identity. So getting back to the APA task force, here are potential psychosocial stressors. Here are other conditions that may be focus of clinical attention. Now here we come to the codes. These are V codes. V codes are in DSM-5. When you get to ICD-10, you have Z, as in zebra, or Zebulon if you prefer, codes. And they are overlapping. Z codes actually began as, why is the patient sitting in front of me? What's the reason for the visit? But now they are basically social determinants. So you could crosswalk between the two. They are both lengthy lists. And if you have the perseverance, or you've got somebody working for you who will do this, you can do V codes for DSM-5 or Z codes for ICD-10 diagnoses, which tells you about the social determinants. So more on V codes, scope of additional issues that may be encountered in routine clinical practice, provide a systematic listing. And those are relational problems, abuse and neglect, educational, housing and economic, social environment, more of those, social exclusion or rejection, legal system problems, and environmental circumstances. We're now deep into climate change as an environmental circumstance that is affecting our patients. And here's the crosswalk. V62.4 is the same as Z60.4, social exclusion or rejection. And you had to go through 723 pages to get to that. I wish you well doing that. Here's another, target of perceived adverse discrimination, the V code and the Z code. And the climate change inclusion there. And then you've got this assessment, you've got the stresses, you've got the support. You're going to do treatment planning, you do these sociocultural approaches, and you look at what you can do about addressing the social determinants through structural competency, which Helena and her partner there will tell you about. Structure of the entities with whom you can relate, and how you go about addressing social determinants that you have determined from your patients, totaling their V codes or their Z codes, or just what you're thinking about at the end of the day. And the competencies that are involved. And here's the stepwise thing. As you see the patients, you do the coding, you collect the data, and you go out and try to change a social determinant, talking to administrators, to the healthcare team, those coding professionals. We spend a lot of money on coding professionals. And I'm not advancing. There we go. Now, here's another book, Social Determinants of Mental Health. Ruth Shim has recently joined us in New York. She's at Lenox Hill, which is about less than a mile from my house. And she's very good because she points out that there are issues here of disparities and inequities. That's how we know these are the barometers of social determinants operating. We look to see, for example, that African Americans are having less good outcomes from this or that health care. And we know that one group that is having really poor health outcomes are our own treated patients. And this was a study done by the National Association of State Mental Health Program Directors when Michael Hogan was president of the group. People who are treated in our system tend to die 25 years earlier than comparable groups who are not being treated in our system because they don't have mental illness. So mental illness is itself a mortality determinant. So the cause for social determinants is social justice. I'm all for social justice, but as I asked Afzal Javed earlier in this meeting, how are we going to pay for this? How do we convince people that it's worth spending money on? So I'll come back to that. Dr. Shim points out, we've known about these things for quite a while. We knew from studies of suicide that social exclusion led to suicide. But nonetheless, there are suicide promoters. If you read the New York Times yesterday, there's a suicide website. How do you commit suicide? Well, come to our website and we'll convey some good suicide methods to you. And now we're aware of this and we're trying to close it down, but there are already 500 plus suicides related to this website that encourages suicide. So that's another social determinant from the internet. And in between, I did just skip a slide, that was Farris and Dunham talking in 1938, talking about schizophrenia related to social environment in Chicago. But then Dr. Shim branched off, and I went on to point out that we then had Hollingshead and Redlich looking at socioeconomic status and symptoms in New Haven. The Cornell group, that's my medical school, so I knew Wolf and Hinkle, that's how old I am. And they pointed out that fewer than a quarter of the people get much more than half of the all illnesses. And what's going on there? Now, one of the social determinants you're hearing a lot about is poverty. Actually, Wolf and Hinkle showed that getting rich can be pretty bad for you too. They studied people who were promoted in corporations. Their socioeconomic status went up and their health went down. Another issue on poverty, not Wolf and Hinkle, but I was in that bullet point at the time, so I pointed it out. The Hopi and the Navajo Indian tribes have reservations out west, and pipelines were led across them, and they were compensated for allowing their land to be used for the pipelines. Very nice. The Hopis distributed it per capita. A lot of it was spent buying alcohol in Gallup, New Mexico, and their socioeconomic status, which had gone up, was very quickly gone down, along with their health and the consequences of alcoholism. The Navajos kept all the money at the tribal council level, and they used it to send their young to universities, to medical schools. One of my medical school classmates was a Navajo, and she did very well. But the studies that I want you to really be very much aware of are those done by the Cornell program at social psychiatry. It started with a Midtown study that showed women had more psychoneurotic symptoms than men, and throughout all these studies, more psychophysiological symptoms than men. But a 25-year follow-up showed that their mental health status had improved largely because they had access to the job market, they were treated more equally. But the real issue was the Sterling County study, and I often hope that this pandemic will have the same silver lining that produced Alec Layton going with his family to Nova Scotia to escape the 1918 influenza epidemic, because they approached this with the idea, well, we've got French Acadian villages here on the Bay of Fundy alongside English villages, and we bet that mental health symptoms will vary according to the predominant culture. Not at all the case. Didn't matter whether the village was English or French, it mattered whether or not the village functioned or didn't function very well. And in the places where people didn't have stability, they didn't have security, where they didn't have a keen sense of trust in their fellow citizens, symptoms went up. And where they had sociocultural integration, symptoms went down. And I joined the team as a fourth-year medical student and got to go to Nigeria and be part of the Yoruba study, which was very interesting because in that region of Western Nigeria, there was much more of a matriarchy. And the reason for that was that the women passed through the lines of warring tribes to market and sold the produce that both sexes had produced from their fields. And the men sat around the village and waited for the next battle, and the next battle didn't come, and the women were smart enough to hold on to the money that they had gotten in the market. So women were less psychoneurotic to start with. But again, there was huge variation from village to village according to how well the village functioned. So I would say that we need to add to social determinants. This is sociocultural integration, but think of it as, how does society actually work around the circumstances that the individual encounters each day. Now, I say we've got to be careful because this is how things went wrong in the United States. We had all this great data on social integration, and we decided we're going to have health centers out there in the communities. We're going to have catchment areas of 200,000 people. That means we need about 600 to cover the country. They're going to have required inpatient, outpatient, emergency, et cetera, 5 services basically. And they were funded and started, but unfortunately the funding was grants, which went directly to localities from the federal government, which meant that there were a lot of state governments, and they had been sold the program on the idea that they no longer would have to worry about discharging patients from state hospitals. In 1955, we had 550,000 people in our state hospitals. Psychiatry in those days was an inpatient specialty. Unfortunately, when you give a grant, it turns out there's nothing you can do once the money is out the door. It's not like a contract with landmarks to achievement and penalties if you don't do it. And also, the boundaries were drawn this was the political correctness of the time. Inner city's a problem. Well, let's give everybody a share of the inner city. Well, if you do that, you produce a pie that you slice out from the inner city. I had catchment area 1 in Erie County, New York, which is where Buffalo was. I had my little share of Buffalo, and I went out to the Canadian border via Grand Island, which sits in the middle of the Niagara River, and happened at the time to be the township in New York State that had the highest per capita income. Let me tell you, the Grand Islanders didn't get into the inner city very often, and the inner city folks didn't get out to Grand Island all that often either. So, in the administration of President Carter, it was proposed to, and the Mental Health Systems Act was actually passed, and it raised the required services to 10, and then Ronald Reagan got elected president, and as part of the backlash, very much supported by all states' departments of mental health, including all of the Democratic states, they took away the money for the community mental health centers. Gone. Given instead as block grants to the states because there had been too much autonomy. Cedars-Sinai in Los Angeles had used its community mental health center to build tennis courts. One of our NYU residency graduates is at Cedars-Sinai, and when I see him, I ask him, how are things on the tennis court? And he always tells me. One of the required services was emergency services, and at the Association for Community Mental Health Centers, they spent a Sunday afternoon calling every community mental health center that was then in existence, or it was around 325, pretending to be an emergency. Half of them didn't even answer the phone. In one of them, it was answered by the security guard in the methadone clinic next door. How could you say you're providing emergency services when you don't answer the phone? The boundaries that I mentioned offended lots of people. 200,000 was decided to be too high for a catchment area, and I have to recommend to you the French sector system of 60,000. And then there were these books that came out with dismal reports. Ronald Leifer's book, In the Name of Mental Health, describes his psychiatrist duties as fighting rat infestations. Tony Panzetta took Temple University's Department of Psychiatry to deal with North Philadelphia. There, the minority sentiment was oppression. So, when they arrived, the Temple University people were regarded as either oppressors or impotent, because that was the only way to be in that community. You were either a victim or a predator. And we did so badly with community organizer that if you wanted to call somebody a bad name, you said he was a community organizer. And that, you may remember, if you tracked Barack Obama's political development, was part of his past. And it was an indication of his grace and his abilities that he managed to turn around the view of community organizer. So here's from Dr. Shim the rise of biological psychiatry. She is correct in saying that it rose, and it did for many reasons. DSM-3 in 1980, big influence. Drug company research money, big influence, and all of that. But I would urge you to think also that a backlash against our previous efforts to deal with social determinants was part of it. We were looking for something definite. And the next thing is that I disagree with the last bullet on this slide, that the focus has moved away from examining how social processes contribute to mental illness. I would argue with you that biological psychiatry is how we are going to find out how social processes contribute to mental illnesses. We need biological psychiatry to show that. So here again from Dr. Shim, determinants and contribution. You may notice in a previous slide, genetic predisposition was 15%. Well, looky here, it's already gone up to 30% just in the course of a few slides. That shows you how definite knowledge is. Now, here's another teaser. The fundamental causes of disease. If risk factors are the precursors of disease, then the social, the environmental contextual factors are the causes of the causes. Well, it has to be taken for what it really means, which is there is a pathway from the causes of the causes to the causes, and then a little bit further, which is let's get that social determinant into the human body where it can have some effect. And how are they going to do that? Well, first of all, the genes are already there. They're waiting. And then there are some clinical interventions. For example, did you get your COVID shot? That's going to help you in terms of whether or not you get sick from COVID. And the genetic research has become marvelous to behold. This study that I cite here was done uptown from us at the Bronx Veterans Administration. They can show you whether a Holocaust survivor is the offspring, the Holocaust survivor was the patient's mother or father. That's the kind of fine-grained genetic research that we need in terms of looking at adverse childhood experiences. Very much enjoyed my conversations with you, Dr. Matar, and we talked about biomarkers and C-reactive protein in depression, et cetera. The fact is that we've got adverse childhood experiences, biomarkers by the dozens, and I just today picked out from you from today's Science, the 10th of December, on early life experiences on T cells. So we need to look at this, but I think the most important is if you look at the Hansen and Metzel book, it's not taking on social determinants wholesale. It is instead looking at specific cases. It's a series of case reports because they feel, as a French disarmament expert said at a conference in the 1930s, as Germany was rearming, there are no general cases, only specific cases, and we should pay attention to this German case in front of us. So we can specify mechanisms of action specifically biologically. Look at the work that's done on stress. Acute stress may be good for you, contribute to your growth, challenge. Chronic stress, pretty bad for you. PTSD, we've got a $12 million grant to look at biomarkers in PTSD. So here's the Helena Hansen, Jonathan Metzel book. It's a series of case studies, highly recommended. And here from the good old New York State Office of Mental Health is a better list of social determinants. It's a nice little chart. It's got 4 cells with 4 determinants in each cell. And if you want the really good list of social determinants, here's my recommendation. But what I want to leave you with is that those social determinants, there's some you can't do anything about. And here's my list of what you can do something about. You gather the information from your program and you assess these things. The first is the one that I added from the Cornell Social Psychiatry program, which is look at sociocultural integration, which you can conceptualize as Durkheim's concept of anomie, in that people don't have a clear idea of role or purpose, and you operationalize it, you measure it, you widen it to the group. And then there's something you can do about discrimination and social exclusion, which is to create your own utopian society, get together a strong group in your program and get it to be its own society from which no one is excluded. You can do something at the neighborhood level. You can do something because governments support educational attainment. You can do something with job programs. You can do something about poverty in the neighborhood way. And another thing I haven't mentioned so far, which contributed some to the backlash, but a lot to progress, was we had a national war on poverty under President Johnson. And we have a lot of data on what programs worked and didn't. And you can also make enough of a rousing rabble movement to get food, housing, transportation, and health care. And right now, health care extension to the 12 states that haven't done it so far is a major issue in the United States. So I leave you with these references from the Cornell program, lots of great books, and I'm happy to answer any questions or comments. Sir. Well, we've got two commenters or questioners.
Hi, Professor Tenter. Thank you very much for a very interesting presentation. And I was quite intrigued and pleasantly surprised with your conclusion that brings biology together with social causes of psychiatry. But my question, I've got two questions, but they are slightly different, and I picked those from your talk. One was that in America, you mentioned that clinicians are getting burnout by electronic case records. I work in the National Health Service in the United Kingdom, where we just are beginning to get electronic case records into our organizations. And I just wanted to understand that how does that influence or affects clinicians' burnout?
Okay, so the question is about electronic health records and burnout. One of the awards I've gotten that I'm most embarrassed about is the Lifetime Achievement Award from the American Association for Technology and Psychiatry. And as I said, I've just finished my chapter for the comprehensive textbook on microprocessors, and I think the issue is that the electronic health record in the United States is done at the behest of the people who are paying for the health care, and they force clinicians into documenting a lot of things, some of which the clinicians haven't done, and sometimes, we don't like the word burnout as much as we like moral burden. The burnout implies that it's the physician's fault for not having brought enough fuel, and a moral burden is being unable to provide the care that you want to provide. The best electronic health record that I have dealt with in my career was practicing in New Zealand, where the guideline was there were no templates, there were no requirements. The instruction was write a brief note in plain English that would be what you would tell a colleague who came into your office right after the patient left and said, well, what happened? And the amazing thing about New Zealand was everybody on the treatment team read every note I wrote. And the next morning, if I had written a note that was too long, they would tease me about it. They would say, oh, it's a struggle to get through your note on so-and-so. Whereas in the United States, we have note bloat. Our notes get so long to say that we have done a complete physical. There was one colleague who resigned because the note also had to say that he had done a complete neurological, and so it's the insurance companies and the accreditors demanding all these things in the note. And one of the best books that came from our group was an NIMH-funded study, Who Uses the Medical Record and Why? So we paid people to sit in nursing stations and hospitals to look at everybody who came in and out of the ward and what they did with the medical record. And the answer is very simple. The people who can get to the patient go to the patient, and the people who can't get to the patient go to the record, and they feel kind of left out, and they want to read in the record everything that they would have gotten if they had seen the patient, but of course, they didn't.
Thank you. Thank you. It clarifies my question that it's perhaps a defensive practice. Second question is about, we all know that social adversities do impact the mental health, whether it is deprivation or, discrimination or hunger. You mentioned particularly hunger. Mm-hmm. You said that about 40 million people are experiencing hunger. I presume that it was in America you mentioned? And I thought it was quite a high figure because, population of America...
I'm sorry, you're not coming through quite so clearly.
No, you mentioned about hunger, about 40 million people experience hunger in America? Yeah. And I was a bit surprised to hear that figure because the population of America is about 250 million, I think, roughly. And, experiencing 40 million people hunger is a very large figure. So okay, how do you define hunger?
It didn't quite say hunger, and this is a bit about how you can create a misimpression. First of all, our population, I think, is now 340 million. Right. And secondly, to be poor in America is to be obese. Sorry about that, but those are the statistics. So when they talk about food deprivation, they're basically saying they don't get a proper diet and they're showered with all the wrong things. But yeah, we produce a huge amount of food and we eat way too much of it. One of the great things for community action is in Moline, Illinois, which is where your John Deere tractor came from. They have every Thanksgiving a meal for everyone who wants to show up. And they typically provide a free Thanksgiving meal to several thousand people. It's just, for the past 60 years, it's become part of the identification of being in Moline. And this year they got a lot of publicity, because we were eager for good news, so I worry how many people are going to show up next year. But you have to that wasn't hunger in the sense of losing weight. It was food deprivation in the sense of not having the right food.
Thank you. It clarifies again that I thought hunger, because hunger has to be different from what we see in Africa or in countries like that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have one comment.
Could you drop your mask, actually, and then I'll hear you better.
The first one that you now showed us how the psychosocial determinant of mental health is important more than even the clinical care. But what is your explanation that the prevalence of mental illness are almost the same in developed countries and in developing countries? Almost the same. For example, schizophrenia is 1% here and 1% there, around 1%. This is the first question.
Okay, so let me just deal with the issue of schizophrenia. And I think we got into this in one of the conversations, probably more with Dr. Karani. I strongly recommend the editorial that Asen Jablensky wrote in the American Journal of Psychiatry about 5 years ago on the genetics of schizophrenia, based on his huge studies in Western Australia. He's been chairman at Perth for many years. And when Bloiler described the condition, he said the schizophrenias. And I think we have to bear in mind that in the genetic work so far, there are at least 6 distinct ones. They aren't, as we were hearing earlier, necessarily all neurodegenerative, and there was a paper on positive outcomes from schizophrenia I noticed on the program. So, and I had at the APA and later at a WAPR Congress the suggestion that we do away with the diagnosis of schizophrenia because it was so confusing, as in fact the Japanese did. They call it sort of disconnection syndrome. The Royal College has had a big wing suggesting that we not do schizophrenia. So the problem with schizophrenia and the Farris and Dunham study is what were the diagnostic criteria? And when I was the director of the multi-state information system and had a data bank across the hall of 750,000 treatment episodes, I was referred by a training director colleague, his chief resident, who was African American, who had been told by one of his supervisors that African Americans don't get bipolar illness. And we did a study that showed they did in our database, but they were more likely to be emergencies, and there were other evidences of inequalities. But he went to St. Elizabeth's Hospital and discovered in the 1910s, African Americans had a diagnosis of bipolar illness 3 times as much as Caucasians. Then 2 black psychiatrists wrote a book called Black Rage, and the stereotype of the African American changed from being the amiable, music-loving guy who could play basketball well to being the angry inner-city person who was going to mug you. And all of a sudden, the diagnosis of schizophrenia went up. The problem with all of these huge studies is the lack of diagnostic reliability, which has been better with each iteration of DSM, but still you have people who don't like DSM-5. When DSM-5 came out in 2013, the first news was that the director of the National Institute of Mental Health said, "That's very nice, but we're not going to fund grants based on DSM-5 diagnoses. We're going to continue to use the research diagnostic criteria." And then you have Stephen Stahl, perhaps one of our most prominent psychopharmacologists, saying, forget diagnoses, there are 1,400 of them in DSM-5, just deal with symptoms. There are only 276 of those. So you've got to keep all these
with
a grain of salt.
Suicide? For example, suicide rate in Scandinavian countries which have the highest psychosocial determinants, good, is much, much higher than the rate of suicide in our developing countries. Can you explain that in the light of your lecture today?
Well, I think that suicide has a lot of cultural determinants as well. And I'm particularly interested in this study that's reported in yesterday's New York Times of the suicide website and the kids who chose to do that. There were a lot of young people there. And I like Durkheim's typology of suicide, you know, the egotic. The suicide in my college class was a guy who thought he should have been declared a mathematical genius by his 3rd year in college, and he hadn't achieved that yet, so he killed himself. And then the ageneratic type, where people are really cut off, that would be in your typology of depression, the people who did not form significant relationships. So you see some of your deprivation and some of your just not hooking up very well. I see Dr. Sabi is on his feet. He's about to do something. Are there any other questions?
a lot for the second question. I know we ran out of our time, so we couldn't have the second question. But we had last night hours of discussion, so I know that having eminent professor like you and Professor Zeblon and colleagues is really a great value for our conference. But because we're running out of time and we are going to the next session, the next session is presented by three colleagues who are really well recognized and advocates for psychiatric rehabilitation. Professor Nasar Syed Khan is the Regional Vice President of World Association for Psychosocial Rehabilitation and member of the World Psychiatric Association section on undergraduate teaching, developmental disabilities, and dual diagnosis. He is the President of Pakistani Psychiatric Society from 2018 to 2020. And he's professor, previous head of Department of Mental Health, Behavioral Sciences, and Psychiatry, Services Institute of Medical Sciences, and visiting consultant at Services Hospital, Jail Road, Lahore, Pakistan. He's having more than 100 publications in international and peer-reviewed journals. He trained more than 30,000 physicians and doctors, produced more than 55 psychiatrists in the country, published 9 books, examiner at all leading universities of the country, mental health professionals for more than 33 years. Also with Professor Syed Nasar, there is Dr. Afia Malik, consultant psychiatrist in Jinnah Hospital, Lahore, and she's specialized both in general adult and child psychiatry. She has been working in the field of psychiatry for more than 10 years, and she's working actively in areas of public health awareness, research, organization, and management skills, trying to broaden her horizons in this. Also, we have Dr. Mahnur Irshad. She's a postgraduate psychiatry resident, and she's sharing together with dear professors in such a great workshop. So please we'll start the workshop.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Today we have a symposium on the functional recovery of schizophrenia. This is a very strange concept. When we talk about the functional recovery, we want our patient to be absolutely normal, and they should be able to live a healthy, happy life. However, in real life situation, this is a very difficult concept, and we always have some problems associated with it. So today's symposium aims to highlight some of the features related to this concept of functional recovery of schizophrenia. What are the challenges associated with it? My first presenter will be Dr. Mahnur Irshad, who is a second-year psychiatry resident from Department of Psychiatry, Services Institute of Medical Sciences, Lahore. Our second presenter will be Dr. Afia Malik, who is Assistant Professor of Psychiatry in Department of Psychiatry, Allama Iqbal Medical College, Lahore. And in the end, I will try to elaborate some of the challenges and what needs to be done about it. So our first presenter, Dr. Mahnur Irshad, please.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. So I'm Dr. Mahnur Irshad, as Dr. Nasir has already introduced me. And now I'd like to begin with our presentation. So first of all, the disclosure that we have nothing to disclose and there is no conflict of interest. Next, please. Okay, so what are the learning objectives? What are the points that we will be learning and discussing in this presentation By the end of this session, we shall be able to learn the definitions in functional recovery of schizophrenia, learn the challenges that come along with the functional recovery, and what further is desired to elaborate and improve in the functional recovery of schizophrenia. Next, please. Okay. So when we talk about schizophrenia as a psychiatric illness, for me, it is one of the most feared psychiatric illness among the patients. I was recently listening to a consultant psychiatrist who said something that hit me really hard. And he said that when a layman talks about someone who is crazy, he basically fulfills the criteria of a schizophrenic patient. And I thought that this is actually true. Because to a layman, to a normal person, what is a crazy person? A person who hears voices, a person who has disorganized, bizarre behavior, and a person who has paranoid ideation towards others. So yes, this is what a layman will call someone crazy. So it's really hard to live with features like that in daily life. So these are basically some of the features of schizophrenia that are being included in our introduction that are not the part of a formal diagnostic criteria of this illness. And these include disability in everyday functioning and the everyday living skills, and now the other comorbidities that come along with it. Now, if we see the things historically, for years, the primary focus on schizophrenia was basically on the reduction of the clinical symptoms that are the psychotic symptoms that are the primary core symptoms of this disease. And the other goal that was focused majorly was upon the discharge from the long-term care and on relapse prevention. And this focus clearly does not address the majority of the problems experienced by people with schizophrenia. That is their everyday functionality that is disturbed to a large extent, and that is very debilitating for the patient, both mentally as well as physically. Next, please. Okay. So what is the current focus? So with passing time, different studies and researches are being carried out. And now it is more widely accepted that recovery is possible, even to the extent of full absence of all symptoms and disabilities, and that optimal recovery should be a goal for the people with schizophrenia. And this recovery does not involve the absence of the clinical symptoms only. It also talks about the functional recovery of the patient that we were recently talking about in the last slide. Next, please. Okay. Now, the point to focus is that what is the actual definition of recovery? So what is the thing that we should consider as recovery? And there are multiple definitions for that. So recovery is often viewed as a process and not an outcome. So there can be literally dips in that process. When we see patients, the patients show remission, and they go back to their daily life. They do jobs, 9 to 5 p.m. jobs, but then there come relapses and there are dips during this process. So it's a continuous process. It doesn't stop. It goes on, and it varies from patient to patient. So this process may involve improvements in different elements of the illness at different time periods. For instance, in the first part of the illness, our main focus is to treat the psychotic symptoms, and they are often responsive early in the course of illness, obviously when we give the psychiatric treatment and medications, while improvements in everyday functioning may take longer to achieve, and it will vary from patient to patient. So that's what we are basically talking about in this presentation. Next, please. Okay, so comorbidities and subjective well-being. Obviously, comorbidities will debilitate the procedure towards the functional recovery. And as we were talking about that, it is a continuous process. And during this process, if comorbidities are faced and if they are already present in the patient, that will definitely hamper the procedure towards the functional recovery. And these comorbidities are important consideration in terms of both prevention as well as the treatment. And some do not develop them until later in the illness course. And subjective well-being is basically a domain that needs to be continuously considered over the course of the illness, and that can only be identified by the patient. So this needs to be communicated and conveyed to the patient and discussed with him that what subjective well-being is to him. And it does not have a clear relationship with all other symptomatic and functional features of this illness. Next, please. Okay, so when we are talking about recovery, what are the different elements of recovery that we should be concerned about? As we already talked, recovery is a continuous process, and it includes freedom from troubling psychotic symptoms. Obviously, that is our first short-term goal for the patient. Then we move towards the relapses, satisfaction with life and daily activities. Definitely that will involve at least pre-morbid functioning in the patient, and a suitable functioning in everyday life, like the patient can earn for his family. If he is a school-going student, he can be back in his studies and perform the way he used to. All these things come in the element of recovery. And in this symposium, we will focus on the issues associated with functioning and how is functioning defined. Basically, functioning will be defined here as the performance of daily activities that are required for self-maintenance, like earning an income, maintaining a residence, as well as social activities. And especially in lower middle income countries like Pakistan, where there comes a lot of stigma associated with the mental health issues, we see patients with schizophrenia in our daily clinical life. They are married and they are leading lives, so they have families to run, and it can be very debilitating and difficult for them. So these are the elements that we need to consider. Next. Okay. So what are the definitions and terminology for functional recovery? So defining functional recovery can be difficult. The definition of functional recovery can vary from person to person, and every person's perception can be different for that. So there are no clear standards for suitable levels of accomplishment. But just for a simple understanding, what we mean by functional recovery is that absence of disease or functional outcomes, such as living independently, generally symptom-free, but have no productive activities or social contact and are satisfied with the situation. Now, here is a tricky thing. When we say the patient is generally symptom-free, but he doesn't have any productive activities or social contact, we need to see whether it is the point where functional recovery is achieved or not. Probably one will say not. So this is why recovery is a continuous process, and we have to work for the best of the patient, where he achieves actually a state where he can contribute to his well-being, his family's well-being, and ultimately the society's well-being. So the individual's history and motivations and the value judgments all play an important part over here. Next, please. Okay, so basically, cognitive performances are, as they are affected in schizophrenia, what are the things that we need to consider during this process of functional recovery that can help better the cognitive performances? These betterment of cognitive performances can fall under 5 levels. They can be treatment-related betterment of the cognitive performances, that is during the first phase of the illness, and then the demographic profiles of the patient can play an important part. The demographic profiles of patients, especially in lower middle income countries, is a plus point in my view, as they have a strong family support system as compared to other parts of the world. So it can help better the cognitive performances during the process of functional recovery. And then residential independence, vocational outcomes, and social functioning are the other elements that need to be worked upon. Next, please. Okay. So when we talk about remission of the clinical symptoms, first of all, we need to know what are the clinical symptoms. They are the acute psychotic symptoms that present during a relapse or maybe during the first episode of schizophrenia, that are the hallucinations, delusions, disorganized behavior, disorganized speech. So that is basically the active phase of the illness. And for remission of clinical symptoms to occur, basically as approved by the DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Diseases, for remission of clinical symptoms to occur, the clinical symptoms should not be present, like the delusions and hallucinations should not be present in the patient, and if present, they should be present to a mild extent. And when we talk about the temporal duration of remission, so at least 6 months duration should have passed for the clinical symptoms to be absent. So that's when we will say that the clinical symptoms have remitted and the patient is in remission and he is on the process towards recovery. Next, please. Okay, so when we talk about functional remission, there are multiple challenges in defining this. As we, first of all, we already talked about the definition, that what is the actual definition that we have to work upon. And these are the things that we need to consider for our future practices and for our patients' well-being. So the duration, the symptoms, to what extent the symptoms have remitted, to what extent the symptoms have improved. These are the things that we need to consider in the process of functional remission. The wide-ranging normality, whether the recovery is full or still there are some mild symptoms present that can lead to minimal impairment. So the process of this recovery can be different for every patient. Certain patients can perform well, extremely well, and no one can tell, even if he is on medication and he is a schizophrenic patient. And then there will be patients who will be having minimal impairment, but that's okay, because that varies from patient to patient. And this is the concept we need to understand, and we need to grasp this. So next, please. So till here, I have talked about the importance, the definition of the functional remission, and now we need to see, is functional remission a tenable concept or not? For this, I like to invite Dr. Afia Malik to continue and take over. Over to you, Dr. Afia.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Afia Malik, as my worthy colleague has introduced me. Today, we are talking about the functional remission. She beautifully explained that functional remission is a process. We cannot say that it's a thing which ended at once, and we cannot comment that these things are identifiable and we can categorize them very accurately. If there is a very you can say hazy areas there where we have to talk about. With my presentation, I want to put a few questions in our mind, that being psychiatrist, where is the gray area and how we can define functional remission. And with this presentation, I want to try to make you think on this, that which areas should be considered and focus on. So coming again towards that, is functional remission a tenable concept? Is a concept? Is it justifiable to talk about it? You know that when a patient is having schizophrenia, the characteristics are always cyclic. You cannot say that after 6 months, the whole of the symptoms will be resolved, or you cannot measure that how many symptoms and at what extent the symptoms will be resolved. Regarding cognitions, my colleague was talking about the cognitive functions and its disability also vary. Regarding social, educational, or vocational milestones, you can also cannot comment that what type of and to what extent the functional remission you can get. So is this justifiable to ask about that, the functional remission, how much is the remission is going on and till what time it will occur? But here I want to discuss in my daily clinical practice, we see so many patients with schizophrenia. when you have a patient who is taking a good education, you can, if you have a patient with a medical background, you can say if a medical student come to you and he's newly diagnosed with schizophrenia or schizophreniform, do you think that when the positive symptoms and the negative symptoms are being resolved, would he be able to complete his education as a medical student? Or if even if he completed his education, do you think that his emotional IQ, his performance will be the same as that of the premorbid level? So where you are defining the functional remission is there. Are you defining it on the basis of social domains? Are you defining it on the basis of educational domain? Or you are making some other milestones for it? So these are the questions which are coming in my mind, and I want you people to think on it. So coming towards the poor premorbid functioning, are we able to make a temporal relationship on it? That when these symptoms occur, whether when we saw or the family identify the symptoms or the characteristics, was that a prodrome period, or whether it was the premorbid condition? Are we able to differentiate? I think this is very hard for us, because on the history basis, you cannot get the proper information. Sometimes family is not understanding that. They are thinking that the pattern is according to the personality, and there are so many details on it. So coming toward the treatment response, with every patient, the treatment response is different for every human being, every individual. So are we defining functional recovery on it, or the functional decline? So this slide is all about that. Next, please. Yeah. Okay, so coming toward the question now, if we assume that the functional remission is a tenable concept, do you think that negative symptoms or the other symptoms which are coming which we are considering in functional recovery, are they constant or they are dynamic in nature? Definitely they are dynamic. You cannot measure them on an accurate scale. So we cannot say that is it justifiable to measure them on the basis of negative symptoms? That if I can explain you with an example, that in the patients with schizophrenia, where you are saying that he is in functional remission when his negative symptoms are improved, or he is socially performing well, or if his family is satisfied with the treatment, where is the criteria and what we are considering? So this is all about. Please, next. So what domains of functioning should be considered? There are so many areas which we should focus, that how we can define or we can work on functioning. East versus West, there are many differences in the culture, in the race, in the genetics. So you cannot compare both of them. As in the East, they should be different, and in the West, should be different. Coming towards the productive activities, in the lower middle income countries, lower middle income countries, the productive activities are identified by the functioning of the patient or individual who is financially helping his family, who is performing his social responsibilities, whose education is going on a you can say on an average level or more than that. So these are the productive activities. But in the West, there are the different terms that you can say that they define the productive activities. So this is also another domain we should consider about, considering the residential and self-maintenance activities. This is also an important domain. What about the social relationships? Do you think that if a person is having schizophrenia, would he be able to maintain his relationship with the partner, like in his married life or with his family members? Is he on the premorbid standard? This is another question. And in your clinical practice, you can see that these relationships are always affected, but in most of the cases, they are affected. So we should also consider them in functioning. Okay, what about adherence of the medication? When the person is using medication for 1 year or more than 1 year, and he is in a remission pattern, the positive symptoms are being addressed, family is considering that the patient is well, what they start doing is start skipping the medication. and adherence is not that proper. So functioning can also be affected with this if the adherence is not proper. Reduced risk of for relapse. This is also important. We need to see all those factors which can make relapse possible. So readmission or emergency care, it should be considered. So please, next slide, please. Okay, coming to the social and the familiar roles, they are very important in our functional recovery. If the patient is good at homemaking versus outside employment, that he's here I want to discuss about the biopsychosocial model, which is core, and you can say the basics of our of psychiatry. If the person is performing well and having so the positive symptoms are being solved and the negative symptoms are also in remission, if he is performing his homemaking responsibilities well and his employment is also going well, then we can consider that yes, it's in somewhat in a social recovery, social remission. Coming towards the poor organizational abilities, this is also another thing to ponder, that if the person is not performing well in an organized manner, or if he's not working properly in the organization, that it could also lead to the relapse and poor functional remission. Next, please. Okay, so what is the role of our efforts, and where we should force the person, or we should consider that person or the patient should work upon? We should be able him to attend rehabilitation clinics. We should support him in receiving individual or group treatment. There should be attempts to apply the skills which he is learning. He should attempt for applying it, and there should be an interest in learning these skills. And we should be able to make him willing to have attempt to perform these skills. Okay, next. So what should be the first step for the patient when, as I told that in what domains we should put effort for? So first step what the patient should take is the learning new skills. When a person is learning new skill, there are many critical areas which he came across, and whenever we have to pass through exams or some important things, there's always a failure can come, and for that purpose we should support the patient, and we should motivate him on try again, and we should explain him that try and fail is better than never to try at all. So I hope this is clear to everyone, that we should be very motivating every time to our patient, and this is very important for the social remission of the patient. So what should be the solutions? The level of success within the functional domains, or the breadth of the success across the functional domain. Here is also there is a point for thinking that what is the level of success for you, whether it is within the functional domains, or you think that different functional domains should be the function in different domains is successful. Then you can think upon that whether I'm sorry if I'm not clear on this. I'm talking about whether you are considering a one functional domain and its success, or you are taking whole of the domain together and taking their success as a whole. So we need to think that what we are considering. Next, please. The things which I was talking about, I want everything to be on a good scale, and I think that was too hypothetical to be true. We cannot force a patient, and we cannot motivate him all the time that he can try again and again. The family can get fed up, the patient can get fed up, they can mess up with the things if he's not understanding, because as we know that the cognitive functions are also being compromised. So how many times he need to repeat and he had to face the failure? So this, if he is facing the failure again and again, it can change to continued fail attempt, which could be toxic for the patient. So we also need to consider to till what point we need to force the patient, and to what extent we need to motivate the patient. So the things are hypothetical, but at least we can work on them to improve the functional remission. Okay, so progress as an index, we are trying to clear them into criterions that what we are following. For development of functional remission is the level of success that is obtained, or breadth of the success across domains, with the domain defined as social, productive activities and independent living. Again, I'm going to say which I was explaining on the last slide, whether we are taking one domain and its success, or we are taking whole of the domains and their success. So this is two criterions which we can follow. What level of functioning is consistent with remission? Healthy range. Variability in the extent to which individual functional goals are met. Marked variation in social activities across individuals. Here, I'm going to hand over my presentation to Dr. Khan. So please continue and explain further. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. It was nice to hear. And then I want to build up on the same parameters. When we talk about health, it's a wide concept. And the definition of the health changed over the periods of few decades. So initially back in 60s, when we were talking about the health, it was only the physical health. Then later on, the mental health component was added into that concept. And then afterwards, some psychological component was added. Then spiritual component was added. There are now at least 6 to 7 different domains where the definition of the health is based. And we are still having evolution into that. So I don't know what will happen in few years. Maybe we will have about 10, 12, 15 parameters for the definition of health. It's evolving. And if we consider what has been said in these presentations, in the previous 2 presentations, I will summarize this in a very small way. Let me explain to you. And I'm sure that all of you must be having these clinical experiences in your day-to-day life. I had a patient who was a young female. She was 19 years of age when she developed the psychotic breakdown and had all positive symptoms of schizophrenia. She was having aggressive, violent behavior. She was paranoid, and things were complicated. We started treating her. She was in remission as far as the clinical symptoms were concerned after a year's time. And when she was in remission, she came to me and saw me in my clinic. And I was myself devastated with the type of the questions she was asking. So the first question she asked, "Doctor, for how long I've been sick?" I said, "Well, you have to tell me, or you have to ask your family, because I don't know precisely when exactly you started having the symptoms of psychosis." And then the second question she asked, "If you are not able to tell me, this means that I was studying in 3rd year of my high school, university, when I felt that I was in hospital. So maybe I was sick for more than that. Maybe I was sick at the 1st year level because my friends started isolating me. I was losing friends. I am not having any social contacts, and things started getting jeopardized." And now next question was more trickier. Most of my friends are married. They have babies and they have their families. What about me? That was the turning point. And I started asking me, even if my patient gets recovered, what will happen to their lives? They are compromised, and started working on the functional remission of schizophrenia. As I mentioned to you, the healthy range is variable. Some of the population people, they become teachers. Some of us become doctors. Some of us become engineers. Lots of them are having other jobs. So what is normal for an individual? Having a job, a stable job, a professional job, or just a labor job? What? And this is so much variable. And when it is applied to our population who's suffering from schizophrenia, do we really feel that those people can be as successful as the benchmark could be engineer, a benchmark could be a doctor, or benchmark could be something else. Now, where to start it? Where to make sure that these people are healthy? They are in functional remission. That question remains unanswered. And I will try to explain it to you, further concepts related to it. So there is a marked variation in individuals' life. There are people who are very social. They have so many friends. They interact with people. They party, they enjoy life. They have drugs, alcohol, and other activities. But there are people who just prefer to stay home. They want to love having some maybe cooking, maybe just watching TV. Do we call them abnormals? So in functional recovery of schizophrenia, these concepts will further complicate our definitions. Now, pre-morbid functioning versus the prodrome. As I mentioned to you about that lady, that girl who came to me in the clinic and asked me when precisely my psychosis started, and I had no clue. I cannot depend on the retrospective recall. I cannot depend precisely on the family's account, and I cannot depend on even my own judgment when I'm seeing the patient for the first time. So pre-morbid functioning is intuitively appealing and easy to reference as a benchmark. But where the pre-morbid ends and where the prodrome comes in, that's a tricky situation. So in prodrome, we all as psychiatrists know that there are symptoms which are very much marked, which are very much there, which we feel that shows us that there is a clear-cut demarcation from and deviation from normalcy. But do we consider the pre-morbid and pre-drome to be different states or one state? And how do we go back and assess that this person is now actually at a pre-morbid level? Question. And it's always intrigued me. Variation across lifespan. And I'm sure that all of you psychiatrists have seen this. A patient coming as a young, having 7 teenagers, maybe 19, 20, suffering from schizophrenia, presenting with the same symptoms, but having multiple psychological, social, and other adjustment issues. A person who is around the age of 40 may be symptom-free, but is he adjusted well? So healthy real-world functioning is also intrinsically developmental with marked differences in expectations for individuals in their teenagers when the illness often develops and early to middlehood. So if a person with schizophrenia around the age of 40 had about, say, 2 relapses in the life and very much compliant with the medication, what is recovery to him? And what is recovery for a person who is 21 years of age, lost 2 years of his life in this illness, and now started going back to the college? That comparison of 2 ages at the various lifespans would be different from individual to individual, from culture to culture, from social aspects and other parameters. Topographically, of everyday living skills is dynamic, as Dr. Malik mentioned. Now, is it a tenable concept? As Dr. Manur mentioned, what should we define and how should we define an independent real-world functioning other than academic performance in adolescence is intrinsically more limited than in adulthood. So all of these things, all of these parameters make things, measurable things, more complicated. So the definition gets complicated as well. Achievement is productive, residential, and social domains, occurs to a greater or a lesser degree in a healthy population. So if I have 5 kids one of them maybe would be able to be a doctor. And the fourth one maybe wants to be a painter, don't want to do anything. He wants to stay home and just draw. And he'll be living fine and healthy and happy as well by drawing the pictures, selling the portraits, making money out of it. When we talk about Van Gogh, when we talk about Picasso, what are we thinking? Those people were having problems in their lives, but they were functional. They were able to produce some pieces of art and other things which are still probably the best of the bests for centuries. But do we know that one of them was suffering from psychotic illness? Probably yes, probably no. But that degree of severity of illness, the compromises in the social life, to define the breadth of the success from one domain across the horizon, to make sure that he's happy with the wife, he's having good relationship with the kids, he's happy and comfortable with the bosses are comfortable with him, the colleagues are happy with him, and the friends are also comfortable in his presence. When we treat a patient with schizophrenia, do we believe that our patients, when they go back to their friends, they accept him as they were, or they will accept him with the change of mind and change of emotions? Complicated. And that is what makes it further difficult in defining the functional remission. Achievement of some level of success across some combination of functional domains, exactly which breadth of achievement and at what level of achievement is the question to be answered in terms of defining functional remission, which is always complicated for me. Practicing psychiatry for more than 30 years, and I'm still confused about my own profession, about my own domains, about my own patients. Why is that? Why there is not a standardized solution for everything, like cardiology, like gastroenterology, like hepatology? We are still fluid. We are still thinking. We are still imagining what exactly, precisely is important. Again, here I will quote another patient of mine. So my daughter was getting operated. She had a surgery. And when we were waiting in the waiting area, pre-operative waiting area, I saw one doctor coming into the operation theater and passing us and then going into the operation theater. And I recognized that gentleman. Oh, I treated this gentleman for schizophrenia about 5 years ago, and he is here. He never tried to have met my gaze, and he was again just passing on. And I was just thinking, what is he doing here? And then realized that he was the anesthetist for my daughter's surgery. And he gave anesthesia to my daughter's surgery. And she recovered and she is fine. But imagine those few hours as a psychiatrist I was having outside the operation theater, when I know that the person who was giving anesthesia to my daughter was having schizophrenia. This is unfortunately a dilemma. I am sharing my own views and thoughts, but I believe that this is the dilemma. A level and breadth approach to defining functional remission is complicated. Dr. Malik gave two criteria, criteria 1 and criteria 2. The criteria 1, she mentioned that level of accomplishment, no actively working towards change, functional improvement, making attempts, no real world success, attending vocational training, rehabilitation without employment, function in the locked board, and care attends social activities without participating. So these people are trying to put the efforts. They're attending the rehabilitation centers. They are trying to find a job, but still they are trying to find a residence, but they are still not considered as functional. And that again, I'm again confused. When these people start working in the social groups, they have partial success, non-supported staffed residents part-time. So lots of patients, they start living independently. Lots of patients, they go back to their family. They start having their families as well. They produce children as well. They are considered to be having remission as well. But we still consider them to be functional? That is unfortunately still needs to be defined. And in criteria 2, when breadth and accomplishment of the functional domain is achieved, making a progress in a domain 1, partial success in one domain and making progress in 2, or full success in domain 1 and making progress in the 2 others. So where is the recovery? And when we put the patients into these various blocks, that's too much of a saturated slide, but if I put patients into various slots, I will feel that full success in 3 domains is simply unimaginable. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm too pessimistic, but in real life situation, this is how things are. And we have to rethink about functional recovery and its definition. Now, what is the time frame used for the index remission? This is another question. Usually when patient comes to me, and we all as psychiatrists, we tell the patient that you'll be okay. There are chances of full recovery in majority of the patients. They go back to their normal lives. They are working well. They are functioning well. Is it really so? How much is the time period? Do we have to give them 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 5 years, 10 years? If you give them a time period of a year, 6 months of the illness, 6 months of the treatment, and 6 months of the rehabilitation, 1.5 years, what do you think? If we waste 1.5 years of our life, where will we be at some point? A 6-month duration of remission is likely capturing maintenance of clinical symptomatic improvement. In contrast, many functional goals in the real world require substantially longer time period to occur, and evaluation of maintenance might require an even longer time period for observation. So it may be 5 years. And if it is really 5 years, imagine yourself into that situation, having some disease and losing your life, 5 years of your life. And I have given you 2 examples. Imagine, just think about it, and then decide, where are we standing? There are environmental issues. So there are families who are very well supporting. So they try to feed the patient, take care of their hygiene, give them good clothes, good warm house. Everything is good. But there are people who unfortunately don't have those supports. They have to live on the social pensions or some way of living and surviving. Majority of them falls into this category, where unfortunately the support system is compromised. Financial compensation and health insurance, it's variable. In some countries, the health covers psychosis and they give the benefits. In some countries, there is no insurance, and in some countries, there is partial insurance. How will we address this issue? Why can't this be across the globe the same? Societal factors, including stigma. As I mentioned to you, if I'm going back after 3 years of suffering from an illness, will my friend accept me the same as I was, or will there be a difference? Tricky. So independence in residential status, marital status, and employment. These are the 3 main issues, main domains. Consider how many people suffering from schizophrenia on psychotropics have good marital life. Now, when I say good marital life, I don't have a gauge to assess it. But when I talk to wives and then I feel their responses for the marital life, I'm always again confused. Employment. Most of these people do get unemployment. They do have a stable employment where they work from 9 to 5, 5 days a week, which is a good amount of hours, and they earn as well. But do you feel that the employer is comfortable with their success stories? How many success stories as a psychiatrist we hear in everyday life from a patient who's suffering from schizophrenia? Question. So critical to consider, real world functioning objectively measured and subjective responses to life situation, including treatment as separate components of recovery process. So I propose that functional remission as a separate domain of functioning from clinical remission and subjective response, and argue that the process of recovery includes all of these domains. It is more challenging in the domain of functional remission than clinical remission to identify the levels of performance that would be clearly remitted. But we have proposed that both level and the breadth of accomplishment should be considered, and that the time frame for sustained functional remission be similar to that for clinical remission, probably 6 months, ideally. In conclusion, I will say both external and internal factors other than ability can affect real-world outcomes. And we are likely to reduce the changes for functional remission, even in people who have the necessary skills to achieve these milestones. We suggest assessment of patients that separate ability from real-world outcome in order that other factors can be considered, but also believe that functional remission should be indexed to real-world outcomes and evaluated accordingly. So in summary, I will say that as psychiatrists, when we start seeing the people suffering from schizophrenia, acute psychotic episode, we should start thinking of long term, and we should start utilizing other sources for functional recovery, which can make us a little bit more successful than what we are these days. I am very thankful for all of you to listening to us. I will go back to Dr. Malik and Dr. Mahanur to say a few words, and then we will end up the session. Dr. Malik.
Yeah, thank you so much for listening. I just want to put few points so that we can establish these things in our daily clinical practice, and we can convey this knowledge to our juniors so that they also think and consider the clinical recovery along with the functional recovery. They both need to be addressed at the same time. Thank you so much, and over to Dr. Manu.
Okay. So thank you so much for listening to us. It was really a pleasure to talk over here on this platform. And as my both colleagues also mentioned the importance of the functional recovery in schizophrenia. So I think that this discussion will pave future pathways to consider functional recovery as a very important process on the recovery road of schizophrenia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. If there are any questions, we'll be here to respond to them. We'll be joining you live as well. This is a recording, but we'll come back. Thank you very much, everyone.
functional recovery, are we pushing the people much earlier towards the real world?
This is Dr. Morally sound, so it's...
That's an issue.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. In real world, this is what my idea was, that in real life world situation, this concept of functional recovery is very compromised. We talk about recovery, we talk about remission, we talk about the symptom-free schizophrenia patient. But how do we say that he's functional? He's in such a state where he's recovered completely back to normalcy. That was the difficulty. So the idea of presenting this concept was to, again, asking question as well, what is the functional recovery where we say the patient is back to normal?
Is this another fad which has come? Because this also may help, may adversely help the patient, because we have the disability pension for patients in India. All the seriously mentally ill person who is having any mentally ill person who is having more than 40% disability will get a pension. Now, once you certify that a person has recovered completely, and where is the issue of disability comes?
This is again very tricky. I absolutely agree. So again, when the person is unwell, like chronic illnesses, diabetes, hypertension, the amount of the money which is insurance is giving to them for medication and other processes, it's definitely there. In schizophrenia, once we say that they are recovered, we are stuck. Because of course, if their pension is stopped or disability funding is stopped, then they will stop taking the medication as well and they will relapse back. So it's very complicated. And these things make things more complicated for us psychiatrists, because we are not able to convince the bureaucracy, we are not able to convince the politicians that, okay, this illness is a chronic illness, it takes a lot of time for them to recover, and the recovery into the functional state never means that the disease is gone.
I think I should congratulate all the speakers, Manur, Malik, Nasser Khan. It was a nice thing to listen to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Morali. We have questions from here on site. So I'm amazed that up till now we are already late at night, and we have colleagues who are participating to the end of the day. So our dear colleague from Al-Amal Hospital will ask a question. He's a consultant psychiatrist who would like to ask you a question.
Yeah, this is Dr. Abdulaziz from Al-Amal Hospital. Yeah, my question just regarding the recovery. You spoke about clinical recovery, functional recovery, but I think also there is another dimension of recovery, that personal recovery, that the patient that he feels himself that he is recovered, and even the family that feel that the patient is now he is doing well and now he is back to his normal life. What do you think about that?
So, Dr. Aziz, it's a nice question. We are trying to propose these ideas, and theoretically speaking, they are there for a long period of time. Practically, I am talking about them. The reason being that when we say the person of schizophrenia is in remission, so the remission includes that insight is back. The patient realizes that I was unwell and now I need treatment and I'll be okay. That remission is a personal recovery. But when he go back to real life situation, then idea of him as a person working and supporting the family as any other individual, that comes in functional recovery. So what you say, I will consider that point is at the point of clinical remission. And this process is after the clinical remission.
But I mean also that the satisfaction, that the patient is himself satisfied that now he is leading a normal life. I mean that yeah.
Again, this is unfortunately, again, a very fluid and vague idea. You might be knowing this. So when we ask, even if we ask this question to 50 people sitting in one hall, half of them won't be satisfied. Some of them won't be satisfied with the hall. Some of them won't be satisfied with the food. Some of them won't be satisfied with the temperature in the hall, blah, blah. So the satisfaction level, unfortunately, is very variable. And in real life situation as well. And then in schizophrenia, when we are talking about schizophrenia, clinical remission or functional recovery or the satisfaction, if you add that into the criterion, the boxes I showed you, there were 16 boxes in criteria 1 and 16 boxes in criteria 2, which involved the various domains. One of the domain was the satisfaction with life, where they have a personal feeling of ownness that they are okay.
Thank you so much.
It's complicated. I don't have a precise answer, Dr. Aziz, for your question, but I hope I was able to make you understand. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Professor Nassar and Professor Morali and dear colleagues. This is an example of how we use technology to be even with those all difficulties that we have. Still, we have this nice interaction between the virtual and the physical, and the experience that we have with colleagues like Dr. Abdulaziz and all colleagues here attending. And this shows how people are interested, and when you are devoted to your work, you are giving a new milestone for your patients. And what you presented in your symposium is really a very important topic. I'm sure that what you're talking about is what we are aiming to achieve the functional recovery of our patients and going back them to their life. And even a word of a patient we don't like to use rather than people who are suffering from some disorder, but they can go back to their life in the best way. And having experts like you makes this a reality. So thank you very much for such a wonderful symposium. And I hope soon to see you physically here. All of you, dear Professor Nassar is a dear friend, and he's having a long history of serving psychiatry and psychiatric education and psychiatric rehabilitation. And Professor Morali and Solomon, all colleagues, really we are appreciating all your support and your interaction. And,
thank you very much, Midhat. I missed you. I wanted to hug you, but unfortunately was not able to. But lots of hugs and salam from my side.
Thank you very much, and see you inshallah soon. We hope this COVID era will disappear and we go back to our life, normal life, and to have you physically soon in Emirates. Emirates is proud to host your World Congress and to host such one esteemed professor like you are. And thank you very much for all the audience attending this important symposium. And this concludes the day for today. Thank you very much, and see you tomorrow, inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah. Thank you. Allah Hafiz.